it a farm sim. So you're playing games yourself instead. Yeah, no, it's fine. And that's kind of one of the concerns is I definitely know not every game is for everyone, but yeah, so here's the new mod. You'll notice it's literally the harvester we were using. The only thing I did off stream was I just swapped the unmodded harvester for the harvester. I kept the money amount the same. So like where I had to like sell it and buy it, I just wrote down the amount of money I had before I did all that stuff, and I just did that real quick. But yeah, no, it's been kind of a it's kind of been a weird day, weird couple of days on you know, what I want to play on stream. Because I enjoy Kerbal Space Program and I could be down for more of that. But yeah, so you'll notice the one big difference is actually you can't notice because I'm covering it up. Give me 2 seconds. Da 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 da. Where are you? Camera is here. There we go. Yeah, so you notice like right down there, we did pick up another mod that just this is technically a modded version of the harvester we were using yesterday. And it just gave it internal storage. Now, granted, I wish the modded version had a much smaller internal storage, because this thing has, it's something like 100,000 liter storage or some ridiculous nonsense. I would have much rather it been like just a couple thousand, enough that it could get around the corner and not immediately stop. But considering there's only like 2 or 3 mods I found that could tackle making Sugarcane not what it is so far as not very functional. There was one where you could take the foraging harvesters and then give them a header that could do sugarcane. But then it would make it so, like, you had this thing that would have this, like, 16-meter wide header and all that, and it's like, okay, hang on. You're not playing Nutmeg? You probably won't like that. It's a very nice game that combines Soccer Manager with a card game. Loving it, though. Gotcha. Well, I hope you're having a good time. The Soccer Manager would be fine, but admittedly not the biggest on card games. Okay. Glad to get to understand your taste a bit by now. Yeah. Well, for me with the sport games, it depends. Like, if it's a sport game that the gist of the sport game is just, you know, realistic play soccer or something like that, yeah, that's gonna be a no-perino in my book. But if it's like a lot more like satire, silly stuff, but, you know, it's technically playing a sports, like the Warhammer version of sports I can get behind, where, you know, they're blowing each other up, or like the old NES soccer where you do like the flip kick and knock people sailing into the air. I can get behind some of that stuff. But some of the sports manager games can be fun, because that's more like economy managing game, tycoon kind of game. Yes, the theme is sports, but ultimately there's all that. It's also amusing to me that we've got this set up. Oh no, I might be doing the trailer. I'm not sure what it's saying that we're filling up, if that's filling up the harvester or the trailer. So you'd like Blood Bowl. Yeah, I hadn't played Blood Bowl, but I could definitely see game behind that. But yeah, but like your FIFA soccer or whatever. Yeah, no, it's I used to be a lot more active into sports when I was younger. Like doing soccer and all that. But not really my jam these days. You're super interested in this Nutmeg game? Looks awesome. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. And like, it's also the thing is I won't yuck anyone's yum and be like, well, that game shouldn't exist or whatever. It's like, who would play that? It's kind of the same exact thing when, you know, playing a game like this. A lot of people who haven't played these kind of games are like, why on earth would anyone ever want to play it? I was also in that exact same group of like, I don't understand, why would you want to play this game? Like, it's just simulated work. I don't get it. And like, there's just so much of it that start this process, let it run, kind of keep doing that, and you just keep head scratching, being like, but why? I don't understand. And then you get into it and you're like, oh, there's kind of a catharsis of like making the progress and doing all that kind of stuff. And on top of that, like, there is stuff to do. You are actively participating. It's the same with like American Truck Simulator. That's another one of those games that, if you just look on it on paper, you're like, okay, you're just driving a semi with mild traffic all over the world. You're going, why would I want to do that? Driving day to day kind of sucks. But then you play American Truck Simulator, it's like, okay, well, first I get to see all these cool places, and yeah, there's simulations of it, not exactly like the real thing, but, a lot of fun with that. And then, in addition to all that, it's like taking the job and taking all the parts of the job that aren't fun, and removing those. Yeah, so it's like 80s soccer vibe. Yeah, and that's a thing. I could definitely get into the, like, the management kind of thing of those games. I'm curious with this mod what'll happen when the trailer fills up, but the harvester itself still has all this space. Because again, for those who missed, we did pick up a mod between last stream. Technically, this is a new harvester. It's the same model. We just got a version of the harvester that has an internal storage. And that's entirely so that, not this harvest, because I'm already in the middle of it, but the next time. It's just mostly so the AI works. So we're just going to do this harvest. Alright. So I'm curious what this will do functioning like this. But yeah, so the plan is going to be mostly... Yeah, also you're only driving in mild traffic, not 4-lane stop and go. Exactly. That's so much of what around these work simulation jobs are, is they take the things about the job that people enjoy, and it's kind of, that's the game, and then they get rid of all the other stuff. So like when we talk about like American Truck Simulator, in real life when you're a trucker going through, you might show up at a place, I might actually run into a problem here if we're not fast, because it's getting ready to rain in-game. But, like, wait, how are you harvesting without a trailer? So, I mentioned a minute ago, I did pick up a mod that just replaced our harvester here with one with internal storage. And this one we're kind of scuffed because we're kind of in the middle, but it's that way the next harvest I can hand this over to the AI, and I can drive alongside it and empty it out, and then, do the laps. It does kind of like, adjust for it or whatever. It's a little cheesy, but it's kind of one of those things that, unfortunately, with the root crop and the sugarcane, you kind of can't do them solo without it being very painful, because the AI just doesn't work nicely with it due to the lack of internal storage. Now, I do wish the internal storage on this thing was only like 2, 3, 4, 5,000 or something like that. But the only option for a mod that had it gave it 100,000, so I'm kind of just rushing through this field real fast, so that next time thing. Same with crop silage. Yeah. So it's just kind of one of those things that I do feel like, while technically not realistic, I do feel like this harvester, and then the handful of like the crop harvesters and all that, that again, they should kind of hand wave and be like, okay, it has like 2, 3, 4, 5,000 liters of internal storage, even though the real machine doesn't, just for the practicality of working around the AI. So the plan is this time, because if I'm a little worried if I hand this over to the AI and tell it to finish the field, because it's sort of split off into segments, the AI won't know what to do with it. That instead I'm just going to be like, you know what, we'll just wrap this field up. real fast. That way the next time. Now, one of the catches with the sugarcane is I know it says it takes twice as long to grow as other crops. Which, because it's been a while, this doesn't seem like, if we look at this doesn't seem that much longer. I'm wondering if it's telling me that we get a harvest every 2 years? Because I genuinely don't remember that. And I'm going to be honest, when it came for me doing the accounting for how much money you get for fields and all that, like in the past, I did not account for if it's more than 1 year. Like in my math, because I just harvested it, did the numbers and all that, and went, there's the numbers. For the few crops that you can regrow without replanting, I mostly just, you know, didn't count the... Actually, I don't even think I counted for that now I think about it. I don't think I counted at all for crops that you only have to buy the seeds once. To be fair, most of the crops, the seed cost is not a primary concern. A lot of it's the maintenance and gas. Because, yeah, even with this thing having the internal storage now, like, and right now this is kind of being abused versus what I'm going to do when we get the AI doing it. It's still only, what, like, 3 or actually, I think it's smaller than 2 or 3 meters. Isn't it, like, I want to say this thing is, like, microscopically wide. It's, like, 2 or 3 meters wide, if I remember correctly. So that's already pretty slow. Two meters wide. But yeah, so you see there, it's the same exact vehicle. The difference is that one's got an internal storage and the other one doesn't. I'm also trying to rush it, not because I'm worried about running out of time in the in-game day. We still have several in-game hours. But because I know it's dark and you can't see anything, and that's not really great for viewership. But I also need to finish the field. Alright, Alex Speed, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in and all that good stuff. But yeah, so these are kind of the mods that I tend to be okay with. Like, for me, I don't want to do it where I can just do what I'm doing right now, which is just harvest the whole thing and then empty out. I want it so that the AI works with it smoothly. So, like, if we go back to Farm Sim 22, for the longest time I ran practically mod-free. Eventually, I added the universal autoloader because I got to that point where you're just doing nothing but operating a forklift for 2 or 3 hours per in-game day, and then realizing you're not actually farming in your farm sim anymore. You're having the AI do all of that while you just play Forklift Simulator. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So another thing we need to do is when you have daylight in the next in-game day, let's go around this edge of the field and take down those 1 or 2 trees that we're having difficulty turning around at the edge of the field. We'll cut those down, drag them away, grind up the stumps. Farm sim run where you're not allowed to farm? That depends on what you're considering farming. If you consider the greenhouse farming, that's easy money. Am I allowed to use solar generation? Because that was, or is probably still, the meta. If you want the minimum effort, just free money, you just slap down some solar panels, or wind turbines or solar panels. You just slap those down, fast forward several months, slap down another one, fast forward a couple months, slap down, until you're putting down multiple per month. It's actually the fastest way to make just absurd amounts of money, is to build whatever the largest power generator you can, fast forward till you make enough money, because I think it was like when you build one, on the average, they pay for themselves in 10 in-game months. So when you put down that first one, if that's all you can afford, in 10 months you now have 2, which means in 5 months you now have 3. which means in about like 3 months you now have 4, and that means in about 2 months you have 5, and then you get the idea. Because you just end up with this large plot of nothing but power generators. Because of passive generation, you went AFK once and came back with over 5 million? Yep. Oh, yeah. No, that's, it's actually a thing when I do the Survivor Man challenge. Almost all my challenges, I have a hard rule, no power generators. Because it is a thing. You put it down, you spend the money once, and then it's just free money every single month. It's also a thing that, very similarly, that's why I have a rule that I'm not allowed to build more than 2 of any building, with the exception of if I am building a building for purposes of serving another building. So like I said, you know, the example is, this isn't a good example because the flour mill makes a copious amounts of flour, but in the event that I had my bakeries and they needed more flour than my flour mill could make, I would be allowed to make another flour mill for purposes of facilitating the bakery. I've never had that be an issue, but that was the only exception I gave myself. And usually make the rule, I've had it both 2 and 4 of a building. I've been keeping it about 2. So I could build 2 bakeries, but then I wouldn't be allowed to build another bakery. And that's partly because I think it's more interesting both from the playing and the viewer side point if the farm has more variety of crops on it versus, you know, going, oh, I found this thing to make a boatload of money, let me just make tons of it. And then it also prevents stuff like getting into the situation where, you know, getting in the situation where you do something like power generation, you just chuck up a whole bunch of those, or, you know, building a dozen greenhouses. Because that's when I introduced that rule, was I was doing the first Survivor Man challenge, and I think we had like 4 or 5 I think we had 4 greenhouses, and I was like, okay, this is the hard cutoff, no more greenhouses, we're going to make a rule no more than 4 of a building. Just because of that. Okay, so we've got the field harvested. So let's go grab our trailer. I'm going to have to do some laps. I'm not going to be cheeky and just take the harvester over there and empty it all at once. It was interesting to me when I was looking for this mod. I was checking a couple different videos people had gone, or like how to make sugarcane, you know, not terrible is the way a lot of them worded it. And a lot of them cited there was a mod where you could get like your regular forager harvesters could use like the giant, you know, 16-meter wide forager header header. And do that, and I was like, all right, that's way too cheesy. Like, no judgment if someone's using that, but for me doing a challenge run, it's like, all right, that's bypassing the entirety of what this is. And then, you know, just going into all that, they had brought this one up, because my big grievance, so like if you look at all the different crops in the game, you got your onions and all these different ones, and there's definitely some pain points. Looking at the crops that it's like, these are the crops that are kind of rough to do, the worst offenders to me is stuff like the carrots, the parsnips, and the sugarcane, because the AI doesn't work with it well. And I'll also put the grapes and olives in there, with the exception of at least the grapes and olives are a lot easier to use because they're so low volume. You can use the harvester's internal storage and it works relatively well. Okay. Well, that's neat that I didn't know. I didn't know that it would automatically move the chute along the trailer to drop off where there was less stuff. See, that's a nice touch you would never notice using this thing the way it's designed, because it always line up kind of in the middle of your trailer and it can't really wiggle to go to a better spot. It doesn't actually have to do that for it to function, by the way. That's weird, but whatever. And where you see it, like, doing the animation like it's dumping it on the ground, it does not penalize you for it. You don't just lose crop. Because that's something outside of your control as a player. It would really irk you if your stuff just started just dumping crops over the ground. Now, there are buttons you can do to say, hey, you can dump it on the ground. Because there are crops that it is worth dumping them on the ground in the corner somewhere and just leaving it there and coming back to sell later. The risk you run into there is any crops left on the ground. I believe it's any crops. I know grass will do it. When it rains, you lose some portion of them to rot. I don't know how that works because for the most part I haven't had a reason to dump random crops on the ground. Okay. It was also an interesting thing when I was watching the videos of people with their different strategies for doing sugarcane, that I didn't see the sell price on most of them, but one of the videos I did see them selling, and their price for sugarcane was like 300 and something for, you know, 1,000 liters or whatever it was. And I was sitting there going, hang on a second. Hold up a tick. You're getting 3,000 something. I'm looking at my stuff here and I'm getting 127, buddy. What's this garbage? And the answer is they were on easy economy versus hard economy. But it was definitely one of those things like, wait a second. This isn't fair. Okay, so it just takes a minute to wind up. The other one only filled up to 97% because it couldn't get an angle on the back of the trailer. So I've lined up, so I should be able to just inch forward. So I can nicely fill this. Let's see, if hard was around 200, easy would have been around 600, not 3,000. Sorry, if I said 3,000, I meant 300 for what they were getting. So it might have actually been a normal economy. Yeah, I didn't mean 3,000. I meant 300 for what I saw them selling for. But it's definitely one of those things where, like, hang on. Yeah, I was like, hang on, you're making so much more money than me. But yeah, no, that's just economy settings. I usually don't worry about it because genuinely, once you get started, money is not that hard in this game. The early game, it can be a little tough, especially when you're doing challenge stuff. But, like, when you're making, you know, tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands out of a field each time, and then you get production lines, and then every production line is effectively a multiplier of your money. I can't remember what it was. Like, isn't it like 1.5 what you put in, you expect to get out kind of deal? So if I put, you know, 100,000... wheat into the grain mill, I should expect somewhere in the ballpark of 150,000 flour out. Or no, I think it was more than that. Was it 3 times? I don't remember. I used to have these numbers just memorized. And that's, for the record, that's a generalization. They do vary a bit, where some are a bit more efficient and some are a bit less. But broadly speaking, almost always, with like 1 or 2 exceptions, a production line is effectively just going to multiply the money you put into it. So you and your bro have a server where you don't have much, just most basic farming equipment. Don't even have a fertilizer spreader. You did get chickens. Yeah, no, definitely in the early game. I'm glad I did the Survivor Man challenge the first time when I was still very new to the game and I didn't know a lot of the tricks and whatever. Where it was genuinely driving around in like the tiny sad little tractor with a, what is it, like 1.3 meter wide plow doing the whole field, where it'd take me like an hour or something just to plow the field. Because it was woefully inadequate sized plow. And then like doing that and then getting like the 3 meter wide seeder, because I believe that was the smallest seeder at the time, because that was Farm Sim 22. And then, you know, the fertilizer, I couldn't even do lime. Got like the smallest fertilizer thing later on. Okay, so is that you done? Yeah, that's you done. So if I remember correctly, with all things considered, we would have made 43,000 in revenue. No, actually, we bought some stuff, so maybe 60-something thousand. I'm sitting here saying we made in this much. I can literally just look at the statistics and find out what it is. So we'll sell this. We'll see what we got so far as our revenue for crop. I believe we're in like the 40 to 60,000 per harvest range, and that's with just the base crop. So if we were to get the sugar mill, I want to say the sugar mill gets you a pretty good return on investment from what you put in. Because remember, I think it was sugar beets historically that was like the most lucrative of the crops for a long time. Okay, so while you're doing that, we can go here to our finances. Yeah, so 62,000 is what it's looking like. Just about 62,000 bucks is what we made on selling our first round of sugarcane. So that would mean, with all things considered, we do one more round of sugarcane, and that should give me enough money to then be able to build the sugar mill. So I want to say that was 24,000. And if we get the sugar mill, then we can put the sugarcane into the sugar mill and we get more money back. So you started with $1 million because we wanted to start with a farm, but we were having issues getting started with the farm to work with ML, even though we had it work at a previous map. So we bought all the starting farm equipment, which was over half of the money, and it's selling everything but the silo multiplayer. Ah, I got you. So you're right. Yep, same page now. So multiplayer. And pull off. Do you know unnecessary? Would you like having a store your straw? Spaces log is out on Steam. It's gonna be so good. Spaces log. I don't know Spaces log. Space Rimworld, what they're saying, but it's gonna be more like Starship Theory. Yeah, I think, did someone put that in the game suggestions the art time? Like, yeah, was that the one that was releasing in early access? I was like, oh, I'll check this out later. Because that happens a lot. There's a lot of games that look very, you know, very promising. And it's like, oh, but it's early access, here's a roadmap, and you're like, oh, there's a long way. Yeah, so a lot of those I end up being like, okay, I'm gonna wait till it's more along the way. I'm also curious of, like, fertilizing this field. Okay, so the field does need fertilizer. And I don't want to lose out on potential money. Ah, I'm gonna have to buy fertilizer. That's fine. So we're gonna go ahead and grab this thing. And move this over. After what month does sugarcane wither? Sugarcane would wither, if we check our calendar. The sugarcane would wither in December. And William, I'm gonna have to ask you to keep it in English over there on the YouTube side. I do have an obligation to moderate, which does mean I have to understand what's being said, which means, you know, gotta keep it in languages I know. You're wanting Stardius? Yeah, I've got Stardius and I've been kind of waiting. There's been a bunch of those in that same kind of vein of games, like Stardius and, oh man, I've got like 3 of them that are all trying to be that same relative, like, RimWorld but space game. And a lot of them are showing quite a bit of promise. There's some of the, I want to say one of them 1.0'd. And some of the other ones had a little bit longer to go. I wonder if that'll be enough with the fertilizer. Do you like XCOMs? Yeah, I've done, it's been a long time since I played an XCOM style game, like a tactical turn-based. Yeah, and I've done XCOM in the past. And I liked the old Fallout games when they were tactical turn-based. The second game just released. Oh, yeah, Xenonauts. Yeah, and I even have a, was that Hooded Horse? I even have a partnership with them. That's one I looked at. Now, granted, to be fair, and it's not that I've never played turn-based tactics games on the channel. I've played a few of those. They haven't gotten bad reception, to be entirely fair. It's definitely one of those ones that it could be my own bias of I don't enjoy watching turn-based strategy or turn-based games so far as turn-based tactics games on stream, so I tend to avoid playing them on stream because that is kind of part of how I weigh some of my decisions about what I stream. Is would I enjoy watching it? If yes, let's do it. If no, probably not. But that's just trying to guess. Basically, I try to make the content I enjoy watching. Or at least some of the types of content I enjoy watching. Because I figure if I wouldn't watch it, why would someone else watch it? Which is not honestly realistically necessarily the best approach. Yeah, so the month goes forward at midnight, or the day goes forward, because you can have multiple day months if you go in your settings. But you can go to sleep to advance it, or you can fast forward time. So technically I would go into November in however long it takes to go to past midnight. We're just going to quickly fertilize this field because I need to do that to get my full yield. So we're just going to get that knocked out real fast. And then we should be all set so far as this. I actually don't know if I need to weed the sugarcane field between harvests or not. It's pretty good though. Oh yeah, no, I fully expect Xenonauts 2 is probably excellent. I've said a number of times. I would say like right now of the publishers out there, Hooded Horse is probably my favorite publisher. I like that they go out of their way to be like, we are going to do right by the games we partner with, where a lot of publishers will do the whole thing where, you know, they put the money forward for like funding things, whether it's marketing and those kind of things, and then at the time that the game is released, either all or a good chunk of the revenue of the game goes to the publisher first. It's a very common practice in the industry, which does mean the risk that the publisher takes is very low, comparatively speaking. Like, they're putting the bulk of the risk on the devs. Hooded Horse doesn't do it that way. Hooded Horse they do the revenue split right from the beginning that is agreed upon between them and the devs right from day one. They don't wait to get themselves paid off before doing the actual agreed upon terms kind of stuff. And that's not unheard of in the industry, but it's, again, it's becoming more and more common practice for, like, pretty lousy terms on a lot of those contracts and whatnot. So it is good to see that Hooded Horse, like, no, we are in this together, we will take the risk together kind of approach. That means a lot. I also really appreciate that they're just like, they're not even just like, no, we don't want to do Gen AI or whatever. They're like, no, we literally have it in our contract that if you use Gen AI, it is a violation of your contract. Like, not just, we kind of don't do Gen AI, like, literally, you are not allowed to if we're publishing your game. It'll be a breach of contract, which has consequences. And I appreciate that. I appreciate, like, even if someone's going to be for Gen AI, I'd rather they just, you know, don't, like, whatever, if you're going to embrace Gen AI, be open about it. Own up to it. Say, hey, we're going to do it. That way I know to just not ever buy one of your games. Have you played Falling Frontier? It's a game by Hooded Horse, publishing with a very small team. Single person. Falling Frontier. It sounds familiar, but I can't picture it. Isn't Hooded Horse also the publisher of Terra Invicta? Yes. Oh, my tent is over this way. Hooded Horse publishes a lot of games these days. And I think it's one of those things that because they have pretty good terms that I think they get to kind of look out at the different indie games that are potentially coming out, get lots of pitches, that it's not that they get to, you know, pick their clients so much, but that reputation, all that does mean they can be a lot more, they have a lot more control. Okay, so we definitely need to weed. I do see there's weeds there, so let's get that dealt with here in just a second. Man, I very much like Hooded Horse and stuff. They also do really right by their the content creators that partner with them and everything. Like when it comes to like various contracts and agreements and yada yada I've had over the years, and communications that I've never had a time with Hooded Horse where I've had to like push back and ever be like a thing. Like they've been very professional with every interaction. You know, when you do get a sponsorship contract or whatever, it's nice and clean and to the point. While they might have to go and be like, you know, the person you know, like Rual Storge here on as defined, yada yada, using this terminology, whatever. You know, typical contract junk. You don't ever have to push back and be like, hey man, you can't hold the rights into perpetuity. There's a lot of real dodgy contracts that happen. I've been fortunate myself personally that I've only had like a few occasions where a contract has come across that, you know, they tried to do some really dodgy stuff in there. And I'm very glad because I understand a lot of people have had problems with that. I don't think it's anything special or whatever that I'm doing. I've just been fortunate. Okay, so we need to set up something for weeding. A shame we didn't get ourselves an easy form of weeding. Now, we got choices. So let's look at our options for weeding. Broadly speaking, for the actual just driving around weeding, I usually like to get the hoe here. And the big reason is because you can go 15 miles an hour. It is 12 meters wide. So while there are some of these that are bigger, if we look at this one here, that is the 24 meters wide, so it's way, way, way bigger, it goes half the speed. So I could do 2 passes, and yeah, I lose a little time in the turnaround. Now, granted, they added this one here that's even bigger, and all that. But still, I thought there was an even bigger one we could get here nowadays. But either way, so I like to get that one. So that's one option. So for 36,000, I can get the hoe. We can just race around with the hoe and take care of it. Now another option is we would go into the range of getting a sprayer. And with the sprayer, you can do both fertilizer and all that. But if we're looking at the prices of the sprayers for one that's actually decent, we're already talking more than I want to spend. So I already think I've got myself there. Because we already have a means of doing fertilizer. So right now we can grab this. We're going to buy it. It's going to set us back 36,000. But I am going to need to do the weeding. So let's get that sorted. Alright. So we see those little bits of weeds along here. We need to zip along and get rid of them. And thank you, Fistful, for the 105 stream streak. I really do appreciate it. I do hope you're enjoying the stream. Okay. So we got all fertilized. We're going to do our weeding real fast, and then we should be good. Now, one thing, and I'm not sure if it'll work differently with this one, usually right after planting it, even before the weeds show up, if you weed it right then, it counts. Like, that's all you need to not have the weeds show up. Because if you have the weeds there for any length of time, it can negatively impact your overall yield. And because we're using precision farming, if we don't treat the weeds as well, you'll get a lower environmental bonus. Because for those who haven't done precision farming before, there are certain things you can do to give yourself a higher bonus or a lower bonus. So like, if you cultivate as opposed to plowing, it's seen as more environmentally friendly. So when you sell the crops, you'll get a slightly higher percentage, or like a slightly higher bonus on top of your sale price. Because again, you are quote unquote environmentally friendly. Because I guess in real life, plowing is actually can be pretty rough on the local soil or whatever. I don't know the details on that one. I'm not a farmer. It's just seen as more environmentally sound to, you know, cultivate versus plowing. But you got stuff like that. Using the stuff where you're not blasting your fertilizer way more than you need to. I mean, that just saves you money from not using as much fertilizer. It doesn't have to get into the environmental part. Literally, you're just not wasting expensive materials, because fertilizer is really expensive. It's one of your primary spends for your maintenance. Having your soils lime correct, you get a little bit of bonus. So half of the things you're doing that give you bonuses are the things you want to do anyways, because they give you a higher yield. There's just a couple of individual things that you can do to give yourself like a little extra kick of money. But otherwise, you're just kind of getting extra. You just have the extra step every couple of years of like doing your soil samples. I did see, now that we've been doing this field, on the mini-map it's now showing. Because that was a pain point we had the other day, was I plowed the field and all that, and it wasn't showing up on the mini-map, it was just showing as like normal land and all that. And I was like, okay, this is kind of rough because you know, I was still setting up the parts of the field. I'm like, I can't see what is and isn't the field so far as on the map and all that. To try, you know, eyeball a lot of stuff that you might want to use the mini-map as opposed to looking at the ground in-game. Alright, like I said, is once you've got the field stuff done here, I'm going to take some of these trees right along the edge of the field here, and we're going to get rid of them. This one, it's not bad, but with a harvester, and especially trying to bring the trailer alongside the harvester, there was one or two of those trees that were just really, really in the way. Now, on top of where we got our 62,000 from our first harvest of the sugarcane, in addition to that, we do have a greenhouse going that is giving us a bit of extra money. So that's a good thing there. And that'll end up amounting to several hundred to 1,000 or so a month when you take into consideration the amount of money I make minus the amount of money it costs to operate it. So my profit will be like around 1,000 or so, I believe, each month from that thing. Which is good, because with that extra, you know, that's what, like 10,000 a year or so. That'll also help us get the next piece of equipment relatively quick. And the plan is, again, to get the sugar mill next, and then see, with the field we have here, how much that fills up the sugar mill. If we can basically run the sugar mill near year-round, that will satisfy the, like, we've done the crop. If it's something like I put the sugar cane in there and we barely touch the sugar mill, then, you know, then I gotta decide, are we going to be doing a bunch more sugar cane? Like, we definitely need to make sure it's profitable, and that the extra money we would be making by processing is not just being eaten up by having the sugar mill. Because later on, if we roll sugar beets, which that'd be especially rough if the next thing we rolled was sugar beets. That would be a very difficult thing to face. But we can figure it out if we get there. But yeah, basically we'd lean into the crops enough that we would keep that sugar mill mostly running. And I don't think I'm going to have a hard rule that, like, once I set up a field, it must stay whatever crop it is. Like, I don't think we'll eliminate any crops that we've rolled and we've got going, but, like, say for example, I got this set up and we got enough sugarcane effectively to run the sugar mill year-round. What I might do is, if we rolled sugar beets, I might back off the sugarcane some, you know, make room for something else. Like, we'd still have some of it, but we'd split the sugar production between the sugar beets and the sugarcane. Alright, and then this will be all weeded. Now, the good bad news of the way we've set this up is we've got a good tractor, which is one of our main expenses for any of the crops we go to do. The bad news is the other major expense tends to be the harvester, and unfortunately this is a specialty crop, so it has its own harvester. The seeders can also be a little bit expensive, and it's the same kind of deal. Is the sugarcane has its own special harvest or seeder, but those would be the only two things I probably need for most crops to switch. Would be whatever seeder planter they need, and then the harvester.
What are you doing, little boy?
I'm doing alright.
I love you.
I love you more.
No. I love you more. What's happening with that?
Using my own words against me. Okay. Let's go deal with the one or two offending trees on the end here, where I went to turn around with the harvester and it was all sorts of grief. Okay, we got the tree stump out of there. Was you detach that. Okay. Yeah, we'll cut it back a decent amount. Not like super far. But think like that far. Oh no, you're good, Bassett. You never need to apologize. Alright, and we got that. That's definitely the safe and proper approach to dealing with moving trees, is to get it on the winch, get momentum, and then to sling it as hard as you can. Certainly no safety violations to worry about there. Definitely nothing to concern yourself at all about that. Just, you know, several hundred pounds of tree whipping across at what likely be, you know, hundreds of miles per hour at that very end. Alright, so the thing in this case, I gotta move them first. And then I'll have to do the stumps. But unfortunately, that one tree got caught up on the other. You're wedged in there pretty good. There we go. I want to keep that away from the field. That's the whole reason we're cutting these down. All right. One second. Okay. Just trying to keep some eye on some things. I mentioned earlier on the stream, there is a possibility the next couple of days I might get a phone call and have to ditch stream real fast when it happens. Don't want to dwell on what it is. Just a bad news kind of thing. Me and Tomb are fine, just family stuff. But just staying busy and all that good things. So if I seem like I'm keeping a little more focus on that than I usually would, which is, you know, honestly a non-zero amount, that's just what's up. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm not going to. I appreciate any, like, the concerns. I'm going to deliberately try and, like, not think about all that any more than I have to. Because then I won't be able to stream. Which, for the record, I know I can take breaks. I prefer to deal with things by staying busy. That's much better for me. Alright, and drop you off. And you might be going, it's like, why aren't you taking those logs and like cutting them down to size and then dragging them over to the sawmill? I'm choosing to not, like, I could add, like, the, I think actually, you know what, I believe I have the poplar on the list of one of the crops we can roll for the wheel. If not, I believe we gotta remake the wheel when we go to get our next crop. Okay, so I think I got just probably these last two trees and then that one tree way down there. And I think we'll have enough moved out of the way. So I don't have headaches getting that harvester around. Alright. Now I am putting these all in the same place in case, like, later on we get a sawmill and all that. That I got all the trees nice and piled up over here. I can pull those into a sawmill later if we so decide. Okay, there they are. And then we recognize there's one tree over here that was a problem. Maybe two. Yeah, probably two. I know this elm in front of me was like the big troublemaker of the two. But, let's go ahead and knock this one down too. Because that was, the elm was the one that got us into a lot of trouble on that last harvest, and there was one of the trees over there when I went to turn the harvester was like really just in a bad spot. Okay, so you're there. Yeah, it's gonna be a two-tripper. Unless we can bring this around so it goes right over the other one. Okay. And check out Bassett, another content creator, does like Digimon, Pokemon, Star Ocean, turn-based RPGs, that kind of thing. So if you're looking for that, you can find that over there. It's good to have you. Alright, now I just gotta get rid of those stumps, and that should be the area around the field tended. It would be good if we have a bunch of money later to get the mulching header and all these like little bushes and everything, get rid of them, and, you know, make ourselves like a little bit of a road around the outside. Okay, so stump should be, there's one of them. There should be another stump over here somewhere. It's usually why it's my preference to grind the stump first, then drag away the tree, is just because you can lose track of the stumps pretty easily. Which I know I'll find it later when I'm, if we ever get to the point of, like, mowing around the area. Let's see. Not too far that way. It might be this way a little more. It also could be tangled in where all those branches are down there. The stump might actually be in that mess. There you are. I actually got the pine stump first when I thought I had gotten the elm stump first. Okay. And we cleared all the trees away from immediately around the field, so that hopefully next time when we go to harvest, I'll have a lot less grief trying to get the trailer alongside the harvester. Alright. Let's check to see if there's any sales we care about. There is not. So we go ahead and move along. But yeah, so we should be in good order that we've got the sugarcane just needs to grow back. I believe it's fully treated now. Yep. The nitrogen is good to perfect. The fertilizer is good. So it is excellent. We have weeded the field. And it should grow back on its own. So that we go to sleep. The next big purchase we want to do is we want to get the sugar mill. That way, instead of just selling the sugarcane as raw sugarcane, which doesn't give you a whole lot of money, we can process it into sugar, which will be far better money for us. But it does require the investment of getting the sugar mill. And if I remember correctly, we can go ahead and check this real fast as soon as it stops saving. If we check under construction and go to factories, alright, you're here somewhere. Yeah, so sugar mill's 240. It's not a huge building, but a relatively decent sized building. But yeah, we can put it wherever we can find a spot, like along in here. They'll probably end up being down here, maybe. But we could do that. Because the alternative is, if I don't go with getting the sugar mill, the other thing I'd potentially do is just get more sugarcane. I don't want to do that right now. I think for me right now, what I want to go ahead and do is leave the sugarcane well and be. See how long, like how far that one field of sugarcane takes the sugar mill, so far as like, can I load it all up in the sugar mill and then it's just good for the year, like where it's at. If I need to get more sugarcane to run the sugar mill, that's fine, but I definitely don't want to open that can of worms. Ooh. I mean, so what we can do real fast is before we move on, oh, what's the thing? Spin the wheel. I'm assuming you don't just remember my last. Oh, you do remember my last entry. Okay, so we're not ready to start the next crop, but let's determine what the next crop is. So we go. So we're gonna go on here. We've already got our sugarcane, so let's go on to the list here. So sugarcane's off the list because you already have it. Let's see what our next crop will end up being, because being able to snag a harvester really cheap would be good if we end up long grain rice. Okay. Because that gives us decisions then. Well, I got to do the production line. I think that's part of the rules. It's the thing here is, if we look at this, that's 100,000. That's a big harvester. If we compare, that's the Evian 450. So we look at that harvester normally. Oh, you know what? That's actually not that impressive a harvester. I changed my mind. I actually don't care about that. I thought it was like the one that's a whole tier higher. I was about to be like, hang on, getting, you know, the $250,000, $300,000 harvester right here on the cheap. Yeah, let's do that real quick. You know, put off the sugar mill. But no, it's not. It's not what I was thinking it is. It's fine. Because it's good to keep an eye on those sales, because that's actually one of those things that comes up. So that means after the crop we have now, the next one is long grain rice. Let's see, did we get the water tower pump machine so we don't need to haul across there? Yes, I do have the water mill thing right next to the greenhouse over there, so I could just do that. Do you play with the farm wheel and panel or controller or anything like that? I just use a mouse and keyboard. As much as I'd love to get like the whole farm wheel and all that, that crap's expensive, like really expensive. So while I would love to do that, it's just real pricey to get those peripherals. It's also a content creator thing that I got all this junk on my desk. It's pretty difficult to make space to accommodate a It's pretty difficult to make space to accommodate a steering wheel. Like, if I was doing Farm Sim nearly exclusively, or just ATS Farm Sim, that kind of stuff nearly exclusively, I'd break out, you know, not break out, I'd buy a wheel for it. But I do such a range of content, and most of it is, like, mouse and keyboard kind of things. It's just not a whole thing I can justify. You paid $200 for the Farm Sim wheel and instrument panel on sale. Pretty reasonable, but space is rough. Yeah. No, like, that's the thing. I would definitely... Like, I don't think it's a bad price for what you're getting. It's just... Do I want to spend $200 on a peripheral for Farm Sim? Not exclusively, but near exclusively? And the answer is probably no. Alright, so this is March. This is normally when you plant your sugarcane. So it's still marking this as harvest. Now, sugarcane, the special thing about it is you don't need to replant, is the big thing it's supposed to have. So we would just keep moving towards October and just checking on our greenhouse and all that stuff. You're not a streamer, you don't have the space, and you don't have the space to use it. So you usually use a mouse and keyboard. Yeah, that's kind of like, I've got a HOTAS back here. It's the Warthog HOTAS from way back. And it's kind of one of those things that the Warthog HOTAS, as much as I like it and everything, when I was playing like a lot of Elite Dangerous and all that, I would keep it on my desk. Yeah, so it's growing there. We don't have... Actually, yeah, we're growing here. So it looks like we're going to have a expected yield of almost maxed. 125 is max, or it's in about 119%. And then it is October we harvest you, correct? Yeah. But, it's one of those things that, like, now that I'm not playing, like, Elite Dangerous almost every day kind of deal, just having that whole setup on here, even ignoring, like, the stream equipment is hard to do. Because it was, like, even with the mouse and keyboard, what I'd have to do is I'd have to push the keyboard back and have that there. And there's a lot of the games that's actually one of the things that I found a problem with Elite Dangerous when they updated to have, like, the, you know, space legs where you can do first-person shooter mode. There's just not enough space. Like, I'm not playing a first-person shooter on a joystick and a HOTAS. Like, that's just not happening. That I ultimately would go mouse keyboard. Let's see, so Elite Dangerous is EVE Online without the building, right? No, so Elite Dangerous is a spaceflight simulation game. So you're not doing the whole thing where you're like the Navy tactical thing like EVE Online has, where you tell the ship to turn and then it just kind of auto fires. You actually point the guns and fire them. I mean, you can get gimbaled weapons and whatnot, but it is a spaceflight simulation in a large universe that is a 1-to-1 scale Milky Way galaxy. But it is a spaceflight simulation. It doesn't have the building thing, but to be fair, EVE Online didn't have the building stuff when it came out either. But it's very much very heavily the spaceflight center. And we got Janica's at their 500 stream streak. Big old numbers, ridiculous stream streak. So thank you so much for that. That is absurd. Oy. I need to stop yawning. It's not okay. Yeah, and I know I'm being paranoid and checking that sugarcane every single day. It's not necessary. I'm just being paranoid because I haven't done sugarcane but like once, and like I said, I hadn't even done like the full cycle again. I did the sugarcane where I did like one harvest, did the numbers, and then didn't go with all that. Are there blights? No. No, the game doesn't have any, like, random variables in regards to, like, randomly you get disease or drought or, too little or too low rain. The closer you have to that is, like, if it's raining when you're trying to harvest, you kind of have to wait for the rain to go away or you take a penalty. Because rain just messes up your harvest. But they don't have the idea of, like, locusts showing up or a blight or anything like that. Because then it's the whole thing of, like, what's your counterplay with that? Because if your counterplay is you spray your crop beforehand to, like, fungicide your crop, and then it becomes a non-mechanic, now it's just doing another pass over your field that's kind of an obligation that doesn't reward you in any way. It's just purely a negative experience. That said, I am on board with the idea of having it so I would like it so you could have, like, pests as an option in the game, so far as, like, locust or whatever, and you could spray for them, and have it where if you turn them on and you take care of everything, you get a somewhat higher yield. As you've chosen to do the game more difficult, here's a little extra for you. But, they don't have anything like that. There's mods for a lot of stuff. I don't know about blights, because, again, like, kind of the in-practice when you're playing the game would be, okay, you're just doing the same field yet another time for spraying. Or just RNG randomly, you don't get as much money this year because screw you. I think a lot of cool stuff showing up on sale that'd be good for another run, but we're already good for this one. You're gonna run out of water, so let's go ahead and deal with that. It's always one of the things you gotta consider when it comes to a game, realism versus gameplay. Like, okay, realism, there's this thing, but, like, from the gameplay experience, like, how is that experienced? What's the play, counterplay, that kind of thing? Is that fun? Is that engaging? Is that interesting? That kind of thing. And there's a lot of stuff that you can hit the realism side that then when you stop and you go, okay, but practically from the gameplay standpoint, what does this mean to the player? Oh, it's just purely a negative. okay, but is it a negative you need to, like, prolong gameplay or something like that? No? Alright, maybe we don't do that. There's a lot of games that get committed to game must be as realistic as possible, and very quickly the game becomes very not fun because they're no longer taking into consideration the player experience. And sure, they made the game more realistic, but also obnoxious. The classic meme that I usually bring up is like the paperwork side of things. Imagine like every time you go, like you had an obligation every in-game month to do documentation around what you're doing on the farm at the end of each day. Or you can't sell your products because you're in violation of various codes or whatever. It's kind of like the random breakdown thing. I can see that being a desirable mechanic, because that one I feel like there's a good counterplay to. Like, play counterplay that you would potentially have your vehicles getting older and more worn out if you gave it so to the player that there's a certain amount of reward for turning the mechanic on and whatnot. I could see ways that could be beneficial and interesting. This place should be shut down for ocean violation. I mean, where's the bathroom? I mean, I got crops right there. What could possibly go wrong? It's nature, right? There's definitely not a long litany of diseases that come to be because of contamination by human waste involving foods. But yeah, but that's the whole thing. Like, imagine we're playing Farm Sim, but it's like the OSHA restricted version. Where like you would get fined every time you commit a violation. So like if you didn't put on your proper footwear when you started playing the game, you would be fined. If you don't wear your hard hat, you'd be fined. These kind of things. It would be utterly obnoxious. And then again, doing your paperwork, you know, instead of just repairing your thing, you take it to the service thing. It goes, okay, well, you don't have your tractor for, you know, several days. By the way, RNG chance it's actually weeks because, you know, the part was on back order, stuff like that. So we're not going to harvest yet because it is raining, and you do take a penalty to your yield if you harvest during rain. You're a self-employed contractor. You have enough OSHA. Yuck. No, absolutely. But that's again kind of with these things. It's like when people are like, why do you play these games and all that stuff? You go to the dealer, but you forget your punch card, so you don't get your free Frappuccino. You get it. Alright, so we're massively fast-forwarding time. Just waiting for the rain to go away. Are you kidding me? What is today's weather that it's like... So, we had rain to start the day. So apparently we're going to have till 3 p.m. That's going to rain again till 5. It's going to be on-off rain all day. Would you stop raining already? The ground / crops still remain wet. I'm gonna be fussing with the time on here. What rain does is if you're harvesting during it, you get a penalty, but only if you're harvesting during it. And then if you have stuff like grass or hay piled up on the ground and it gets rained on, it rots. Mechanically, how that works in the game is, say there's 100 liters of grass in the ground, a percentage of it goes bad and vanishes from existence. So you basically get a reduced yield out of it. And as I mentioned earlier, we did grab a mod that adds an internal storage to that vehicle, just so the AI can actually work with it. Because straightaways it was relatively fine to get into position and whatever. But it couldn't do turns. But by having an internal storage, the AI can do its turnarounds and all that. I can just get out of the way. But that's kind of one of the reasons why I wish with the all the crops that have the harvesters that have no internal storage, that they would just give it like a 1,000 or 2,000 liter internal storage. So not enough you could do like a whole field or anything with it, but enough that like going around a turn without a vehicle in position, like that would be a manageable thing, that kind of stuff. I'm glad the AI can't destroy crops by driving over it. If you, the player, drive over and you have the setting turned on, which we do, I would destroy all the crops driving over it. But the AI, they don't have it destroy the crops because it'd be incredibly infuriating to take all the time to do your crops correctly, and then the AI just plows through your crops because you bothered to have a weird field. Hey, Mark, how's it going? I remember in Farm Sim 22, the wages you had to pay your workers were actually pretty substantial on hard mode. That it could add up very rapidly. Let's see, it wasn't wasting all the crops by spraying it on the ground? Or you meant the internal storage as in not actually shooting on the ground? Yeah, no, it's an internal storage, is what the mod added. The stuff you're seeing on the ground isn't the part of the sugarcane we care about. That's like all the leaves off the side of it. What you care about of the sugarcane is like the actual like the reed, the stem, whatever you want to call it, the main body of it. So it's just scraping off all the leaves that, you know, you don't care about, you don't want, and just chucking all that on the ground. Because then, in theory, what you'd end up doing is that'd become effectively a little bit of fertilizer in real life for the next harvest. In-game, there are some things, like when you thatch, like, oats or hay or whatever, and it'll toss that on the ground. And if you go and then cultivate that, that will actually count for more fertilizer. But, with sugarcane specifically, it doesn't do anything. It's effectively just a texture. Yeah, so I'll have to clean up after it's done. I have a little bit of a weird shaped field, so... Oh, I think what it's doing right now is the player you don't do this, the AI will go to corners and it'll make like a quarter circle. That way it can turn around in that corner without leaving the field. Because the AI doesn't necessarily know, is there a tree or a fence along the edge of the field, so that's the way they program them, is to make that like that quarter circle, so that it can, no matter what the what's on the outside of the field, it can like loop around without having to get stuck. Because in Farm Sim 22, they would drive out of the field and then turn around, and they would just get stuck on fences and trees and all that all the time. So they made them a little bit more foolproof, but slightly less efficient. And thank you, Big Orion, for the 200 stream streak. I really do appreciate it. And I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. Yeah, I think that one little tuft of sugarcane on the edge there because technically this field slightly overlaps my property. That's the reason why this corner actually doesn't have crop on it, as I wasn't allowed to plant it because it's not my property. It's just the way it determines whether or not you're in property for using your tools is based on your position, not your equipment's position. So you can slightly break out of bounds. But I will eventually want to fix that. All these not straight lines I made when I plowed this field are coming back to haunt me. Alright, we're all full. Homemade field? Yep. Yep, with the Survivor Man challenge, all the fields we have are going to be ones that we end up making ourselves. Not the spillage. To be fair, that spillage doesn't actually do anything. That's just a graphic. Because again, if that were actually a consequence, you would just get angry because the AI would mess it up all the time, and you'd be losing like 10% of your crop to it or something like that. Okay. And it kind of doesn't matter what the price is right now, because I don't have the ability to store it. Buying the equipment to pick it back up would also be very cost prohibitive. Plus, I believe rain will cause it to rot, which means I'd lose some of it if I kept it anyways. So whatever the price is, that's what we're selling it for. We don't get to like really think about ways of trying to save money on it or all that kind of stuff. But that said, it seemed like it's, even though it seems like weirdly with the sugarcane, the first month of harvest, it actually does have one of its highest prices. It's like the second month of harvest that the price tanks. Okay. That's a new rotate, you guess? I mean, I'm not sure what you mean by rotate in this context. If you mean crop rotation, no, because you would need to plant something new and wait for it to come up harvest, and that wouldn't do you any good. Yeah, now crop rotation isn't really a thing in the game. There is kind of a sort of ish thing that crop rotation can do in this game. They have, it's oil radish, I believe is what it's called. And it's basically a cover crop. So if you want, you can actually go when you're done harvesting a crop, you can put the oil radish down and let it grow. And it's not worth hardly anything on its own, but it does give you a small bit of fertilizer to the crop, or to the field naturally. But broadly speaking, it's usually not worth your time. It's not worth the time and money. You're better off just kind of letting it be what it is. Yeah, so we'll definitely have to clean up after it's done, but that's okay. This will save us a lot of time working that field. Yeah, sorry, you can harvest it, you're correct. But the whole... Oh, sorry, you don't harvest it. If you keep it over winter with precision farming, you get like a stipend or a little bonus. It's not much money, though. The idea is time-wise, you could plant it and then you'd get some money, or sorry, you'd save money on fertilizer. How big is the internal storage? Unfortunately, the mod one, the internal storage is 100,000 liters, which is way overkill, but there isn't another option. It was either no storage or 100,000 liters. But I am kind of sticking near it. Okay. I'm really not sure what I did in that corner that's got the AI all confused. It is getting it done, but it's definitely doing like this extra like half. Yeah, no, that's because technically, if you look at that sideways, technically that row is the edge of my field, and that little bit of sugarcane is not technically in my property, and so the AI won't cut it. And that's just with the whole thing, because I didn't realize it's that close, so I accidentally went over my property's edge. It won't let you keep going. It's just where you, like when your tools work and all that's based on your position as the driver, not where your tools are. You remember all the days you planted canola because it gave the most money? But that was back in like Farm Sim 15 or 17 days. Yeah, no, and canola got hit pretty hard. I want to say it's actually one of the... Or no, where did they put that? Was it canola, and this one was like a very poorly performing crop? There was one of the ones that was surprisingly low for like what is a normal crop that people do a lot of in real life. I can't remember one of them, which one, but there was one of the crops had that problem. That like you planted it because you wanted to grow it, not because it was the economic thing to do. Then, like, silage became kind of the big thing, and everyone was doing silage. You remember correctly, canola was middling. Soybean is one that you think turns bad. Yeah, I want to say, if you're talking without production lines, soybean was pretty underwhelming. Like, not terrible, but, like, on the below average. But when you get production lines, like, soybean just falls way behind, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I think it was canola that was well as ones that, like, it really underwhelmed. Like, it should be way higher, but it just, in the game, it was pretty far down there for the acreage to profit. One of the things that working for it, though, is the fact that as far as, like, human time effort was actually pretty good. You want to hug the sheep? The sheeps do be adorable. And we didn't slow down time because of like the canola harvesting taking too long. It's because this day has got like rain coming up like 4 times in it. And I'm like, you know what? I don't want to sit here and just pause the, or like sit here, pause everything, and just fast forward the game like a bunch of times. Okay. Do you drive that other vehicle over to the silo to empty it afterwards? The vehicle I'm in, I'm taking the trailer to empty it out. The harvester, I'm basically keeping up with the rate it's harvesting. That's kind of what I figured, is by giving it an internal storage, I could, you know, I can kind of hand wave away the fact that it's got the internal storage so big, because I'm kind of keeping up with it mostly. Like, we just caught up to it. That's the reason why it's taking more time for me to fill the trailer. Okay, so I'm just going to drive on, because you're going to do all those turns and all that, and we're mostly full anyways. So it's nowhere near a full trailer, but by the time we do another pass anyways, it'd be filled up more than, you know, that. We're just zipping back and forth. Okay. Yeah, so it's looking like we're probably gonna make better money this time than last time. Yeah, no, I didn't want to say anything while people might be caught in ads. Nah, generally you're never gonna have me be like, oh, I'm surprised you're not subbed or whatever, just because, like, everyone's got different financial situations, different priorities, all those kind of things. Like, you know, for some people, chucking a couple of bucks every month to do a sub is no big deal. For other people, you know, that's kind of a hard ask. It's the reasons why we always have, like, the, you know, that kind of support is never expected, but always appreciated, that kind of deal. Legitimately, subbing adds up and gets expensive? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like, you think about it, only paying a couple of bucks a month, like, by the time you get to the end of the year, that's not an insignificant amount of money. It's one of the reasons why I try to be very thankful and, like, all that, because I understand, you know, that's for a lot of people, that's a big ask for money. You know, and some people, it's not even that they can't afford it, but it's a hard thing to justify. Like, hey, you know, I'm just chilling in the evening. Like, you know, sure, it's entertaining. But even people, you know, quote-unquote, just watching, but even just people hanging out, that still supports the channel. I try to be a bit transparent on that. That genuinely, most months, like, usually between a half and a third of the revenue of the channel, not counting external Twitch, so just internal to Twitch. Between half and a third of the revenue for the channel ends up being the ads, and I run the absolute minimum amount of ads required to get rid of the pre-rolls. Like, where you'll have people be like, ah, oh, I'm forced to run the ads, they don't make me anything. Yeah, if you're a smaller channel, that is true, and I wouldn't consider myself a big channel by any stretch. But if you're sitting on like 10, 20 viewers, yeah, the ad revenue for a month is going to be maybe enough to go out and have lunch or something. But it's definitely one of those things that it directly proportionally goes up based on your viewership. So when you're seeing at a couple hundred people popping in on the regular, that adds up a lot. But it ends up being also the more reliable part of my Twitch revenue as well, because, like, the amount of people subbing varies wildly month from month, especially the gift subs. Like, you'll have some months with gift subs, you're like, I don't know where all this money's coming from, this is amazing. You know, someone dropped 100 subs on me, like, numbers all over the place. And then you go to the next month and you'll be like, oh, the number of gift subs was just, like, very, very little. And you don't want to come across, like, begging for subs or whatever, because that's very off-putting and honestly very cringe and whatnot. But even, like, your regular subs, like, you can see, like, you get to the end of the year and a lot of people, like, that's kind of when they start looking at their finances and all that, so a lot of people choose to, like, not sub that month because maybe they got a little ambitious on their holiday shopping, so they need to kind of tighten the budget up a little bit. But that fluctuates wildly. It's not that ad revenue doesn't fluctuate as well. Obviously, viewership ebbs and flows, and it goes with that. And then, like, during the holiday season, the ad revenue is way, way more that you're getting with there versus, like, kind of in that January, February, ad revenue tends to be a lot less because there's way fewer companies advertising and blah, blah, blah. But yeah, and I try and be transparent. Now, granted, it really is a thing that when we do those sponsored streams that we've been doing, like, a lot lately, usually about, you know, 2, 3-ish sponsor stream, all depending on specifics, that usually equates to about a month's worth of revenue from Twitch. Just, like, broadly hand-waving average. Which is one reason why I like doing that is, one, I get to show you all games that are really cool. I get to try new games. You know, build those relationships, partnerships with different companies and developers to help me get games in the future and all that for on the channel and yada yada. And it means I'm not having to go and, like, get all that money out of my viewers. So, you know, it doesn't put the pinch on all of you. And, like, again, it only takes, like, 2 or 3 or so of those, and very quickly adds up. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Like, that's, I gotta sit down and quantify. We have had so many sponsorships this year. I'm pretty sure we broke last year's number of sponsorships by, like, the end of February this year. It has been a weird year in a very good way when it comes to, like, game releases. Let's see, when you used to rent, $1,500 is how much you had to pay for rent. And utilities, minimum much, and that was years ago. Yeah, I'm assuming that's in your area, Cookie, down there. Like, not trying to, like, call you out, like, location-wise. I'm assuming that's down there, because I definitely know, like, well, it wouldn't even be 10 years. It'd be, like, more like 20 years ago, when I was renting. I remember, oh, what was my first apartment's cost before splitting it? It was like maybe 500. Like, don't get me wrong, this is not a great apartment. It was a pretty rough apartment, but I believe it was 500 split between 2 people, which was definitely not bad. And then later on, when I finally got to the point of moving out on my own, like being properly on my own, I think it was 700 or so. But again, this is going about 20 years ago, and that's not counting utilities, that's just the apartment. I don't have the numbers in my head to tell you what the utilities were. I'd assume like an extra $200, give or take a little bit. So yeah, if we're counting the utilities, I'd say first apartment, let's say 700, second apartment would probably be closer to, well, maybe 1,000 would be my guess. But there's a lot of napkin math happening there, so all the grains of salt. But yeah, no, very much those same apartments nowadays. I don't think the first one exists anymore in any capacity. I think that property got bought out, destroyed, and replaced. The second one, though, the one that was like $700, I know when I moved out, which is when me and Tu moved in together, they were bumping up the rent to, I want to say it was like $950, $960, so let's just effectively say 1,000. And that's been 15-ish years ago. I would imagine nowadays that same property, it's probably not 2,000 or whatever, but I'd be surprised if it wasn't at least $1,600, $1,700, $1,800. Because it wasn't like it was in a great location. It also wasn't a giant apartment. It wasn't bad. It was a 2-bedroom. But, like, it was kind of, it wasn't, like, out in the sticks, but it also wasn't in with, like, a particularly desirable area either. It was definitely more like you're trying to live economical where you can, you know, reasonably drive to work, but also you're not, like, right in the thick of it either. And I'd be surprised it wasn't, like, 15, 16, 1800. Yeah, and I don't know how young people make it right now. Because, like, the cost of things is just ridiculous for stuff like that, like rent. I mean, the answer is a lot of them aren't doing well right now, and again, not not reflection on their efforts, just wages haven't gone up. Everything's getting stupid expensive. Something's got to give. So your first apartment was like 1,500 square feet, 2-bedroom, $600. That same apartment now is over 2,500 bucks. Yeah. Yeah, no, especially if you're in a, when I say desirable, I'm not talking like San Diego. Like, obviously that'd be through the moon. But like in a desirable area, like you're near where there's jobs, or like, you know, there's some tourist attraction that people want to be nearby, but like you're in a relatively desirable, or like you're by a university, so you got students wanting it or whatever. I can definitely see the costs absolutely exploding. Let's see, is this a worker in the red one? Yes, I do have a worker hired in the red one. And when I say worker, it is AI worker, not like the built-in workers, not another player. And in Farm Sim 25, the AI workers are actually pretty solid. Farm Sim 22, they had a lot of difficulties. There was some stuff they could do relatively well, but it was usually the simpler things, like, you know, cultivate a field where you're just going in a big square. They could usually handle that. But stuff like really oddly shaped fields or like trees near the edge of the field, the AI would just fall on its face in 22. We can't get a loan to pay $1,000 mortgage. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. People's like, oh, well, they should just get a mortgage. It's cheaper. It's like, cool. Who's going to loan them the money when they don't have the credit line built up? And good luck getting that when you're struggling. Yep. But the crops are going good. We picked up a mod since we were last playing last night, and all that mod changed was it took the harvester for sugarcane and gave it an internal storage. We are picking it up as fast as we can, so we're not like abusing that internal storage. The idea is the AI doesn't work well without an internal storage. It just, like, anytime you're not in position, it stops moving. So when it tries to turn, it's like it moves, getting itself out of position from you, so you move to get in position, and then it moves, and then you have to, like, kind of wiggle back to get back in position. So going around corners is kind of this dance where you're both, like, just wiggling a little bit. And so it works really, really badly on that regard. So we did get a mod to get this one to have internal storage. Now, to be fair, in the game, the only crops that don't have internal storage in their harvesters is the sugarcane, and the root crop. I believe the silage as well, but those are kind of the two big ones, is the sugarcane and the root crop. Their harvesters have no internal storage, so getting the AI to play nice with it is pretty frustrating. It's a reason why you'll have people badmouth the root crop fairly regularly, is because genuinely it's not fun to deal with. But if you get a mod that just tosses some internal storage into them, it makes it way easier to deal with. Because as you can see, now I can just kind of slide along next to it. It's fine. You know, it works mostly like any other thing. It's just being sugarcane. It's high volume, so you have to do a lot more laps dropping off. It's also its harvester is very, very narrow, so it takes a lot of passes to do a field. So there's one downside of this thing, is the last harvest we got about 62,000 when I did it all myself. This one, the AI is probably going to be eating $4,000 or $5,000 of that, because of having to pay the worker. Because we did just pay, I think the first payment, it was about $1,000, just a little shy of that. But if it saves me literal hours, it's money well spent. Alright, Bassett, you have a good one. Plus, it's also far more entertaining. from both the gameplay and the watching standpoint. If I am like meeting up with it, collecting the stuff, turning around, dumping it, coming back for more. Work can also be put to use during a test. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like right now we don't have things we can really be doing asynchronously too much, just me hauling versus it harvesting. But later on, when you're sitting there and you've got like 4 or 5 different fields doing different crops, it's very easy to be like, okay, worker, you're over there cultivating that field. Meanwhile, I'm going to be over here fertilizing this field and all that kind of stuff. So you can kind of split the work around so that it's not just you. Now, that also has to do with different types of play. There are some people who they really enjoy just kind of doing it all. So they'll slow down the game time, give, you know, each day or each month will be multiple days long, so they have the time to get the work done and do everything themselves. And there's nothing wrong with that. But it does take quite a bit of time and whatnot. Now, pretty soon it should switch from doing the head rows to going up and down. Broadly speaking with this, you do head rows, and for those who don't know what a head row is, if we look on the edge of this field, you'll notice it's going around and doing like the whole circle around that. That's your head row. So you do several head rows around the outer of the field, at which point, once you get however many head rows it is for the vehicle to turn around like it's doing right now, it'll just go up and down and up and down and up and down. Because the up and down is faster. Did you skip a row? What kind of monster are you? But, and that's just a normal thing. And basically, the larger, the, more you need to turn around, like, the bigger radius you need to turn around, the more head rows you need. But yeah, now it's not doing the head rows. This should start to go a little bit faster, because we won't lose as much time with it trying to turn around, like, doing its little turns everywhere. I think it's because technically this field isn't rectangular. It's like slightly trapezoidal on... So it's like a trapezoid with a chunk cut out here and slightly curved on the one side. And that's just because it's having to maneuver around trees. Yeah, so that's all it's doing, is it cut off that spot, and now it's circling back and fixing its mess. Also, what are the remnants on the ground? Is that waste to clean? No, so... with sugarcane, the only part you care about is the reed, the main body of it. All the leaves on it, that's junk. That's extra. That's like, you know, tomato plant, you want a tomato, you don't give a crap about the rest of the plant. So as we're cutting it down, it's taking it through whatever this machinery does, and it just strips off those leaves and just kicks it out the side. You don't want it. So it just chucks it on the ground. You're not going to sell it. You're not going to do anything with it. I assume, in theory, what would happen here is that that would just get, you know, gone over by a later tool and become a little bit of fertilizer or something like that. In this game, though, it doesn't do anything for this crop. There are crops that do that where you do turn it into fertilizer. Like if you do when you're doing, for example, your wheat and all that, wheat, oat, such, you can set your harvester to swath or not to swath. And depending on your setting, you'll either leave a trail of straw behind that you can then scoop up and, you know, sell the straw or use it for the things you need straw for. Or you can have it swath and it goes down. And the implication would be that you get a little bit of fertilizer by chucking all that stuff back in the ground. I don't remember how mechanically it works in the game because I'm just going to spray the crap out of it with the fertilizer if I don't have enough. But yeah, it just stays in the ground because it's just junk. It's leaves. As the sheep saying, rather than have the combine strip off the leaves, you set fire to the field before harvest, which leaves the main cane stem standing. Yeah. Yep. No, that's one of the ways they harvest in real life. But one video game, and also two. I feel like they're not trying to encourage that. I suspect that's one of those things that farmers do that, like, you know, from an environmental standpoint, a lot of people are like, hey, maybe don't burn down your field. Yeah, you know, it is part of the process, but like, also be careful with that fire, man. It gets wild. I'm sure there's a non-zero number of wildfires that can be tracked back to starting a sugarcane field on fire, and it was a particularly breezy day that, you know, things turned bad. But yeah, I understand that's normal process. And sugarcane's not the only crop that, you know, there has been methods around like burning it and stuff like that. This thing's got a lot of the internal storage, it seems. Yeah, the internal storage does fill up. The harvester will stop in the, yeah, so it just emptied. Oh, right, we're doing the stripes, not going the whole way around. That was, I was making a comment to Tomb earlier. We've got a green belt behind our house, which is just basically, it's a natural, like, growth. There's, trees and all that back there. Is that an in-game radio? No, I've got music going on the background. It's a bit on the quiet side, so the tractor's just overwhelming it. But, it is my own music going on in here. It's just vaguely, like, indie rock kind of thing. I might need to actually turn it up a little so it's less in the is there not music kind of category. It's just I happen to be by this harvester, which is just chomping away the whole time. So in-game sound-wise, it's a little on the loud side. Let's see, cane only grows in extremely wet ground, so it's rare for fires, wild things. Unlike burning wheat, stubble, etc. Yeah. No, I gotcha. Like I said, it's a normal practice there. I'm not, like, judging it or whatever. Now, granted, there is times that are wrong when people are like, we want to clear this farmland. Look at this forest. Burn. That's a problem. But I was making the comment to Toon that we got this green belt behind here, and it's gotten pretty unwieldy. That's grown out of control and all that. I've been dealing with that whole overheating thing I was talking about a while back, that we still don't know the answer to, where I just deal with a problem that I basically overheat at times that's, like, wildly not appropriate. Like, it's not even like, oh, the heat's a little bit too much. Like, it'll be genuinely cool outside, and I'll start getting, like, bright pink and start overheating. That they've been trying to figure it out. But, because of that, going out, like, the actual proper heat while I'm dealing with that is genuinely dangerous for me. Like, I could put myself at very, very real risk of heat stroke. So that's fallen behind, because normally I was taking care of that. I tried to hire people to deal with it, and then they didn't bother even showing up, and I've had no luck since then. But I was looking at it being like, you know, getting frustrated at how much of a mess it is. And I was like, you know, in a different time, and if I didn't care about any of the people around, you'd just walk back there and you'd light a fire. And you'd walk away. It's a highly irresponsible and very illegal thing to do, but it would solve the problem. It would be, you know, potentially endangering hundreds to thousands of lives, but, you know, then I wouldn't have to do the work myself. What are ethics? Yeah, it's like, to the credit, it'd get the job done. It might burn more than you want, but it would burn all the underbrush and everything from the green belt. The trees would still be there, but like you've got the one or two big trees that I would honestly prefer to keep that are back there. And then you've got, I don't know what they're actually called, but we broadly just call it swamp oak. It's just this very spongy wood. It's useless for everything, but it grows very quickly. So it's kind of, when I say it's invasive, it's not invasive in the, it's endangering like the native wildlife. It is the native wildlife, but it's invasive in you are just trying to mind your own business and this crap keeps showing up. It's invasive in the sense like briar, where like you get that in your property edge and it just tries to take over your yard. Ethics are things that could have stopped several California wildfires. Oh yeah, no, and there's been a lot of really nasty stuff that's happened fires-wise here. It's been... Oh man, how long ago was it the senator that burned down? We had a cypress tree that like literally hundreds upon hundreds. I think, was it like 900 years old or whatever? Is this giant cypress tree that's like, it was famous for just like being such an old tree and everything, and someone wanted to be in the newspaper, so they arsoned it. Or no, I'm sorry, that was the second one. The first one I think was an accident, people being careless, and I think it was the second one. They had the senator and the senator's wife, and these are both very old trees. And the first one, I believe, was an accident. And then the second one, you know, because of all the news that this old tree got, you know, catching fire and all that, you know, someone wanted their three seconds in, you know, in the newspaper, so they tried to burn down the other one. Because people suck. You think there was one from someone shooting off ball rockets in the backyard? Yeah, that... Oh, over in California? Yeah. No, there's been a bunch. We used to get a lot more wildfires here in Florida as well. And there's been, like, a lot of changes that have led to it. Like, for one, just broadly speaking, smoking become far less common has helped tremendously, because that's where a lot of our fires came from, was people going out fishing, not caring if it's a drought or whatever, you know, smoking their cigarette and then flicking it out into the brush and all that, and then something catches fire. You know, that kind of thing. Or, you know, they light their match and they chuck it on there, and then you got the hot end of the match, set stuff on fire, that kind of thing. Or it gets near something else that's flammable. But while smoking still happens here, certainly, it's nowhere near as prevalent as it used to be. And it's not a one-to-one relationship, but there's a very, very close correlation between the number of wildfires we have here in Florida and the prevalence of smoking. Which I think that's probably more aligned in a lot of places here because of the tourism side of things. We also have a lot more restrictions on fireworks. And while they're mostly ignored, it has gotten to a point where a lot fewer people are doing fireworks here now. Not only because of restrictions, but, you know, not only because of, like, the restrictions being in place, but also, broadly speaking, younger people tend to be less into fireworks than older people. Just, again, big, wide generalizations. They'd much rather just have other things. It's not that they're specifically anti-firework, it just doesn't have that same appeal. But it is one of those things then, less fireworks is another one of those things that a lot of wildfires came from fireworks. People being reckless and getting stuff they shouldn't and launching fireworks around in areas that really aren't good for that. I honestly think too much blame is put on the one inevitable spark. Well, those who are supposed to manage the actual fire risk walk away in gross negligence. There's a catch with that. Because on one hand, there is things you can do in some cases, but there's also things you can't really do. Like, for example, if we want to use California, sure, there are areas that they can do some more cleanup and yada yada. But then you also look at, like, where they've got the giant rolling hills of grasslands that, when it gets to the dry season, they all get dry, and there's not a realistic or practical way to deal with it. They can make their fire breaks, which they do, and that's kind of it. Because if you try to preemptively burn it, congratulations, you just made the wildfire. You can't just like, oh, everyone has to mow it down. You're talking about mowing hundreds of miles. And just doing that broadly is, again, going to be kind of a non-starter. Like, even there, like, that would be such a ridiculous cost to do it. No one would support that. And so there's that. Now, granted, there are areas where there's, like, berms that are very, much in residential areas and all that stuff. We are using the Precision Farming mod. It is an official mod by Giants. Both Farm Sim 22 and all that stuff. And all that kind of things. And so, with a lot of that, it's got some more functionality to add to the game, but one of the things that it does have is if you're doing certain things that are considered environmentally friendly, you get a little bonus. Broadly speaking, it's did you lime, did you weed, did you do these things, did you plow versus cultivate or whatever. Like, it's got just a couple considerations. If you're playing the game mostly normally, you'll probably get all of the bonuses or close to. But it does add some complexity where you actually have to manage, like, instead of it just you lime and fertilize, it actually has different soil types and all that. It is honestly not... I actually argued that precision farming would probably be easier to teach players than the base game, because, like, explaining you need to do 2 passes of fertilizer on a field, and you need to have something happen between those, like, the field's stage changes, and explaining what that means is more complicated than, okay, you just need to survey it. But otherwise, everything stays mostly the same. Let's see, around you in California, 10-ish fires a year of 9. Let's see, 10-ish fires a year, and 9 of them are started by the homeless camps. Yeah, I have no idea on that one whatsoever. It's also tricky with some of that where there are biases involved. That a lot of times you get some bad reporting on some of that. Now, granted, that could be the case. I'm not saying it's not, but because there's a very strong anti, the NIMBY not in my backyard, no homeless anywhere kind of thing. You do get stuff misattributed quite a bit. We have not fires here, but we do have a lot of stuff that's attributed to homeless people that is just not true. But it's an easy scapegoat for a lot of things that, again, individuals who should need to take responsibility for certain things being like, oh, but it's them, because they're not going to be there to defend themselves or argue or whatever, and they got bigger problems. Nice and easy fall, guys. Rarely going to be blamed on the center's son. Yep. And so that's what I was saying. It's like, it could be true. I'm not saying it's not true. I'd need to look into it and all that more. But a lot of times when you hear stuff blamed on homeless people, a lot of it isn't actually the case. Like, a lot of stuff gets misattributed. No one wants to insure your house. They live in the river bottom. You know them. Not bad people. It's just a problem that hasn't been fixed. Yeah, I'm on the other side of the country, and we also have problems, like, getting insurance here right now is a whole mess. It has nothing to do with, like, homelessness. It's, we get hit with hurricanes. And, the insurance companies want to make more profit, and they're realizing that they still make money here and all that kind of stuff. They still make a lot of money, but it's just more of a headache than they want to deal with, so a lot of them are pulling out. And it's been a real pain. Like, it would have been a year or two ago that just randomly we got a letter from our insurance company. It's like, yeah, so you're not having insurance at, like, right now? Like, the month is concluded, you no longer have home insurance. And you're like, what do you mean I don't have home insurance? I'm paying you people. Like, yeah, we're not accepting those payments anymore. You just don't have a home insurance anymore. It's like, thanks for the heads up. So I had to kind of scramble and find someone else to give basic home insurance. Because while the odds that your home ends up being a major repair here is still not high unless you're like right on the shore. You know, it's not, it's the classic thing with insurance. The idea is if I take 10,000 people and we're all on insurance, whatever the insurance, doesn't matter the kind, on insurance, and, you know, 5 out of that 1,000 people will need to exercise that insurance for, you know, a major claim. You know, the insurance company still ends up making hand over fist money, but for the individuals, because you've kind of spread that risk out, that ultimately, instead of this being a financially ruining experience, it is just a very inconvenient one. Hey Mark, it's good to see you on this side as well. And yeah, and I've been fortunate that, like, we've even sat down and looked at the things we've had to claim insurance, because we had to have our roof replaced at one point. We've still paid way more into the insurance than we've gotten out of it. But on, you know, the alternate timeline where our roof, instead of just losing a bunch of shingles, if it got properly compromised and the house got flooded, at that point, the amount of damages we would be, you know, at that point, the damages would be, like, significant enough that we would have made out ahead with the insurance, which would still mean, you know, we basically lost everything. So winning the insurance there is still a loss for you. It's just, you know, technically you didn't lose as bad as you spent on insurance. Oh, the harvester holds a surprising amount. Yeah, I mentioned earlier on the stream, we did add a mod since yesterday that this harvester, it's the same one that the game comes with just out of the can, but it does have an internal storage. The internal storage is, like, you know, larger than I would want it for the mod. It's 100,000 liters, which is pretty obnoxiously large. But I am trying to go back and forth and empty it as fast as possible to, you know, kind of honor it. And the reason we got the internal storage is anything that doesn't have an internal storage in Farm Sim makes the AI scream in agony and not work well, which is almost just sugarcane and root crops. Everything else, it does have an internal storage. I believe. I could be wrong. I could be forgetting something. So I did it just so that the AI would work better, so I could do a crop that is normally like a 2-person job. Yeah, no, and it was really stressful, like, having no insurance, even though it's like, okay, the likelihood that something happens this week or month or whatever while I get insurance is very low. But you never know when it's going to be like, oh, your insurance is gone because we decided just, with no warning, got rid of it. And then, you know, your house catches fire and you're just like, well, you just lost literally everything because you're uninsured and all that. There's definitely in that, like, hey, if something goes wrong, I got no safety net for a real disaster. Like, I've got savings or whatever, but those would just get, those would go up in the fire, less literally. But fortunately, that got sorted out. That is literally the purpose of insurance. Correct. The entire idea of his insurance is that, you know, 1 out of every N number of people will have, like, whatever is a horrific situation, like a financially ruining situation. And, you know, it could be anyone. So everyone buys into the insurance, so instead of one person being hammered for hundreds of thousands of dollars of damages and expenses, you just spread that out. So everyone's paying, you know, a couple $1,000s to not be the one who get, you know, that they're covered if they're the unfortunate one. You know, obviously those numbers are way off because I'm just pulling them out of my butt, but well, you get the idea. Yeah, it sounds like they need a 1,000 liter, not 100,000. Yeah, I was saying about 5,000 liters. Like 2 to 5,000 liters I think would be enough that it could turn around and do a couple, like, smaller maneuvers before it would fill. It felt like that would be around the sweet spot. But yeah. You're not sure when you're comfortable saying that, but when was that? The insurance thing? That would have been like 2 years ago? It might be longer. It might be 3 years ago. I think it was 2 years ago. But with that kind of thing, time gets a little fuzzy because you deal with it and then it's kind of not on your plate anymore, so you don't think about it. But yeah, no, that would, It would have been... Oh, man, what was the hurricane that messed up our roof? No, it would have been after the hurricane that messed up our roof. And it wasn't... And, like, when I say mess up our roof, it wasn't, like, catastrophic. It wasn't like someone just peeled it. It was just kind of one of those things that we had the original roof on the house, and we had owned the house, I think at that point it would have been like 12, 13 years, and we think it was the original roof to the house. So the roof was going on, like, just a little shy of 30 years, which is a lot longer than you normally keep a roof in Florida. Generally speaking, it's somewhere in that ballpark of, like, 17 years or so you end up replacing your roof, because they are the asphalt shingles. Those asphalt shingles, they do deteriorate over time. And you have some houses that they'll have those roofs for, like, 40 years, but usually by them, a stiff breeze will start peeling them off and damaging them. So it's kind of one of those things. We just had, like, patches here and there where shingles have been ripped off, and it was a bit more than you'd want to patch, and as old as the roof was, it was like, okay, this roof is due. And that happens. Because the risk of putting it off is then you have a bad storm, and instead of peeling off a couple of shingles because you have, you know, a relatively good shaped roof, instead you have, like, a really worn roof, and instead of just picking off a couple shingles here and there, not real damage, you peel off this giant area of roof, and now you've got water getting into your home. And the moment that happens, you know, you're losing almost everything. Like, the moment you got a proper breach into your home during a hurricane, like, it's not that your house is going to crumble or anything, but you're going to have all that water inside your house. It's just going to destroy everything. Like, all your clothes are going to be ruined, your bedding, your furniture, all of that will just get completely destroyed. So, it is, like, the insurance will cover the roof because it's cheaper for them to replace your roof than to replace everything in your home if it gets even worse. But it does bother you so many times that insurance is legally required, so no brand has incentive. Yeah, that's, So it's like you understand with, for example, automotive insurance here in Florida, you are legally required to have up to a certain amount of it and all that. And it makes sense in the standpoint that in a lot of cases, if you're the one at fault for the accident, your insurance is going to kick in first to cover me. So, like, if you strike my car and you're at fault, your insurance is going to cover me, and then whatever your insurance doesn't cover, then my insurance kicks in. So you are required to have that. And yeah, it would make sense to be like my own obligation and yada yada, but it's just kind of how it's structured here. And so it's definitely one of those ones that it's good that if you're the one at fault for if you're the one at fault for the accident, that it's kind of you're the one who is more responsible for covering, you know, the expenses of everything involved. But still, your own obligation. My own obligation. I'm not sure what the context was in that one. So we are obligated here in Florida to have automotive insurance up to a certain amount. If you don't have that and you drive, you're breaking the law and they can take your license. That isn't usually the first place they go, but that is a thing that can come. They can also just fine you. It really kind of depends on the circumstance. I don't know what the limitations are, like how severe or how lax they can be about it, because I drive with insurance. But, like, it is a thing that if you are at fault for an accident, which is determined by a number of factors, that sometimes you can be found at fault for an accident that is not really your fault. It's legally at fault, while maybe not practically at fault. And there's a lot to... That's like a big old basket we can just keep nice and tucked in its little basket. But broadly speaking, usually most of the time if you're found at fault, most of the time it's right. So far as, like, that, you know, obviously if people lie and whatever, that's a whole separate ballgame. But they don't really agree with the Florida Automotive Third Party. It means that not at-fault drivers hit by uninsured person is out of pocket purely because the lawmakers externalized the process to profit companies. Yeah. No, I definitely could see a lot of those things being way better. I don't disagree at all. You said, there could be said, your own obligation, yada yada. You don't understand what that's supposed to mean. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, so, like, maybe I worded it wrong. But, like, so, for example, if someone hit my car, you know, I'm driving down the road, and someone else blows through a stop sign and T-bones my car. So they 100%, they did the party foul, they broke the rules, they did the thing. What ended up happening is here in the state of Florida, their insurance would get hit first. That they would have an obligation to pay for the damages they caused me with a whole bunch of complicated stuff I don't know all the details on around it. Now, if their insurance wouldn't fully cover my damages, then my own insurance would cover my damages at that point. Now, that said, separately from all that, whatever the amount that would end up coming out of my pocket if, again, the insurance didn't cover it all, at that stage, then I would be able to turn around and go to the person who struck my vehicle and I could, you know, sue them for causing me harm and financial hardship for something that wasn't my fault. Like, you could choose to do that if you want. A lot of cases, it's probably not worth it unless you're talking some pretty serious, like, medical bills or something like that. Usually the insurances are going to take care of it if everyone's on the up and up. Or if there's a little bit extra, you know, a lot of times it's just frankly not worth getting the court involved. Because by the time you get the court involved, the amount you're going to spend, if it's not a major expense, is probably going to be a whole thing. And, like, I'm going to have details wrong in that I'm not a legal expert. This is me going from my, my broad understanding of just someone who lives here and has had to deal with some of that. Yeah, I might just be, like, on the wrong context of what was being thought, because I might have missed that. Let's see, fun fact, the normal unit for measures that this harvester should be using is bushels. Yeah, I mean, in Farm Sim, they just commonize all of it to L, which we can't remember if it was liters or it's, like, some other unit or whatever. Because you'll have, like, logs and it's being weighed in liters, and you'll have stuff in liquid that's liters and stuff that's, like, solids in liters, and then you'll have, you know, like strawberries in liters and cabbage in liters and all that. And a lot of them, it's like, yeah, you could measure that in liters. It's not wrong. You can measure a lot of things in liters that would make no sense because you're measuring what's effectively like a liquid or whatever, you know, for your units and all that. It's a volume. But it's not wrong. It's all liters, astronaut behind you. It always has been. Yeah, but there's definitely things that you would measure in different things, like, you know, some things you measure in weight, some things you measure in volume, some things you measure by the unit. By, like, when I say by the unit, you measure as in, like, number of whatever the thing is. But broadly, for the sake of not making a bunch of developers rip their hair out, they just liters across the board to everything. It's probably also easier for people who are not actually into farming, so far as, like, commercially, and having, like, that inside knowledge and being like, you know what, it's close enough. Let's see, you mean wood used to be measured in stair meters, or cubic meters, but only 90% of them filled with wood, and that's the same dimension in liters, nominally the same, just larger numbers. Yeah, so it's interesting with stuff like lumber, because lumber is measured differently depending on, like, what stage you are in it. Like, are you cutting down the tree and you got your big log? Well, that's gonna be, you know, measured one way. If I, as a person, am going to, like, my local hardware place and buying, you know, large planks of wood, I'm usually buying it by what's known as the board foot. Which has to do with, like, oh man, I'm gonna have these wrong. wasn't it 1 inch thick? And when I say an inch thick, in reality, it's usually about 7/8 to 3/4 because of a whole bunch of stuff we don't need to get into. But it's about 1 inch thick by... Was it 1 inch thick by 6 inch wide by 12 inch forward is one board foot? It's been a long time since I've had to buy anything by the board foot. I used to do a lot more carpentry stuff, and it's a thing I had to deal with, but I haven't done that in 20 years. But it's a whole thing. And even when you're buying by the board foot, it's still not a good measure, because if I get a one board foot that's 2 inch thick piece of wood, it'll cost me more than if I'm buying the same number of board foot of a board that is 1 inch thick but longer. And so it's always such a thing as like, why do you use this unit? This unit does not help me make any type of decisions around purchasing stuff. Like very, very genuinely, this is just a mess. Because we've always done it that way, and it's a tidbit easier in practice. Yeah, okay, but for calculating everything, it's horrible. Yeah, no, I found board feet I found as a measurement for making purchases of wood only really made sense, not when you're talking like massive volume, because then you just have like entirely different units, but like if, for example, I was going to be building all the cabinets in a kitchen. So you're buying a decent amount of wood. You're buying a pretty decent amount of wood to like redo all the cabinets in a you know, a full-size kitchen or whatever. Like, you're not building a house amounts of wood, but a pretty solid one. You know, using board foot can actually work out pretty well, because you're going to be using everything probably at that, you know, roughly 1 inch thick and everything. And it goes nice and smoothly. But if you're doing a very small project, like you're making a mailbox, you don't care. You're gonna go to the place and be like, that's the board I want, and whatever price is marked there, you know, you're gonna do that, and they'll cut it short, and then using the board feet math, they'll reduce the price, you know, from the total length or whatever, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, no, if you're like building a house out of wood, like the whole thing, you're not using board feet in the same way. Board foot and roofing squares, fun Maz. Yeah, no, I remember having to do board feet and being frustrated by that. Because, like, you can do the math relatively easy. It's just kind of figuring out, like, okay, the thickness of the wood, you know, if it's 1.5 inches thick, okay, for, you know, the length and the width or whatever, you know, every X amount is going to be, you know, 1.5 board feet. And then you just adjust when you get to the final unit, like how much has to go up and down or whatever. So, like, that part wasn't too bad. But yeah, it was just definitely one of those things like, man, is this really the measurement we're using for all this? It's definitely one of those ones you feel like you could just make something up. Yeah, thickness by width by length divided by 5. Yeah, right, because it's 1 inch thick is like the default for a board foot, and then if you make it 2, then it'd go all that. Yeah, or divide by 12. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like I said, I had to do that like 20 years ago, and that wasn't for work stuff. That was hobby stuff. Is I did a lot of woodworking. I mean, to be fair, I did sell some of it, but it was more like you sold it to not make it a horrible expense. Like, it was, you know, it could be like an arguably like a little side hustle kind of thing, but not when you're actually making any real money on. Woodworking is fun sometimes. Yeah, I think the woodworking, even though it's nowhere near as useful for like the things I could make, but one of the ones I found the most cathartic was using a wood lathe. I liked working on a wood lathe. Because you can just sit there, put some wood on there, and just kind of carve away at it, make a cool looking thing. But, I mean, it's not that I made nothing useful on it. I've made, like, spatulas and all that doing that, which is always cool. Having something that's, like, this wide and flat for, like, a pizza spatula spinning at, you know, whatever 1,000 RPM and all that, and being like, it acts like a solid object, even though objectively it's, you know, this thick and that wide, and it's just spinning so fast that as long as I don't shove the tool in full speed, it's effectively like it is a cylinder. Because physics is wild. But you rarely get to true value unless you're buyers for specific pieces. Yeah, you can also have it where, like, if you're more on the artsy style, like, I definitely knew some, like, really, really well-known wood turners that I had the privilege of being around for a while. I was never had nearly the talent they did. But they would do these things where they take this wood that was, not driftwood, but it was, like, rot wood. So it had, like, the blues and greens in it from where it was starting to go, but it hadn't gone structurally compromised. And they would go and they'd find, like, where some of that bark was in there and, like, turn it all that and have all these cool patterns. And they would hand carve, like, you know, dolphins and doing all that, popping out. And, you know, it would be a ridiculous number of hours on one piece, but then they could turn around and sell it for, like, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 bucks. But, like, that's a whole thing. That's, like, just like getting a name for yourself as a content creator. It's the same animal, except, you know, in an art. But it's the whole thing is, like, building up that reputation that people seek out your stuff. As a content creator, I am nowhere near that scale. But it's still the whole, you gotta have people who, like, want what you're doing. But yeah, no, I enjoyed that. I wish I got to, the person who did that was teaching me a bunch of stuff. And I wish I'd had more time with them. But, like, I hadn't started doing those courses. Like, when I say courses, it wasn't anything quite that formal. But I hadn't, like, worked with him much on that until he was already well into his 60s, so, you know, he was not moving at full speed. So sadly, I just didn't get enough time to really learn more. And then plus, there's always so many hours in the day, and it was hard to find time to do it. So now I got my tiny little wood lathe in the garage that I got used. I was all beat up. But, you know, it works. That's the important part. I haven't turned that thing on in an age. Got it from the local high school that had gotten rid of their wood shop program, and so, you know, students that had at it. You can imagine how roughed up it was after several years of students beating the crap out of it, high school students. Like, it works great. It has definitely been through some things. Alright, so field's almost done. I just need to clean up the spots it missed, which is fine. Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely say switching to the version of this where we got like a little bit of internal storage with the mod definitely makes this way more enjoyable. It's kind of sad how school's pretty much removed all the hands-on. Now there's like an attention span deficit outbreak because the same kids can't spend 8 hours looking at a textbook. Yeah, no, I definitely... And it's standardized testing is the big problem. But I definitely feel that it has been very detrimental to students in a whole mess of ways. Just like the less... Practical's not the word I want to use. What are you going to do now? What you're gonna do is you're gonna make me kick you off of that. But like, not even from the importance of the material and all that, because I definitely am someone who's like, yeah, you know, here in the U.S., like home ec and those kind of classes are mostly gone. You know, automotive and all that, and those have a very practical side of it. But ignoring even the practical, when you get into, you know, education theory and instructional design and all these kind of things, there is a very big aspect of learner motivation, learner focus, and all that kind of stuff. And if you just slam information at a student, you know, back to back to back, it's just a fatigue that it's hard to stay focused, that you kind of need those things to, like, break up the monotony that is just learning the next thing, learning the next thing, learning the next thing. So even if it was literally a completely useless skill you were teaching, but it's just something to be, like, hands-on, engaging in that, just kind of to break up the rest of that, you would likely have a much higher level of retention of the other information that you do want them to learn, by just not hammering them with the same thing endlessly, going forward and being like, absorb it like a sponge, you. Like, the brain does need rest. It does need stimuli that is something to keep it engaged. Like, for those who don't know, in my background, I used to be a college instructor way, way, way back. And then later on in life, after a fairly long career in software dev, I pivoted to teaching software dev. And in that teaching, we got into a lot of education theory and a lot of that being like, what can we do to have, you know, what can we do to help people retain the information they're learning? Because that's always one of the difficulties when they're teaching anything is you could teach it to them, and then a week later they don't remember it. What have you even done? Like, what was the point? And there's just lots and lots of that going into, like, teaching modalities, which is like, you know, that's lecture, written, read, discussion, and these kind of things. And you have the idea of active and passive modalities. Passive is you sit there and I'm going to throw information at you. And, like, for example, lecture is considered the single worst modality for information retention. That the retention rate, you'll have different numbers thrown in there, but it's around 30% retention. And that's being generous. So, you know, of all the things we teach, you know, if you're just getting it by lecture, you're retaining about a little under a third of it, which is pretty bad. And you'll have some that they'll quote it actually lower as to being like 15, 16, 17% or whatever. And so it is kind of one of those things where, like, okay, you're putting that time in, and literally just a bit over, like, a tenth of what is being taught is retained. And that's, you know, students who are applying themselves and all that kind of stuff. Like, people who genuinely have a vested interest in learning it. And then you go into stuff like reading, and it's still pretty awful. When you get up to discussion, which is where you switch from a passive to an active modality, because now you as a person having the discussion are now also participating, the amount of retention jumps like 20%. And so there's a big part of trying to move to active modalities, but then you have the issue of, like, class sizes being, you know, 30-something students to one teacher and all that, and trying to do an active modality with that many students is just not practical, not really. But see, 9% of school these days is cramming for the exam, and that determines all your grades, and they pretend attendance records are crutch. Yeah. Heck, this is a mood, class sizes? Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, that's kind of the thing, and a big part of, like, the exams and standardized tests came from, there was a whole big push that we needed to make sure our teachers were teaching our students right and well and yada yada. So we wanted to assess how effective the teaching was, which on paper is a reasonable thing, but now, because that's what you're assessing them on, that's what's taught. Because if you tell me I'm going to get paid based on X, when I prioritize what I'm doing, you're going to know what I'm going to prioritize. The thing that gets me paid, this isn't an accusation from teachers, because it goes into, like, the way school boards are run in schools and all that stuff. It's bigger than individual teachers. And so by putting that metric as the thing you're measured on, that is now the thing you focus on. It's the classic with any type of any type of merit-based pay, analytics, and all that kind of stuff, once you start having something that is the thing you hold up as this is the thing that makes the determination on what what success looks like and all that, it is going to be what you are now doing. And it's one of the catches where people, it's like, everyone should be paid on merit, and ideally, yes. But then the reality is, how do you measure merit? And that's where the devil's in the details. Because whatever you start measuring by, that's what gets focused, often at the detriment to other important things. Yeah, it's a reasonable thing in short sight, on paper, you'd think, which case nearly all incomplete proxies. Well, yeah, that's the whole thing, is almost anything you're going to measure, like when you're talking something nebulous like, did we teach this person well? Did they get a good education? Well, education is a very nebulous term. It doesn't have a hard definition, which does mean no matter what you do, how you measure it, you can't walk up to someone and put a thermometer to the side of their head and be like, that person got 10 education points. Excellent. That was a successful education. You have to measure what's known as a proxy, which a proxy is something that doesn't necessarily measure the thing you're trying to measure. It's a thing that measures something that implies the thing you're trying to measure. So if I go, is this person smart? I could go and, put some calculus problems on a paper and go, well, smart people might know calculus, but you could also be smart and not know calculus, which means by that I've already created a biased test that is now trying to measure one thing that is not the thing I actually care about. The thing I care about is, are they smart? But what I am measuring is that, do they know calculus? And that's again where the problem comes in. But at the same time, the alternative is like, all right, but we not measure success at all? And you're like, well, no, because not measuring success at all, also has its problems, because then you might have an issue and you have no way of becoming aware of it. So that's always the trick. And there isn't a good answer for it, which is why it's a problem. You do have to depend on proxies, and proxies can be good, but there is always, when you're measuring proxies, you've got to be careful because you're going to get things wrong and all that kind of stuff. But when it comes to measuring the success of an education, we are always using proxies. And a lot of those proxies aren't very good. Or I shouldn't say aren't very good. They're very incomplete. And there's just not really a practical way to measure. Because again, when we're talking like good education, what I think qualifies as a good education and what someone else... I just did that, I knew I was doing it. And what someone else qualifies as a good education, we could be talking entirely different animals. Like, for one person, a good education could be a well-rounded knowledge on a number of subjects. For another person, a good education could be, did they get a job on the other side that pays well? Both of those could be parts of education, sure, certainly, but they're not the same goal. So it's a very rough thing. But yeah, because we want to grade our schools to see which schools are doing well, we use standardized tests, and on the best days, they're deeply flawed. On the worst days, they're sometimes genuinely, deliberately misleading and malicious. Because sometimes standardized tests are made for the point to prove that school's not working by making a test that doesn't work as a means of encouraging private school. We've had that happen. Let's see, there are lots of things that are less nebulous but really bad, opportunized proxy measures. Sadly, ultimately, the discrepancies occur that you could actually look at the case in detail. That's the amount of work and responsibility, hence money and expenses that people don't want to do. Yeah, there's, and I know I promoted the book a number of times on the channel, and for the record, I have no, like, ties to the author directly or anything, though I have, like, interacted with them before. There's a book called Weapons of Math Destruction, so math as in, like, algebra. And then the general premise of the book is it's trying to set up different systems, so it's not necessarily, like, artificial intelligence or machine learning or whatever, it's just more nebulous systems. Some of it, like, literally handwritten. But it's trying to set up systems to accomplish goals, and how mistakes in how those systems were implemented and approached that ultimately did not accomplish the intended goals, and in a lot of cases caused, you know, large-scale harm. And some of them, like, literally the thing they were trying to accomplish, they achieved the opposite goal because of mistakes they made. And again, a lot of these were well-meaning people trying to do the right thing, but they made mistakes. And it's a really good book that digs into, not specifically on the subject of, like, standardized tests. I think that might be in there. But a lot of different things where almost all of it boils down to making some decision based on some measure or whatever that has, like, a yes-no, like, yes-no, that kind of thing. And how trying to put these tests in place and these checks in place and systems in place. And again, like, with context, like, mistakes were made and created problems. A lot of the mistakes weren't even, like, what got measured. That is a thing. But, like, there's one of the rules in the book is don't let a system ever be its own source of truth. So, like, if you want an example, we could sit there and say Google search. If we said Google search, when did the War of 1812 end? And then we said, okay, well, we want to see if Google search got it right. So let's go ahead and use Google search to verify if Google search got the War of 1812 right. Well, you've now tried to use the system that got, you know, may or may not have gotten it wrong, and used it as its own query. So if Google got it wrong, and you're using Google to verify that Google, like, was Google or not right or wrong, you're likely to get the same wrong answer and then verify it as right because you use the same system. That's not a great example because Google has lots of different sources of all that in there, but you get the idea. That's using Google to verify if Google is correct. And that's what, like, the big rules around is, you know, something cannot be its own source of truth. Another one is every system must be practically challengeable. So, like, if something's on Google, and I go, you know what, I don't think that's right, that there needs to be a path for you to go, I don't think that's right, I can pull up this evidence. This evidence to me tells me that this is probably not right. You know, let me go and get this worked on. And one of the big problems is usually it's the getting the evidence side is the problem. Because a lot of companies, they'll be like, hey, this is our proprietary tech, this is a proprietary thing, we aren't going to share how we get these answers. Which means you can't challenge it, because how are you going to challenge a system that you can't confirm at all how it works or anything? Your friend of yours asked ChatGPT a question about Pope Leo, and it said Leo is not the Pope. It's Francis. Oh yeah, no, that's very, very much. I expect an incredible amount of harm to come out of like these you know, ChatGPT, LLMs, all these kind of things. You know, where they're just sourcing a bunch of that. Like even Google, without all of this other stuff, you know, there was deliberate misinformation that would happen with Google where, if you want to get to the stuff that's like obvious things, you know, you'd have it where you'd have someone trying to make, like, malware, for example, and they would throw a whole bunch of money at promoting their website very briefly on Google to, like, bump their illegitimate version of a website over the legitimate version. So we could say, like, Bank of America. And so they'd sit there and go, like, okay, well, you know, I'm running not Bank of America, and, you know, bump it over the real one, and I scam a bunch of people. And so even back then, before the current stuff, you had those problems. And that's, you know, obviously just a straight-up scam. But you can do the same thing that, like, someone would be having reports about them that they don't like, so they could pay a bunch of money to nudge their stuff over. It's not paying it to Google, it's stuff to manipulate the SEO, search engine optimization. to bump it over to get their things up there in a timely manner. They've had people use that to screw around with the stock market and all that. And so it's kind of one of those things that, like, you still have to be careful about those kind of resources and all that. But now with stuff like ChatGPT and the AI summaries and all these kind of things, you can just go on, like, there has been groups that have gone on to, like, Reddit and spread rumors on Reddit for then it to get scraped by the various, you know, AI assistants and all that, to put deliberately wrong information in those AI assistants to poison their data. And it works. There's been lots of examples done by researchers where they deliberately spread a rumor that's 100% verifiably not true, and they would even put in the things that they're spreading the rumor that it's not true, but these bots would scoop it up and eat it, and then regurgitate it as true. And they're like, there's not a source that even says this is true. Like, there's all, like, sources that say it's 100% like satire or whatever, and the bot's like, yep, that's a thing. That's 100% valid for ChatGPT and what it's made to do. Yep. So it's a thing you gotta be careful about. And it's more than just, like, as individual consumers being diligent and all that kind of stuff. It goes farther than that. Because, you know, you have stuff like when companies are hiring people, that they will use automated systems to deal with it because they get applicants that realistically they can't go through everyone. It's just not practical. They get more applications than they have time to process. And it's kind of one of those things that, okay, well, what's the solution? I mean, you would love for them to actually take the time to go through and be fair to everyone and all those kind of things and do the interview with everyone, but they just can't. They could arbitrarily be like, okay, well, we got our 100 applications, no more applications accepted. Just immediately stop there. That's what we can handle. And there's some companies who operate that way as well. A lot of them turn to automation. That they look for certain keywords, and if your keyword's in there, it goes in the garbage. If a keyword's missing, it goes in the garbage. Some of them will have, like, a trustworthy weight score and all that. Where if you don't meet a certain score, it goes in the garbage. And usually a lot of those systems, they start out well-meaning. Most of them. They start out well-meaning, where they're like, okay, well, you know, for this job, you know, you're going to be an engineer. So you legally need to be certified as an engineer to operate as an engineer. So we need to make sure they have that cert. You know what? That is a completely reasonable thing to be like, yep, if you are not an engineer, we do not consider your application for this engineering job. That is a perfectly reasonable and honestly recommended way of screening people for that. But then they go, okay, well, I still got 1,000 applications. I got enough time to process about 40 of them. We need to knock it down more. Okay, well, let's look to see if they have a college degree. Well, that's not strictly necessary to be an engineer. It's good to have, but it's not strictly necessary. It doesn't actually measure your capability of doing a job, but still promising. But now you put in an artificial barrier that, again, is not really part of the job itself, but is kind of an arbitrary fence to hop to get to the next step. But, you know, it's probably close enough that it's probably fine. Okay, well, we still have 800 people here. That's still way too many. We got to knock it down some. What about extracurricular activities? Did they play a sport? Did they do that? Well, that's completely unrelated to the job. But, you know, maybe that shows commitment to something. And so you get the idea is that as it goes along, they go from, like, the stuff actually dealing with the job, that they start getting more and more out in the weeds to stuff that really shouldn't be considered for the application because it's completely benign and unrelated and all that. But it's what happens, because they're like, it's still too many, we gotta knock it down, it's still too many, we gotta knock it down, it's still too many, we gotta knock it down. And then again, you run to the problems where you're just, like, getting so far out there that it's genuinely a problem. Let's see, start out well-meaning is far more than you would ever prescribe. Very often, the design to work around questions, you can't ask directly. Oh yeah, no, you have that problem too. Cheap is not wrong, especially when it comes to disability. That is 100% a thing that happens, where you'll be like, well, you can't legally ask if this person is disabled. And they'll be like, do you have a hard time getting up in the morning? Well, you're not asking, do they have difficulties? Like, do you like to go out for runs? You get the idea. They ask all these questions that kind of dance around the thing they're not allowed to ask, but can be used as a way to imply it. Can you lift and carry 50 pounds? Oh yeah, this is not right. Why are you staying set to the other one? Right, you can't discriminate a person with a fit body, but we can hire people who are only into sports. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it's like, wait a second. Let's see. Then the disconnection between HR and hiring department and manager of the hospital. HR just assumed what the minimum requirements were months before you questioned why I was only getting a handful of applicants. Oh yeah, no, that's I don't know about like the hospital stuff, but in software dev, the very notorious one is you'll have like a new tech stack that's come out, and you're like, okay, we gotta deal with this new tech stack. Like, we need people working in this. We're gonna have to get ahead of this thing. No problem. And they go, okay, so we're gonna hire people. It's a brand new tech stack, came out last year. We need people who can do it because our clients are using it, which means we need expertise in the house. Cool, and you pass it off to HR and they go, cool, you need 3 to 5 years experience in that tech stack. That has existed for 1 year. Why am I getting very few applications? And the ones I am getting, I feel there is something very inauthentic about it. That these clients are coming in, they seem like they're willing to tell me yes to anything, even if they definitely don't have the knowledge. Why am I only getting people who are going to say yes to everything, definitely including stuff that they don't know? It's like they're saying literally whatever will get them the job. I don't seem to understand why I'm getting nothing but these clients. Oh, right. Because HR said, 3 to 5 years experience on a thing that hasn't existed for 3 to 5 years. And therefore the only applications I'm going to get are people who are lying. Huh. Or it even gets a step worse where it's like you have the IT person who asks HR to handle it, who then, externalizes it to recruiting, who then, you've gone like 3 steps removed, and you might not even be hiring for the same position anymore because of the telephone game. And then you get this person in here interviewing, they're like, alright, what do you know about Go? And the person looks at you and is like, man, I'm being hired for a janitor. What are you talking about Go? What's Go? Are we playing Monopoly? Yeah, telephone game. Oh, so I didn't realize this was one of the broad things. There's a game of telephone. The general idea of the game of telephone, it's primarily done with children to kind of give the idea of like, how communication can break down as there's more people involved. And the idea is you'd start with one person be like, like, the peanuts were cold on Tuesday, and then you'll, like, tell the next person, who tells the next person, who tells the next person, and then by the time you get around the whole circle to the first person, they'll be like, the chimpanzee escaped the zoo, and you'll be like, that is not at all the same sentence that we started with. How did we get here? And part of the fun is going back and seeing where that communication broke down. But unfortunately, it does absolutely happen in real life. But yeah, that's always the danger of like having all those things separate, especially when you have very compartmentalized departments. The telephone game can get real wild. Okay. It's especially a fun game when it's in a non-primary language. Oh, yeah. That's another thing we run into IT a lot with the amount of stuff that's gotten outsourced over the years. And when I say IT, I'm including software dev in here. Just, you can just, like, take it, like, as a broad tech umbrella. The amount of stuff that gets outsourced and all that. And so you're playing this game where, you know, you're having to talk to this person who's talking to the next person who's talking to the next person. And, like, this group, their primary language is one language. You've got a different primary language here, and then they've got a different primary language, and you're trying to get the communication from that end to this end as the intermediary who speaks neither of their other languages as the primary language. And it's everyone's trying to do right. Like, this isn't some, like, oh, how dare they, these people, they don't know their whatever. It's nothing like that. It's everyone's trying to do right by each other. It's just, you know, there's a reason we have the telephone game to teach the difficulties of, like, those chains of communication. The one that my manager used to always do was as a you almost do one more pass on the top edge. I tried to do that if it's where the top edge was a little bit red. I did that the last time and it didn't seem to affect it. It could be the way they've done, like, the normalization on it. I don't think that'll matter one way or the other. But if it was just like the little thin line of red on the top, that didn't end up being a problem last time. Okay, so let's also check to see how our stuff's doing there. But yeah, so, like, one thing I learned, and this is more of something that, like, I got it from a manager over me, but I tried to repeat it myself as best as possible, was... Oh, wait, did they add a trailer over here? That's fascinating to me. So, there used to not be a trailer here, but when I did, like, the Survivor Man challenge, because this is before they gave us the tent, this was the cheapest building. So what I would do on this map for the Survivor Man challenge is I would buy this trailer and I would shove it over here because I would buy this segment of land just south of the fields there. I don't think it was because of me they did that. I'm willing to bet it was something they saw a couple people do and they went, because I didn't put the road here or anything like that. But yeah, that's cool. Like, they probably witnessed 2 or 3 different people doing that and they're like, oh, let's just put it there. But yeah, no, it's the whole idea that when you communicate something to them, you have them say it back to you. Which is not part of the telephone game, because when you do in the telephone game, it doesn't end up being fun because everyone gets things mostly right. But it's like, you know, hey, like, the peanuts are cold on Tuesday. What did I say? And they go, the peanuts are cold on Tuesday. You go, cool. And then when you hit the next person, like, the peanuts are cold on Tuesday, and what do they say? Asparagus is cold. You go, no, that's not what I said. You know, explain it again. And you can do that kind of stuff. It's not foolproof, because especially when you're talking the language barrier, you know, you might be speaking one language, and the translation from language A to B, the meaning changes. Like, because maybe peanuts has multiple meanings in the other language, like, I don't know, I don't have a good example for that one. But, that can be a whole thing. So we're looking most likely the next harvest. I almost forgot. We got a weed. We got the lime and the fertilizer down, but I got a weed now. Before I do that, I have really got to use the restroom. So I'm going to do that. But, yeah, so we got to weed that. But it's looking like, because 100 or 240,000 is what's going to cost me to put down the sugar plant. Sorry. But, so we will probably do, like, 1, maybe 2 trailers worth of the sugarcane goes to sell there, which would give me enough money to build the sugar plant, to then put the rest of the sugarcane in the sugar plant, at which point we should go from our $60,000-ish we're making and jump it up a lot. Let's see, a good cultural barrier example is, I'm afraid I can't help you, try this other department. And you get a reply, there is no need to be scared, just need X. Yeah, no, exactly. It's those things where it's like, the words, if you're doing a literal translation, are about right, but the meaning is not. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and be right back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Alright, and we are back. So let's go ahead and get these weeds weeded. Alright, steering assist. Because then come March, they're technically planted again. More logs. That's still... It's funny thinking it back, like, to the content that's done well on the channel and all that over the years. And it still blows my mind that, like, we did the first little, like, 1-2 day thing on Farm Sim where it's just, like, basically doing the tutorial. And then we switched to the Silver Run map because that was the brand new map. And we straight up logged that map for... Man, it was like a week. And that was like... We binged it a bit. And then it became kind of the when I would be like between Rimworld runs, I'm like, all right, well, I don't want to start another Rimworld run right now. We'll just do some Farm Sim to wrap up the stream kind of thing. I did that a lot where we would finish with a game or, you know, if it was like a high intensity game and I just needed a break or whatever, we just break out Farm Sim. And we basically logged almost exclusively on that map for like 100-something hours. Like, it was a lot of time looking back at it. A lot of time was spent on that Silver Run map. Nah, it's fine. We'll fix this later. It feels like we in Sugarcane would just rip up what grows back. Yeah, no, I'm... Like, obviously, this is just game mechanics. I'm assuming in real life, when it comes to dealing with it, you'd probably spray the field or something like that. Or have other man's managements for, weed prevention or whatever. But that's video game mechanics. It's kind of like in Farm Sim, you can subsoil, you can plow, you can cultivate, you can do like all those different processes. But in Farm Sim, broadly speaking, if you're not doing precision farming, they're all effectively the same, with the exception of, I want to say, the plowing. Weeds won't grow after you do it the first time. Like, once you've gone a season, they'll grow normally. But if you plow as opposed to cultivate, the weeds won't grow that one cycle. But for all intents and purposes otherwise, they work the same. You've just chosen to use a different machine to accomplish the same goal. Now, with precision farming now, if you plow, you do take... Where people have been pointing out that I get like the little environmental bonus when I sell stuff. Because of how environmentally, sound my farm is. Which if we look up here, I believe that's listed here. Yeah, so we have an environmental score of 73, due to a low tillage, a little bit of weeds, and nitrogen. I'm actually surprised the nitrogen's that low. But, I'm assuming because this field was plowed when I planted it, is why the tillage isn't higher. Now, it's to have a neutral doesn't hurt you. It just means you don't get as much of a bonus. Well, see, here they just shove stem cuttings in the ground in their pattern after every harvest. Yeah. Yeah, Minecraft where you like go slap, and then they explode and you kind of put them down. I mean, for me with Minecraft, I always just punch like it'd be like, what, 3 tall, and I just punch the second height of them, and just walk along the line and clean them up. Yeah, it does make me hope that Vintage Story continues to develop and expand. Like, low-key, I kind of wish they would put way less effort into, like, all the spooky side of it. It's kind of neat as a gimmick. But, like, the survival side of it, it'd be cool to, like, be able to just get around the world and check out more of it. Because, like, they have a bunch of the different animals and biomes, but you kind of spawn in the one the one band of things, and then the biome is relative to the band. Like, you'll have one of several biomes based on, like, what north-south you are. It'd be cool to see more variance in, like, the different biomes you can run into. Let's see, unironically, yes, the US does 2/3 harvest before replanting, but yield drops slightly with each. Back in ye olden days, when it was hand cut, it was done like halfway to your knee, and often as many as 10. Gotcha. Yeah, not makes me think where you're mentioning like each harvest has a lower yield. Makes me think of pineapple. Pineapple has the same thing where you plant it, and the first year you end up getting the best pineapple on the average. The second year you get not quite as good, and then like the third year it's kind of like, yeah, it's a pineapple, it's fine. And I want to say a lot of pineapple plants, it was like after the third year they just yoink the plant, they put a new one down. So the joke when you're growing them is the first one you put it there as a pineapple, the second one you slice it up and you use it as the chunks of pineapple, and then the third one is you use for stuff you're going to like put pineapple in, like mixing it, cooking with it, that kind of thing. Because the last one's, just nowhere near as appealing. I don't know how much of that's true. My own experience is the first pineapple and stuff. You don't get a pineapple the first year, hence the incentive to not replant every time. I'm trying to remember with my pineapple plants, because I have grown pineapple. I'm pretty sure I got pineapple my first year of growing them. Like, you cut off the time of the previous pineapple, you shove it in the ground. I'm pretty sure I got a pineapple my first round. I can't say there's 100% confidence, but I'm pretty sure I got pineapple after the first year. Like, it grew. I didn't actually get to take as the raccoons got it, but there was a pineapple there that got destroyed. Now, it could be when you're doing it commercially, maybe it's one of those things that, like, the first pineapple be a run, so you just cut it off early, and then, let it go. Because there's definitely a lot of crops out there that it is normal procedure that the first batch you just kind of trim it and, move on kind of thing. Like your first couple tomatoes, you just trim them off to let the plant grow larger. then you start growing. That probably depends on the variety and all that. Okay, so let's double check what this says over here. So a lot of the nitrogen is good. It actually had a spot that said weed small. Did I miss a spot? I can't get to show again. I don't see any weeds. Yeah, but nitrogen's being marked as good except the very edge, and that's always been a thing. Well, if we miss the spot, we'll have a slightly lower yield. Running around trying to find the one pixel I miss is not worth it. Alright. Yeah, and I mean, there's for those who don't know, there's a lot of things that's true of. Like, you'll have a plant and you'll have some kind of warm-up time before you start getting good yields, and then they'll start deteriorating the amount of yield you get. And so there is like a whole math you do where it's like, okay, the moment it starts dipping, you don't want to immediately just like cut it away kind of thing, or get rid of it and replacing it. Not usually, not unless like it just suddenly stops producing. But there's definitely a point where you cross that line where you're like, okay, you know, this tree's yields are getting low enough, it's worth yoinking it for the next one. Your parents had olives at one stage. Those trees only start getting good yields after decades. Yeah, the ones I know, I haven't known anyone who've had them locally, but like where Tomb is originally from in California and all that, there's lots of tree farms, like pecans and all. I mean, I'm probably gonna get the nuts wrong, but like pecans, those kind of things. And I want to say a lot of them was like 5 to 7 years before they start properly getting going. And then it's like around 15 years is like peak production. And then it was like 20-something years they start properly coming back down. And then it was, you know, depending on the nut tree, somewhere in that time frame, you'd sit there and be like, okay, it's time to, you know, it's time to yoink that tree. It's producing poorly enough that you're better off just putting a new tree in and then starting the whole cycle over. And then the idea is if you had, you know, 8 or 9 orchards, you'd want one orchard, you know, 1 or 2 orchards in the, like, we're growing phase, while the other ones are producing, and you just go through that rotation. I didn't even think to check what our, Okay, so we actually got about 70,000 this last harvest. So we did make about 8,000 more on the last harvest than we did the previous one. Which is probably, a lot of that's the environmental score coming up as we've done more than 1 year maintaining it. Oh, did I check the sales? Because even though I'm not really looking for anything right now, sometimes with the sales, you might just see a really good deal that you're like, alright, well this isn't what I wanted to prioritize, but snagging this deal now will save me money. Like, with what I've got, there wouldn't be anything I particularly go after, because even the larger tractor I don't think I really need. But still. Okay. But yeah, no, I don't think, like, in the family history I'm aware of, I'm not aware of my family really doing farming. We've definitely had plenty of people who've gardened, but, like, farming, no. On my pop side, if we go back, it was more mining kind of stuff when you get back to, like, the hard labor times. And on my mom's side, there was a lot more manufacturing and that kind of stuff. But not so much in the farming. Oh, I didn't check. That was, I looked at it and I didn't internalize what I was reading. Okay. So it's still marking it as harvested. It should say tomorrow, planted or whatever. I do wish, like, the UI, like, when you harvested it, the sugarcane, instead of just keeping that label harvested, I kind of wish it would just flip to planted at the beginning of the day, even if it was in March, instead of the end. Because there's definitely that moment, it's like, are you good? Because I want to make sure you're good. Because you're not planted, it's a bad time. They're not farmers and slaves. They both worked full-time in the city and were mostly confused by these trees. Gotcha, I see. Oh yeah, no, I definitely had family members with trees. Like my great-grandmother on my mom's side had a giant grapefruit tree on her yard and was constantly trying to get people to take grapefruit. Because for anyone who's not been around a house with a full-grown grapefruit tree, they will produce metric tons of fruit per tree a year. It is absurd the amount of grapefruit you can get off one of these giant grapefruit trees. And whatever people don't get off is just going to fall off into her yard and just become a mess. Which is what happened to like 90% of it. I mean, there's some cool stuff showing up, but the important thing is we get the important thing is that we ultimately get the sugar mill. Yeah, I was trying to think of whatever... I mean, my younger brother has a cherry tree in his yard. Like, as an adult. Like, his own place. And that's pretty cool. That's also a colossal mess. You have a mango tree that produces that amount per year. Each year it produces. Every year or so. Yeah, I have loquats. I have loquats in the front yard, a full-grown tree. And that doesn't produce nearly as many, and honestly, the birds get most of them, because if you are not on it, those birds will decimate those trees. And then in the backyard, I planted what's called Ordo Blanco, which is, it's like a grapefruit, but it's got a thicker rind. And it's doing relatively okay. The green belt is kind of overtaking things, and I mentioned earlier on, because of the overheating thing I've been dealing with, I can't really go back there and do a lot of that work, and, well... So it's just kind of one of those things that... It's doing fine, but it's not doing as well as it could be. Because that was my whole reason I planted that in the back, is it grows large like a... Not quite as big as a grapefruit tree, but a pretty big tree. And I wanted to use it as effectively having a shade over where the green belt reaches the edge of the property, to kind of discourage the worst of the green belt growing in, because it wouldn't be able to get the sunlight it needs to really thrive. So that, like, I can keep nature's on its side of the fence, and keep mine on my side of the fence. There's not a literal fence there, but, like, a figurative fence. If I were you, would grow a row of pines. Nothing grows on the pines. Yeah, the problem is then I get a row of pines. And the pines that grow here in Florida, like the really, really tall, skinny pines, have nothing but on the top. And then I've got pine trees looming over my property to fall on my stuff. But yeah, no, if you grow some of these like big shade trees, you'll get some underbrush kind of growth. But that's easy. That you can just hit with a mower and call it a day. It's the big one that caused the most grief for me is the stuff, like I said, I don't know what it's actually called. We call it swamp oak. It's a very spongy tree. It's not actually an oak of any kind. But it's a pain because if you try and cut it with a machete, it's very spongy, so your machetes will get like stuck in it. If you try and use a weed whacker, it's got like a sap that gums it all up. It's just a perfect tree to just be a pain to deal with. You can absolutely get rid of it. It's not like it's the worst thing in the world. But it does put up a fight. Let's see, and you have sea grape trees, which you'll be removing as it's more in the way than we'd like. At least the tree won't go to waste. You'll process it into wood that'll make stuff out of various wood and cut fire-sized pieces. Yeah. Well, and that swamp oak stuff I'm talking about, utterly useless for carpentry, utterly useless, like, sure you can burn it, but again, it's a very sappy wood. So it's not good for burning. If you were to burn it in a fireplace, you'd get all that crap in the bottom of your fireplace. Usually it doesn't grow thick enough to use for any type of meaningful stuff. You can't turn it. It's too spongy. So it's kind of like I said. The problem is more it's just not a very useful thing. You have mahogany there too? You could cut some branches down, you could process the firewood. Mahogany's a nice wood. That stuff grows real slow though, as I recall. I've gotten to work with mahogany a couple of times. You know, for various projects where people had like, you know, broken off branches and all that kind of stuff. We don't have that up here, it's just where people were able to get a hold of it. Alright, so we're about to hit October, which is the next harvest of the sugarcane. That's actually one of the things that'll end up happening is once we get more than one crop going, it won't be like, plant the sugarcane, do the whole loop, plant, you know, harvest the sugarcane, do the whole loop, harvest the sugarcane. Like, it'll get more involved than that. Right now, you know, beggars can't be choosers. We're begging. It's also a pretty pink color. Oh, the sea grape. I was like, mahogany's not pink. Mahogany's a deep dark color. Yeah, no, sea grape. That's cool. Yeah, I don't know much about sea grape from the woodworking side of it. Okay, so we're only about $9,000 short of the sugar plant. You suspect your swamp oak is Cassurian glauca, an invasive Australian plant. I'd be surprised. I'm pretty sure it's native here, whatever it is. It could be. I genuinely don't know. Or it could be, like, related to it or something, like, you know. Seeds do travel depending on what it is. But I thought it was native, because it's a very swamp plant. Like, a very swamp-loving plant. Which is one reason I wouldn't think Australia. Because in my mind, I don't think of swamp, wet, that kind of areas, particularly Australian. You had a thick gumbo limbo branch fall down on a sea grape tree that was over your pond. Not only did the sea grape take the brunt from the fall, okay, branch. It's also completely unattached. Australia is very swampy. Interesting. I mean, so the way we get to, like, Australia is primarily depicted here in the U.S. is usually the outback, you know, which kind of dry, mostly, like what's depicted here, so could be entirely wrong, you know, dry, lots of brush, you know, all sorts of critters and all that. So you get a lot of that, or that you're on the coast and you got like a lot of beach. That's usually the way it's depicted over here. Now granted, how things are depicted and what they are quite often are not the same. You know, I guess it would make sense, because I know there's, crocodiles. If there's crocodiles, you're gonna have to have some level of swamp. So that would make sense. Yeah, no, I never thought about that. Because, you know, while I'd love to check out Australia, it's definitely one of the places that's on the bucket list of places I'd love to see, but also is not a place I've seen. I still think #1 on that list is probably Japan. I would really like to see Japan. New Zealand was up there, but we did actually get to see New Zealand a couple years back. Yeah, US sees Australia as what your central area likely is. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'd imagine, like, again, in how we depict Australia and most of our media here in the US, it's probably mostly like middle of the country, the outback, the deserty areas. Just like I'm sure there's probably media outside of the US which will depict parts of the US as being like, you know, Utah, Arizona, Texas, the very deserty kind of areas. But yeah, no, it makes sense it'd have a lot of different topographies in it. It's the third largest country in the world, so it makes sense that there'd be a lot of regions, a lot of biomes regions. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Like, it's just not a thing I thought about. It makes sense. Because, like, we also, also inside the US, even individual states will have a number of different biomes. Like, there's a reason why Hollywood was based in California. Like, California, you could just go a number of miles in just about every direction and find a different biome. You want to find, like, you know, you want, like, your beach tropical biome, you go this way. If you want your deserty biome, you go that way. If you want your rolling hills, you go this way. If you want your mountains, you go that way. If you want, like, your deep forest, you can do that. You want, you know, like, you want kind of like your, it's like Waro cactuses and all that. You can get that too. So, like, especially back in the days when planes weren't really around to do lots of your transportation, for the practicality of making movies and everything was right there. You just had to, you know, get your crew in a truck, go that way, and you could find whatever you're looking for. Your very idyllic plains, you can find those. Yeah, once I get a little bit over 24,000 or 240,000, we can get the sugar mill and drop the stuff up there. The catch we're going to run into with that is it's going to cost a little bit over 240,000 because it will flatten the land and it will charge us, you know, the couple of thousand that it takes to, like, get that all sorted. The other thing that's happening is we are paying a worker to do this, which means I am paying them, you know, a couple of bucks a minute or whatever it ends up being. So there's going to be a couple $1,000 eaten up by our worker, which is just a little bit extra, because when I start having them make the sugar, while it is going to be just simply a increased amount of money we get for the same thing, I don't get the instant gratification. It'll be delayed. And I need to make sure I have enough money set aside to actually pay the worker to finish the job. But even the state of Florida, you end up having some, like, 3 different kind of main biomes that you could think of. Like, Florida, this is a broad generalization. I mean, actually, it kind of be 4. But when you look at Florida and you look at, like, the northern part, that's kind of one biome up there. There's lots of, you know, hilliness and all that up there. You go down a little ways to, like, where you get to central Florida. You've got, like, a lot of the, you know, field and swampland. And you go towards the southern end, you got a lot more of just straight up tropics. And what I'm saying there's kind of for is in central Florida, whether you're east coast or west coast, are kind of 2 different biomes as well. Like the east coast of Florida, you have a lot grittier of sand on the east coast. There's a lot more of, like, your bigger tropical, like, pine, bigger tropical trees and all that are over there. It's a lot more like Caribbean kind of tropics going on there. But then you go to the west coast and they've got really fine sand over there. And they do have lots of tropical plants and all that, but it's more... Actually, let me take that back. It's a little bit like... I'd say east coast is more like the tropical plants you'd find along the Mexican shore, and the west coast would be a lot more Caribbean. So they both have the tropical plants, but, like, there's a little bit more variation just by the nature of the way the waves are going and all that stuff is a lot different. Let's see, Gumbo Limbo is a very soft wood and is very sappy. You can use it as a cooking wood, but you need to let it dry out first. And the sap is used to make some glues and incense. It's very aromatic. Also, the leaves and sap can be used can be brewed into a tea to deal with symptoms of poisonwood, though you prefer to get shot from the doctor if you react badly to poisonwood. Oh, sorry, Burning Sun. I was talking about Florida, not U.S. at large. Yeah, no. Once you get to like Oregon, it's very rocky shore. Yeah. No, I was talking East-West Coast Florida, not East-West Coast U.S. West Coast Florida is very, very fine sand. East Coast is a little bit coarser sand. Like, not rocky, but like between the two, you can distinctly tell the difference. Yeah. No, you're good. That was the thing, is like, what? Yeah, but no, you are not wrong that, like, you know, I haven't seen much of the coast of California. Like, I've seen San Diego, which is very far south. I have seen San Fran, but as far as, like, past that in California, I haven't seen much coast. But I have seen coast in Oregon and Washington, and yeah, it is usually real rocky. Very, very... very cliffs and stones and all that kind of stuff, with the occasional patch of sand in between there. And usually that sand is, it's very pebbly. I wouldn't say it's coarse. It's very pebbly sand. But the OC grape wood, when freshly cut, smells like coconut. When you burn, it smells really nice. Yeah, no, I mean, it kind of makes me want to go outside some point and see if I can identify what those, again, we just call it swamp oak. I don't know what the crap it's actually called. Makes me want to kind of look up what that is, learn more about it. Because now we have a lot more ability to do that stuff, and that's still very new tech to be able to, like seriously, nowadays you can just straight up take a picture of a tree, and it's not perfect by any stretch, but it's usually relatively good, where like it'll usually get you in the right ballpark. I've seen Tomb use that a couple times, and it's slick stuff. But the fine sand beaches are mostly quartz or coral. The latter is the cause of Southern Association, but quartz is not so. Let's see, being all around the Alaskan Ring of Fire. Yeah, no, absolutely, because the Ring of Fire is basically, it rings the Pacific Ocean for the most part. So, West Coast U.S. goes all the way up over from Alaska, comes back down the other side. I want to say even, like, Japan and all that's, like, part of the edge of the Ring of Fire, like the western edge. And I want to say, like, Hawaii, I think that's not technically, because, correct me if I'm wrong, if I remember correctly, the Ring of Fire was, like, the outside area, so it was, like, the tectonic plate there, and then the Ring of Fire circles the tectonic plate. And it was, like, Hawaii was a bit of an outlier, because it was kind of in there in the middle of it all. So it's, like, in the Ring of Fire, but not part of the Ring of Fire. And that's what I say with very low confidence of having that information correctly. Yeah, exactly. That Hawaii is just a random hotspot and not technically part of the Ring of Fire. Like, it is in the center of the ring, but not part of the ring. Because I remember I actually used to have a lot of knowledge about tectonic plates. And part of it would come up, like, getting into, let's see, not part of the edge tectonic, you say so? You should say? Yeah. But, that, like, I remember the big ones is you get in discussions about, like, oh, we shouldn't trade with this country or that country because we don't like yada yada yada. You know, that typical nonsense that people who want to be, like, less global economy or whatever. And they're cool, where do you want to get our rare earth magnets? And they're like, what do you mean? It's like, yeah, here in the US we only got 2, there's 4 varieties, and I think there's actually more, this is an oversimplification, but there's 4 varieties. It's like, yeah, the 2 better varieties, those come from the Indian Ocean. Do you know where else they come from? Effing nowhere. because it's only in places where the tectonic plate was pulling away and that mantle would come up was the only place you found them. And so it's like, yeah, you want that resource. It's literally only one place in the world you can get it, which means you're playing ball or you don't have it. And them's the breaks. And there's a whole bunch of other stuff. We don't need to get into politics on that, like, about what should be done and yada yada. But it's just like the classic with the tectonic plates, like, if they're moving together, you get certain resources. If they're pulling apart, you get different resources. The side to side, I want to say, that one I don't think had any, like, particularly special stuff versus the other two. I think it had similar stuff to when the plates are being pushed together, if I remember correctly. Because it used to be, like, really into, geology and collecting rocks and all that. And I learned a lot through that. Again, hobby, not profession or anything. But, I used to be fairly knowledgeable on that. Like, I could go up to, you know, you go to some of these places, Utah or whatever, and you see the big spire of rock, and you'd be like, okay, well, from here down was this type of stone. That would be around this time frame, and then these stripes here would be this types of stone, and that'd be this time frame, and then this up here would be that type of stone. That's that time frame, like that kind of thing. I don't remember any of that garbage anymore. It was fun factoids to know. And because I was into that, you know, around that time frame, Christmas would come by, and everyone who knew I liked to collect things would get me quartz. Just quartz. Because it's a big, pretty crystal, and it was reasonably affordable. And so you'd end up with just so much quartz. And you're like, okay, it's cool that you all want to indulge this hobby of mine, and I appreciate it. The thought is there. Please stop giving me quartz. I'm not looking for more, I just specifically, individually don't need more quartz. It could be anything else, just not more quartz. You want amethyst? Amethyst is also a very cheap stone. I probably already have more than I want, but at least it's not quartz. Quartz is quite literally the most common one. Yeah, no, I still have my collection. There's nothing, like, super amazing in it, but there's some neat stuff. I haven't done anything with that collection in years and years and years and years. It was a hobby. I don't remember how that started. I think someone gave me a little bit of a collection they had been working on. You know, like, got old and they just passed it on kind of thing. And then I built it up a lot from there. And then I kind of stopped because it was too much effort and didn't, you know, like, got other interests and all that stuff. I'm gonna buy this guy quartz and spray paint it. Well, at least quartz had put up with... I think quartz had put up with, like, paint thinner or something like that. I don't honestly know. I've never tried. I would assume it would. Has you lost your prior collection in a Hurricane Irma? I had a little jar with prairie rocks. Oh, I had, like... Or, I mean, I have. Again, not past tense. I have, like... It's not... When I say it's, like, a dresser, it's not a big thing. It's like this wide, probably chest height, maybe like this deep, so like maybe 1.5 to 2 feet by 1.5 to 2 feet, you know, that kind of stuff. There was some stuff I got that I'm like, I don't know what to do about, but still. On the plus side, the rocks went back to the earth. Yep. Like, that's the thing. Objectively look at my collection. A lot of it is stuff that's, like, you know, it's not worth anything. Like, it's not something that particularly inspires anyone collection-wise. They're not rare, they're not anything. There's a lot of them that are just whatever polished up. There's a few cool ones in there that are, again, not rare, but more interesting things. Like, I can't remember what the rock is, that it's got a lattice to it that, you can have, like, people call it TV rock, but, like, on one side, if you, like, put it on a piece of paper when it's polished, you can see straight through it, even if you turn sideways and you can't see through it at all. So it kind of projects whatever you put it on, just because, again, it's got that lattice to it, where it's very fibrous. And again, like, that's not a rare or special rock, it's just a neat one. I've got a few that, because you can identify rocks a different way, I've got a few that react to black light, so it's a way you can identify them. I've got, multiple different types of pyrite, which is fool's gold. So I've got, the different types of pyrite form differently based on the minerals in the area they're at. So there's a distinct difference between pyrite you find here in the US and pyrite you find down in Brazil. Like, I want to say it's a Brazilian pyrite, you get, like, these big cubes of it. Like, when I say big, we're talking like that. Whereas the local stuff here, it's still cubical because it's still the same material, still crystalline structure, but it's much, much smaller. But, like, you know, clusters of it. And it just has to do with the types of minerals present on, like, kind of the size they will grow to naturally. So you can very distinctly tell the difference between the two most of the time. Even though it is the same mineral, you can, like, tell where it came from. Yeah, I had a lot of different things I got into hobby-wise. You know, again, later on in life, getting diagnosed with ADHD, it's like, oh yeah, getting into a hobby, going all in on it for a while, being super obsessed and learning everything I could about it, and then just dropping it like it's hot, you know, some period of time later to pick up the next hobby. It's like, oh yeah, yet another, like, you know, another flag that, you know, hey, you might have ADHD. No guarantees. Sometimes just get into hobbies and fall out of them. That's a perfectly normal thing. But, the hyper-focus, obsessive level I would sometimes get into them was definitely at least a yellow flag, being like, hey, there might be something here to look into farther. Now you have a bunch of cool polished rocks in your jewelry box where you keep your tools and materials for crafting and such. Yeah, and I remember, like, oh man, this is gonna date me so far as when this is the popular trend. So, you know, back in the 90s, where it was a whole thing for dudes to have, like, the thin leather strap of a necklace, and you'd have some type of gemstone or whatever there, like, whatever your thing. It could be, like, you know, just some symbol in silver or whatever. But it was the fact that it was, like, leather. And I remember having that. You know, some people would have, like, a shark's tooth or whatever, and for one period of time I had a tiger's eye, which is just a striped kind of, like, shiny orange to brown stone, but, like, it's like a very pretty shimmery kind of thing. And then I think I had, like, a small piece of amethyst when the glue gave out on the tiger's eye, and I lost the tiger's eye and I couldn't figure out where it went, which I got more of that stuff. Tiger's eye is nothing special. It's just another stone that you polish up. You can find in just about any one of those, like, little carts that are like, get your stones, put them in the little bag, $10. You know, tiger's eye is always there because it's pretty. It's pretty and it's cheap. Perfect for consumerism. But then I had, like, a little piece of amethyst that just happened to be the right size for the little bracket to put that in there, and I had that for a while. I couldn't tell you the last time I even was wearing necklaces. Because I wore those for a while. I don't remember what... I know at one point I had one that had a silver chain, but I don't remember what the the piece on it was. I'm blanking on it. Oh, hold up, hold up. As I'm just autopiloting it. What does it cost me to make my factory? So sugar mill. Come on. You showed the price there for a minute. Alright, it's fine. We'll sell this. We're right on the fence of being able to buy the sugar mill. I have 240,000, which is its base price, but it does have to flatten out the land, which does cost just a bit extra. So we'll go ahead and drop this off, which will be a couple thousand more, because I am going to still need a little bit extra to pay the worker. Alright, this is going to charge me a little extra money, but I know if I don't do it this way, I'm going to regret it. Why are you doing it that way? Okay, so I'm just kind of setting the base height there. Because if I do it like that, what should happen is it should level it out to that. I'm just going along the edges here, smoothing that out a little bit. So it fits a little bit better. And check out the Instant, our fantastic content creator. Oh man, you're playing the same game I saw you playing the last time. I'm blanking on what it was. Oh, Slime Rancher. Slime Rancher 2. That's right. Playing some Slime Rancher 2 recently. Has been doing like Coral Island and all that kind of stuff before that. Definitely somewhere checking out. As a heads up, does stream in German. That's neither like negative, positive, whatever. But I just mentioned that because since I do stream in English, just so people are aware. But we do have a lot of German-speaking viewers and all that. Does understand English. You don't need to necessarily speak it. But does stream in German, so if you're someone who can understand it, hearing it, you can enjoy it. But does play, like, again, like a lot of those Life Sim, those kind of things. Slime Rancher, that kind of bit. You updated to shiny slimes. Neat. But see, it's amusing to meet you how people do the same walk for 1,000 years, and it's a good thing, but every decade there's a new term for it. Oh yeah, like just, you know, language changes. That's one of the reasons why when people get really bent out of shape about like people using a new word or an old word changing, whatever, it's like, hey man, language flows. Language is fluid. It's going to keep changing. Sometimes you're going to like the new words, and a lot of times you're not. That's okay. In hindsight, maybe I shouldn't have built the sugar mill's drop-off pad right next to my tents. Because those aren't like an object I can pick up and move. But yeah, you can see where it dipped down just a little bit. I can smooth that out more. Can you move your tents? I can delete them and rebuild them, which is fine. They only cost a couple $100, so from all practicality, it's not a big deal. It's just gonna set me back a couple $100. Okay. Right, so what I was going to do is go into here. So I now got our sugar mill. We got sugarcane sugar, sugar beet cut sugar. 2 sugarcane equals 1 sugar. All right. We get half the volume there. And if we check here and check our prices, so sugarcane, we'll say it's $129 a unit, or $129 for 1,000 liters. So if we look at our sugar now, sugar, it's $529. So if we take into consideration that we cut the volume in half, it's going to be about double. So that is pretty good. And it definitely looks like, I mean, even on the bottom, it's still relatively good, so I might just fill it up. Or actually, do I want... You know what? I might let it store. We might let it store and build up its supply. I'll probably have to take some of it and sell it. Just to make things work. And what does your storage look like on here? So sugarcane sugar, activate. Yeah, so I'm going to need to delete and move those tents. And make room for all that. And then meanwhile, we did do 2 drop-offs. But of the whole field, that's not that much of the field. So let's see, when this thing is all like loaded up, how much our field fills of the sugar mill, because I have no context. I mean, it's actually not even how much of the sugar mill it fills up, like how long the sugar or the sugarcane I put into the sugar mill lasts. Like, does the amount I plant now, does it get me to January? Does it get me to March? Does it get... I don't imagine it probably gets me the full year. If it does, that would be amazing, because that would tell me I need no more sugarcane than this, because we're already filling the thing up. I would be shocked if that's the case. But yeah, so the price difference on the sugar is sufficient enough. It would be worth me hoarding it, loading it up onto a flatbed, and then driving it over to sell when the price is up. Because the price from the top to the bottom is about 100-something difference per, you know, 100 liters or whatever. Okay, so we put 3,000. We put 30,000 in here. Okay, so this can carry about 12 trailers full. before the building is full. Right, and you're gonna do that thing where you go down that row and then you come back up the other side just because. Hi.
I just wanted to give you kisses.
Yeah.
I love you.
I love you more. I'm growing sugarcane.
That's cool. Make sure it's young.
Probably. Your sugar here is from sugar beets? Yeah, to be fair, that's, so in the US it varies. It could be corn, it could be a couple other things. You can get sugarcane sugar here, but that's like going out of your way to get special sugar. Like, you can just get it in the grocery store. It's not like a huge ordeal or anything. But it is not something that, if you go out and about and you just get sugar, it's not what you're going to find most of the time. Like, it's a special thing there. Okay, so if you're burning 2 sugarcane per cycle, so it can burn, we'll say 17,000 liters of sugar. Someone do the math. 12 times 17,000. Because I think that might be only 204,000? Okay. Well, we have very different numbers here. So it's 12 times 17,000. So 840 does sound very high to me. Yeah. I was gonna say, gotcha. KK. I was sitting there, I was doing the number, like trying to do some head math. And I was like, okay, you know, like not doing the precise. Well, I forget what it's called. Where you do math by magnitudes. For those who don't know math by magnitudes, the idea is you're not trying to get the actual number, you're trying to get the range. And so, like, you know, like going to a restaurant. You're just trying, I mean, it's estimating, but by magnitudes, that usually is used in stuff like astronomy, where you're trying to go, are we talking millions, thousands, tens of thousands, like just those kind of areas? Because, you know, when you're taking certain considerations, if you're like, okay, we can afford 10,000, it's a million, there's no reason to look into the math any farther, you already know it's way outside the range. And it's doing that, and I started doing the 804, I'm like, okay, that's way outside what I think it could be. But yeah, no, it makes sense. And I understand, like, you know, hearing it 17 versus 70,000 absolutely can very easily be missed there. I could also have not enunciated very well and all that. Yeah, so 204,000. Okay, so what that tells me is if I fully fill... Oh, sorry. So he said 12 by 17. Oh, yeah. So that basically means in a year, this thing running full bore will go through 204,000 liters of sugarcane. That's what the math is for. So this goes 204,000 liters of sugarcane. I don't actually know how much sugarcane we're pulling from our field each year. I didn't do the maths. And I think it was a mod that I had once upon a time that actually told me the estimated yield. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I had a map that, or a mod that had the... Let's see. You're estimating a yield of 1.3 million? I don't know about that. I am dubious we're getting 1.3 million liters of sugarcane out of the field. I'm real dubious of that one. If that were the case, that means this field of sugarcane would handle like 4 sugar mills running 24/7. No, it'd be more than that. It'd be almost 6. It'd be a little shy of 6. No, it'd be a little over 6. Sugar mills running solid all year. I'm pretty dubious of that one. I don't think that market analysis gave me an accurate number of the yield to expect. I mean, oh, you know, to be fair, this crap fills up this trailer real quickly. I still don't think it's 1.26 million liters per harvest, but it is a lot. It's definitely enough I could see potentially filling the entire sugar mill. I knew that was gonna happen. I've been wiggling around there. I gotta figure out what's causing that shimmer. And let me check settings. I'm assuming I won't be able to change the settings relevant to graphic settings. Do you have, like, DLSS turned on? Yeah, I won't be able to change any of this in here. There we go. Okay, take that back. Change my mind. I am down to turn stuff a little bit. Okay. There we go. I was getting the shimmer that you get with, like, DLSS, where it's doing the frame generation and all that, and it was bothering me too much. And the shimmer is just, like, where your vehicles and all that move, where it's trying to, like, do the frame generation. It makes, like, an after image behind it. You run into that sometimes. It's one of the reasons I really don't like DLSS. I understand if you're, like, riding on the edge of your hardware and the frame generation lets you get a little bit more frame rate out of hardware that's not quite up to spec and all that. Fair enough. But I think I'd rather have lower frame rate than have that shimmer ever. The shimmer reminds me, for those of us who were around when they first introduced liquid crystal screens, and you got, like, your low-end liquid crystal displays, and if something moved fast enough across the screen, you get, like, the after images of it. It's very similar to that. Instead of being, like, kind of ubiquitous across the screen, it's just, like, certain things. And I've been primarily noticing it on the tractor and its wheels. Yeah, ghosting. Yeah, I've been primarily noticing it on the tractors, on its wheels and its mirrors, which I think is mostly just because it stands out way, way, way more. Than, you know, like, if I've got, you know, if I got the black wheel going against the blue tractor, you wouldn't notice as much because it's similar contrast. But on the other hand, when it's, you know, the black mirror against the tan, olive colored, I don't know what I'd call that color of the field. It really stands out. You agree? DLSS only works for extremely constant slow movements. Yeah. And then I turned off anti-aliasing entirely. It's like, hang on, wait a second. That's really hard to look at these days. A lot of games, you know, like, you can get away with, like, no anti-aliasing and it still looks relatively okay. But yeah, this one is very pixelated and not in a that's cool way. It was like, oh, you need the anti-aliasing. I understand. I got you. Well, we just switched over to TAA. These days, TAA is kind of like your base, just like, hey man, it's anti-aliasing, what do you want? It's good, it does its job. Doesn't need bells and whistles. My issue with a lot of stuff like DLSS as well is a lot of time when it comes to those better frame rates, it's a lot of, like, ramp up and down kind of thing. It's very spiky. I found turning it off, even if I'm at a lower frame rate than with it on, it tends to be easier to see play whatever you want to go with, because at least it tends to be a bit more consistent on that lower frame rate, versus like having a good frame rate and then having it drop to a really bad frame rate and then come back up to a good frame rate and then drop back to a bad frame rate. That throttle up and down in the frame rate constantly, I find to be far more jarring than if it was just kind of a not great frame rate consistently. And don't get me wrong, with every game you'll have some up and down, broadly speaking. You know, you get more objects on your screen, more complex objects, yeah, your frame rate's going to take a dip. So, like, you play a game and it spawns 100 monsters in and suddenly the frame rate takes a dive because now it's rendering all those extra polygons. But I do find a lot of these things like DLSS, those spikes seem to almost be exacerbated in my experience, which I'm sure mileage varies for everyone. It's always hard when you get to like those conversations about performance, because what CPU you have, what chipset, what memory, what video card, what technology it's using, that you can have the exact same hardware and have wildly different results just based on like all those like little teeny tiny bits here and there. Can really wildly change everything. Let's see, you tend to set the binding frame rate limit since cards boost quite highly controlled by thermals, as in every boost before like 65 Celsius, despite the max limit being near 80. So your max going down allows you to the minimum to come up quite a bit. Yeah, so I put a frame limit on mine. It's partly because I'd rather have like I said, a lower consistent frame rate than a higher frame rate overall. But also for content creation, because I am, you know, putting an additional tax on my hardware by streaming, I want to make sure that the stream has resources allocated to it. And so it's another one of those things that I lock my frame rate into about 60 frames per second, because that is the fastest the video can be sent to all of you. So if I get 80 frames per second, you don't see a difference. If I get 100 frames per second, you still don't see a difference. Like, you only see a difference if I start dipping below 60. And if I have my limit higher, I'm more likely to have those sags that you see the dip noticeably. It's also, I haven't had to do it in a while. It's also one of those things that modern video cards these days will overclock themselves and all that as needed, like to a certain extent and all that, and they're designed for it. But partially just from back in the day and, you know, watching people just destroy their computers by getting all into the overclocking thing, like manually changing the voltage on their CPU and yada yada. One of the things I would tend to do is go to my video card and be like, overclocking built in? No. Just no. When we start getting to the point where I'm struggling to play games, I'll start looking at you. But as long as you can play most of the games I care about on a steady frame rate that's good, no. I don't want to invite the demon that is overclocking, where my stability can go to crap and all that. I'll need to shorten the lifespan of my incredibly, you know, the incredibly expensive piece of hardware that's video cards. I'll need to shorten its lifespan 2 years so I can get an extra 10 frames a second. Shorten the life card of my video card in this economy, with this current price range that video cards are? Nah, man, let's underclock this crap. That actually can't, like, underclocking can also cause problems too. Sometimes it can help. That one's a little bit more complicated. But like, yeah. The counter argument is very few people replace the cards when they die. Most replace them when they're outdated. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I tend to keep, I mean, especially nowadays with the prices of that. Like, for me, I was using, what was it, a 1080? I don't remember. No, it wasn't a 1080. What was I using before? I was using a video card that was really old, but it's like one of the, you know, in the many generations, it was one that, you know, was kind of an outlier for being good. And I used that thing into the, was it 860? I don't remember. It's been too long. Because it's like it was pretty early when I was started streaming, unrelated to streaming. It's just like the video card was getting a little punchy, and it's like, oh, okay, this thing's starting to go. Like this has got to be replaced. And that was right during like that pandemic period where the video cards were outrageously hard to get and expensive. And I was just like, man, I just need a replacement video card. It does, like, I just don't want to downgrade, and I want to avoid overpaying as much as I can. And I can't remember, I'm not remembering the model numbers. Like, it's in the About section. But I actually wanted the whole tier lower than the one I got. But this is talking the days when it was like, you were in whatever Discords and all that, and someone would be like, oh man, Best Buy just had a video card drop, and everyone would go to the website and try and order as fast as they can because that was the only way to get a video card, and I was just limping along this video card that was on its last leg. And even though it was way more than I wanted to spend, which I got it pretty close to MSRP, which is still overpriced. But, because that was just the way they did it at that point, was they were a certain amount of within MSRP and all that. But it was definitely one of those ones that, like, I got in the cart, which means it was mine if I complete the transaction. Like, alright, it's more than I want to spend, but, like, this video card's gonna fail me anytime now. And that was starting to get to the point where I was starting to actually make money doing content creation. And, like, I had left the job I had been at, unrelated to content creation. That's, it was a bad acquisition. And it was just one of those things like, okay, like, if I want to still have a computer to do stuff with, you know, a month from now, I just have, like, this is just the price it's gonna cost. I've been very happy. It's you know, I've been using that video card since then. All that stuff. Let's see, the 1070 and 1080 were truly good. You had a 1080 forever. I think it was a 1080. I'm trying to remember. The problem is I did a lot of IT work and I built a lot of computers for a lot of people. And so sometimes like, wait, which video card did I have? Because I built computers with all of these video cards. And trying to remember which one I actually was using is sometimes tricky. Get a Pentium Anniversary Edition for ages. Even 2 cores with no hyperthreading was fine because 4.8 gigahertz. Yeah, and you really don't see many processors with that level of gigahertz. They tend to favor having a lot more cores at lower gigahertz. Which is sad because a lot of things are crap at multi-threading. So very genuinely you benefit way more in a lot of cases by having fewer stronger cores than more slower cores. I mean, you look at half the time, you'll look at your processor, you'll have, you know, your 8, 16 whatever cores, and there'll be like 2 or 3 of them actually doing something. And then there'll be the other like 12 cores just sitting there being like, it'd be cool if we got used someday. 1080 is still viable for mid games. That card was the GOAT. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. It was like an outlier, just good card. Let's see, the cord is a unit of measure of dry volume used to measure firewood and pulpwood in the United States and Canada. That is apparently related to the unit in North America to stern. Interesting. I know I've heard the word cord before for measurement. I don't think it ever like, got clear on what it was or whatever. I'm also curious here. You still count firewood and cord? Interesting. Gotcha, I don't think I've ever had to use cord unit for anything. Let's see, cords is the manner come from people hand-loading gangplanks on ships. And they had the size you can carry all day. Gotcha. It's a cord of firewood. Hence, cord wood, cord iron, extra. Interesting. No, I've never had to deal in those units. Because when it came to being involved in manufacturing, usually it was either by the volume or it was by the weight, depending on what the material was. I would say is probably volume twice as often as weight. Because for a lot of manufacturing, volume is what you cared about. Usually weight was more like, how are we dealing with this? Because I definitely remembered... Oh, what was it? Was it a mold? At the manufacturing plant my family ran. Remember, it was one time we went to move something. My brain wants to tell me it was a mold, but I don't think that was... I don't remember what it was. But it was like an alloy steel, but it was like this compressed thing. And it was a box that was like only like this big. It was a really small box. And my uncle had also been working there at the time. I was like, hey, go pick that up and run it over there. It's like, all right. And I went to grab this box because it's like little tiny box. So you're like, okay, just grab the box and run to the other side of the plant. No problem, can do. Went to pick up the box and fingers just slid across the sides of it. Couldn't budge it. Went to like push it and couldn't even move it. I was like, what the hell is this? It's like, yeah, that's like almost like 300 pounds worth of whatever that metal was. The tiny little box laying on the floor. It was very like cartoonish. It made you think of Futurama, where was it Nibbler? It wasn't lead. It definitely wasn't lead. I don't remember what it was though. It could have been lead based or whatever. But it was some other material. But either way, it was just stupid heavy. But it made you think of like Nibbler with the dark matter from Futurama, where there'd be like the tiny little ball, and then they have Bender the robot like dragging it across the ground. But it was one of those things that they actually pulled the forklift over to move it. So they got the forklift and they kind of pried it up onto the forklift's like tang or whatever you want to call it, the thing, and they brought it across like that. And it's a weird thing to be seeing like this full-blown forklift, this little tiny box on it, and it was just stupid heavy. Mallory is ferrous metal, 2 times the weight of steel, used for balancing things like engines, electric motors. Maybe. I don't know what the equivalent of steel weight would have been. Like I said, the little box, I couldn't tell you the exact dimensions. It was like maybe 6 inches by 6 inches by 6 inches, or give or take an inch either way. But yeah, supposedly it was like just shy of 300 pounds. You had to do a roll of lead sheeting that's 6 inches in diameter, about 2 inches wide. The forklift couldn't lift it without tipping. I had to just drag it around. Yeah, no, we had a pretty big forklift at that place. But yeah, no, it was a weird thing. It was very cartoonish, just like moving this tiny little big box around with heavy machinery. And just being like, it's a heavy box. But, Uncle had to get his thing and be like, yeah, just move that. That was the same uncle that half the time, like, he'd be like, hey, catch, and you just let it hit the ground. It didn't matter what was being thrown at you. If he told you to catch it, you didn't want it. It was either hot, or it was pokey, or it was something else that you didn't want. But, picking up a box is just not a thing you think about. Because there's more than once he chucked something at. He's like, hey, catch. And it'd be like this, not molten plastic, because that would seriously like hurt you, but like still soft plastic because it's so hot. And you'd be like, yeah, I'm not catching it. It hits the ground. Yeah, that was probably not the greatest thing that uncle would do. And when I say poke, I'm not like it's gonna hurt you, but it's something you catch and be like, ow. Did that like once and learned that lesson real fast. One of the cool weird things from working at that manufacturing plant is we had injection mold machines, which is for doing plastics. So like when you look at stuff like the cartridge games from back in the day, like Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Sega, that kind of things. What they do is they'd be effectively a mold, they'd close it, and they'd have like a little spot they would, inject the plastic in. That's the reason why when you look on a lot of plastic things, there's like a little nipple on it. That you look on it, the whole thing's uniform, there'll be a little round spot, and then in the middle of the round spot, there'll be like, almost like a stem. But like it'll be very short, because they usually cut it or sand it down. And that's where the plastic's injected. But, one thing that would happen is they would be switching the machine from one set of molds to another. They finished one contract, starting the next one. And so as part of that, you have to purge the lines and get the other plastic out. And it was interesting seeing that because you'd have this big thing of goop that would be hardened. And it'd be like, you know, sometimes it'd go from like, it had this like black swirl and then have like this clear spot and all that. And you could get some really cool things that were practically like an art design in their own right. So like every once in a while you get one of those that looked really cool, so you know someone would take it. Now that's their paperweight and all that. I used to have one. I have no idea where it disappeared to. That was multiple moves ago. But it was literally just junk. It's just extra plastic from between when they're switching it from one plastic to another, and you just have like this mess. But they'd make like these cool swirls, and it wasn't like designed to be art. It's just how it came out of the machine when they were swapping it. But so you used to make washer and dryer parts from injection molding. Yeah, they make all sorts of things. Like one of the bigger contracts we had is for your refrigerator. You would have, like, you go to check the coolant on your refrigerator, and there's a little spot. I don't think they do this anymore, but it used to be a little thing on the back where you could go in, you could open this spot, and you could put this little plastic tube in there and turn it. And then you'd let the fluid go through. And it had a little sheet of yellow paper in there. And what would happen is, as the stuff went by, if the color of the paper changed colors, you're good. The coolant's in there. At least I remember it being that way. I could have it reversed. And then, you know, you'd turn it all off, you'd take the little thing out, and you'd chuck it in the garbage. But if you did go through and you did all that stuff and the paper stayed yellow, it means you didn't have any coolant in your fridge, you probably got a leak. You know, get your fridge fixed and then recharge it. But yeah, I got so tired of making those things. Surprise, surprise, manufacturing's a little repetitive when you have to make X number of million units of something. So it was just every day for months. We would get those things, they'd all come out of the injection mold machine. They'd go through like their process to get like all of the, they weren't burrs, but they'd, you know, take all the spots where it was put on the, excuse not the right word, what was it? Began with an S. Sprue, S-P-R-U. Yeah, so you'd have to like, they'd cut it off the sprue and all that. And I got stuck at the pneumatic press for basically a summer. That pretty much it was, you'd take it, you'd put all the things down that way, you'd pull the paper across, you'd put all the things on top, you'd, you know, put the block on top, you'd push both the buttons because there was a safety button so you couldn't smash your hands, and it would smash that down, you'd move that, you'd take a knife and you'd cut between all of them, you'd put them in the box, and you'd do it again. For like 8 straight hours. Really mind-numbing. Ridiculously mind-numbing. Right, so I wasn't talking about... Yeah, there's the flash. Yeah, so there's the flash, which is like when you're doing where the mold meets. The flash should be that edge where the two molds meet. The sprue is when you have a lot of little parts. If you've ever made like a model ship or whatever, and you've got all the little parts on there, all the junk plastic that's holding those little teeny tiny parts together in your kit, that's a sprue. And so because you're making a bunch of these like little plastic cylinders and all that, and you had to do them as halves because you had to put the paper through the middle, they were on a sprue. I believe that's the right terminology. It's been a long time. Trim all the flashing off is very repetitive. Yeah. No, very, very much. There are people who enjoy that kind of work, where it is you sit down, you don't need to think, you just go through the motion, you do your hours, and you leave. That is mind-numbing for me. That was before I was old enough to get like a job of my own. That's one of the ways I could get a little bit of money was, you know, help out with the family business, you know, do like You know, I'd like do the kind of lawn and area and all that, keep that up for a little extra money. When I got a little bit older, they'd let me do some of the safer jobs there. That kind of deal. By the time I was old enough to do the more involved jobs that you generally get better pay or whatever, like the moment I was old enough, I went to like the local grocery store and applied and got a job immediately. I was a fiercely independent kid. Often to a detriment. There's definitely a pros and cons kind of thing, but I was a very fiercely independent kid. Let's see, eventually they putting clips on the same part. They used to be done in our station, on the opposite side of the factory. Yeah. Yeah, no, I did a bunch of different things. Like, we made Sega Genesis cartridges for, like, the, Sega Genesis. We made, a bunch of cartridges for that. Like, for different games or whatever. Like, we didn't do the sticker, we just made the plastic piece. So you'd have, like, the black plastic with, like, the little yellow snap on the side. Because that was a model they used for a while. There was a bunch of cool stuff made in there that I was uninvolved in. I did those little refrigerator things. Man, what else did I do? I know there's a bunch of different stuff I did there. Those are just the big ones that stood out because, my god, I made so many of those stupid plastic fridge things. Like, it was literally, they had ordered millions upon millions of those things. And I probably pneumatic pressed half of them. Luckily now you don't have to work. The same color swirls such happen when you flush chocolate mold machines to get new product in there, by the way. So on Pine Shop to save that food and sell it still to mid results. Yeah, no, I can imagine eating it wouldn't be great. Basically, ABC sections of a vehicle. Oh, a pillar in front. A pillar in front. Oh, it was a car's part that's apparently an A-pillar. Gotcha. I'm not familiar with that as a terminology. You basically won the lottery, you're on disability now. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad it's working out for you. I definitely would say getting on disability is, pros and cons. I mean, the taste of some people is just white versus brown. It's just expensive to save as opposed to throw it away. Yeah. Let's see, A pillar is the windshield, B is farther back. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, I got you. So you're saying, like, the, so when we say A pillar, you're talking, like, the front of the car, here's the windshield, and it's like the structure along the sides of the windshield? Or is it literally the windshield? I'm assuming it's the supports that go along the windshield. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. I just hadn't noted it as an A-pillar. Because I didn't think about that part. I've done a lot of car work, nothing along that. My car work was dealing with manual transmissions, clutch, you know, engine parts, radiator, all that. That's because I had a piece of junk for my first car, and I got very intimately familiar with just about every part underneath that hood. Multiple times that I would have loved to have not been familiar with ever. Dealing with the master cylinder and the slave cylinder on the clutch. Because the previous owner of that car drove it like a race car. It is not a race car. It did not like being driven that way. We popped open the transmission on that thing because if I didn't hold it in first and third gear, it would kick out. Second and fourth were fine, but first and third gear, if I wasn't actively holding it in, it would kick out to neutral. So we're like, we gotta fix this. This is a danger. We opened up the transmission, and you know, you're draining the like the transmission fluid out, the oil that's in there with the transmission to lubricate everything. And it was very shiny and very sparkly because of the bits of gear that had been chewed to bits because of the person who owned the car before me, again, driving it like it was a race car. Badly. Just chewed up the teeth on the gearing in there. Because normally, like, it depends on what you get. A lot of transmission oil is like very red. Doesn't have to be, but like a lot of the mixes have a very red tint to it. It's not supposed to be silver and sparkly. I remember pulling that out and just Dad looking at it, it's like, it's like, I'm pretty sure that's your gears. Unfortunately, you're kind of an everything guy, interior, exterior, top, bottom, electrical, mechanical, structural. Yeah, no, I've, growing up, my pops always, you know, raised me at, you should know how to do everything, and then choose if you're going to pay someone else to do it. Which from a practical standpoint isn't really realistic, especially nowadays with how much is computerized and everything. But still, like, you know, you should know basic plumbing, you should know basic electrical, you should know basic automotive, you should know basic whatever. And like, you know, I learned all that stuff as needs arose, you know, when learned it. These days when it comes to like, you go to pop open a car and look at, you know, the heavily computerized automatic transmission, be like, you know what I'm gonna be able to get done with this? Jack all nothing. What is your deal here? Oh, is it full? Oh no, if you're full already, maybe I was wrong. Hey, you remember when there's like, I was like, there's no way we're getting like 1.3 million liters of sugarcane out of our field. We're getting at least 5 or 600 or 600,000 liters, because that's full at 360,000 liters. I've got another 20 in here, and we dropped off at least 2 loads, maybe 3 loads before we actually went there. I still don't think it's 1.3 million liters like the economy analysis thing was saying I would get out of that, but it's more than I thought I was getting. So, what that genuinely means is I've got that production line set up. Honestly, do you know what this means? This means this one field is producing enough liters of sugarcane per year to run 2 sugar mills and have a comfortable overflow. Because each sugar mill, by our calculations, is doing about 204,000 liters of sugarcane per year. Oh, I had a 2-door hatchback. My first car was an 80s Honda Civic hatchback, and that was 2 doors. It had like a back row seats, but you had to come through the first front doors and like do that whole like shimmy behind the seats thing. I genuinely, like, I don't miss like how crappy that car was because it was beat up and it was driven like a race car. I don't miss those aspects of it, but compared to my current car, which is also a hatchback, I really miss the way the hatchback was in the old car. Because that old car, you open the hatchback, and the whole cabin was open the whole way forward. And you could pull down the seats, and you could fit a lot back there. Like, you could fit stuff back there for days. My current car is a hatchback, but, like, the doors only open, like, 35 degrees. So using that back seat is useless because those doors, you can't get anything around them. They don't open far enough. And then the hatchback, like, the hatchback part of it kind of is just a trunk that sort of goes in, and there's like this little window that then goes to the back seat that you can fold down, and you got this window like this big that connects the cabin to the rest of the cars. Like, this is all useless. The fact that these are connected together doesn't do me any good. I could fit, you know, I could fit a couple of 2x4s poked through there, as long as I don't mind flexing them a little bit. But, like, what the hell's the point of this being a hatchback if I can't use it? In a 90 hatchback, you could fit, like, 215 subwoofers, trust me. Oh, yeah. No, I didn't end up having, like, a whole sound system in that hatchback. I drove a while for a, my car in between there, because those are the only cars I've owned, was I owned the, I owned that Civic hatchback. I owned a Miata, and then I owned my current car. Oh man, it was a 21-inch subwoofer I had in the trunk. It was someone else had gotten a sound system and gotten in trouble. And, you know, basically had to get rid of it, and gave it to me super on the cheap. And so I had this, like, it was like a, I don't remember, I probably had the size, it was like 21-inch, 22-inch, whatever the size was, subwoofer in a box in the trunk of that Miata. It practically conformed with the shape of the trunk, with like little pockets on either side. And then I had... Don't do this to me, friend. We got a jiggle jiggle. Worst case, come on. Worst case, I can reset the tractor. There. And then use the tractor to write the other thing. Because fortunately, you know, as you look right there and you see the trailer there, sitting on its side, full of loose crop, don't worry about it. There we go. Now, speaking of subwoofers in Florida, the Scar owner threw a kid's fishing gear in a pond. The jerk. That sounds rough. But yeah, no, so I had that subwoofer in my trunk for the longest time in my Miata, which took the bucket that is the trunk of a Miata and made it a pocket. Well, a pair of little pockets, of which the amp was in one of those pockets, so I didn't want to sit anything on it so you wouldn't, you know, overheat the amp by, like, burying it and stuff. Definitely very responsible things to do. Are we doing two fun things with the tractor? You can't really tell on the phone. Oh, I just accidentally tipped the tractor over. I came around the corner too fast, and the trailer there had enough of a load to drug the tractor over onto its side. So a Rual-sized overnight bag the size of a top hat. It was very impractical. That's kind of the thing, like, I had that Miata when me and Toom first met. And at that point, it was starting to get up there. You're not putting in your plant? It's full. Plant is full. We are growing enough sugarcane that it completely filled up the sugar plant. And by my rough estimates, I could fill up a second sugar plant with that one field. I don't have the money for a second sugar plant, But by my estimates, we could fill up two sugar plants. But that's good, because this is meaningful, tangible progress. We've gone from just making sugarcane to we got ourselves enough money that instead of just sugarcane, we are now making sugar. This makes you want to play? Good. It's a fun game. So yeah, and based on our estimates, we should be making roughly twice as much money from the sugar cane that we put in the plant versus the sugar we'll get out. Because I will be getting half as much volume, but 5 times as much profit, or 5 times as much revenue. You know, and then you take into consideration the plant has a little bit of a running cost and yada yada. So we should be making pretty solid money from that. Because I do remember sugarcane being a fairly lucrative crop. Just, you know, it's a whole big thing. And honestly, even for as small as the harvester is, which is definitely a negative, the bigger issue is the mechanics. And that's the same thing I would hold true of the vegetables, the parsnip, carrots, and all that. If they gave the harvester an internal storage, its much narrower harvest head wouldn't be that big of a deal. But it is just a matter of, because of the whole thing. Let's see, the interesting thing about the MR2 had so much storage space. The front trunk was a little smaller than car's boot because radiator, but there was also a small rear trunk storage behind the seats. You could fit all of your bags you fly with and a couple. Meanwhile, the competitors were like drives you into handbag. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like because the Miata was you know, I had gotten a relatively good job doing software development, and it was like kind of my first out of university. Well, actually, was I in university? I was still in university, but it was like I kind of got like my first, hey, this is actually a decent paying job. And at that point, I'd been driving that piece of junk Honda for well over 100,000 miles after I had already had 100,000 miles. And I'm like, okay, I got this new job. It's going to pay well. I have a bit of a commute. I need a car I can count on. This is the time to buy a car. So it was a used one. And for me, I was like, well, I don't need to haul stuff around. I'm not doing anything that requires that. And like, I want a fun little car. I want a convertible. That's what I wanted. And that's what I was able to find. I almost got a Corvette Stingray. I really looked at that thing for a good long time because it was a pretty decent amount of miles on it, but it was all like highway expressway miles. But it was one of those things. It's like, okay, if you get a Stingray, you best be ready to be working on that thing regularly. They're fun cars, but they are cars you're going to be putting some maintenance into. And I was like, no. After working on that stupid Honda for all those years, rebuilding that engine and all those kind of things, I need to not have a car that I'm going to have to work on a lot. I need something that I just do the routine maintenance, and that's about what I need. Also, insurance, fuel as a young man. Yeah, no, that's, like, that's kind of thing. So, like, that would have been early 20s. Oh, for the Stingray, I have no idea, man. That's been 20 plus years ago. No, actually, that's a lie. It's been about 20 years ago. Little under 20. So you know, I had looked at it and I had like been really tempted to pick it up. You know, I had been talking to the guy, really tempted to pick it up, and eventually I was just like, nah, this is not the one. Like, this is not what I should get. Yeah, and then it instead got the like I said, I got the Mazda Miata. I was very happy with that car. I still kind of miss that. Like, I know people's like, oh, it's a tiny little car. I'm like, yeah. It's like, well, its engine's not that big. It's like, yeah, well, neither's the car. It's like, yeah, but it's not like a V8 or anything. It's like, dude, the car weighs like 5 pounds. It doesn't need a big engine to have a lot of go. It's basically an engine with a little bit of frame and a pair of seats behind it. It's fine. And if anything, it's probably a good idea I don't have like a V8 or whatever. And I also wanted to actually have at least decent gas mileage, because that was, it's not as bad as gas is now, but it was a pretty rough time for gas prices. Did you use the convertible much? Oh yeah, I use a convertible like all the time. Like, the AC broke in that car, and I didn't know it for years. Like, I think genuinely it was I had started dating Tomb, and I don't remember what it was, but like we needed to keep the top down for something. I think we were going to something where she didn't want her hair to get all messed up. I was like, okay, I'll just put the top down. And she's like, your AC doesn't work, and I was like, so it doesn't. And I genuinely didn't know that because I hadn't used the AC for years. And this is in Florida, where it's stupid hot all the time. But I always had the top down. People want the power until they try to use it and then realize they can't handle it. You sold the sales guy my old Camaro. And he won't take it beyond highway speeds, push the pedal down because it scares him too much. I had oh man, what was it he put? Was it dual cam? What am I looking at here? There, that's a solid fertilizer. I had my boxes in the wrong place. No, it wasn't a... What did he put in there? It wasn't a turbo. It wasn't a supercharger. It wasn't a blower. Man, I don't remember. Basically, I had a buddy who put this, like, ridiculous Pro Charger. No, it wasn't a Pro Charger. We're talking old tech here. Like, this is tech that predates me that I put in there. Like, this is the kind of stuff you put in, like, an old GTO. I'm blanking on what it was called. I can't think of it. It's just not coming to my brain. You see, Sugar? That you do. But, my brain keeps saying dual cam, but that wasn't it. It doesn't matter. It was basically a way of putting a hell of a lot of horsepower into an already car that has a hell of a lot of horsepower. And he went through this, like, whole process of installing this stuff. And he just, like, went around the block, like, once or twice, and he goes, okay, we need to take this all back out. We need to take all of this back out, because I'm gonna die. I think he had a blower. But yeah, either way, whatever it was. He literally just went around the block a couple of times like, no, I needed to not have this in my car after taking all the time to do this whole big installation and everything. It's like, no, I will die in this car if this stays in here. Like, you know, good on him recognizing his limits and being like, no, this is way too much power. This is not a reasonable amount of power for me to drive. I will not, like, bad things are going to happen to me if I own this car. Procharger is centrifugal rather than root supercharger turbos. Yeah. I'd have to ask him what it was. Like I said, my brain keeps saying dual cam, but that's not something that give you that kind of horsepower. Either way. But he basically had an old muscle car, and then he, you know, wanted to put something in it to, like, really push that up. And yeah, no, he put it in there as like, nah. And he spent hours to get it all installed, and then just immediately ripped it all back out. Which again, you know, good on him for recognizing, being like, if I have this in my car, it is going to end in tragedy to someone. Like, this is not a thing that I will be okay with. Like, gonna hurt myself. I was never much of like the pedal to the metal kind of person. Like, I drove fast a couple places, but never really big and just gotta go fast. Like, the one time I had an experience like that, it was with my the Super Glide, the Harley Davidson Super Glide that I was riding for a while. You know, it was kind of a hand me down from my pops and all that. You know, need a lot of work, and that was kind of it. You know, as long as we were maintaining it, we could use it. And I was out at the Space Center, because I used to work out there, in the restricted zone. And I'm like, okay, there's no one on this road for miles and miles and miles and miles, and nobody's out here checking the speed limits or anything like that. I wonder how fast this thing can go. And just opened it up the whole way. And I probably wasn't really going that fast. Like, it definitely wasn't going like triple digits. It was still a Super Glide. But I got to the point my scalp started to hurt. And I went, you know what? This is really stupid. I shouldn't do this on a motorcycle. Because I don't know if these roads are any good. I don't drive these roads regularly. This is a really dumb idea. So, you know, backed off real fast. But I got going to the point that was like, you know, your scalp is feeling a little uncomfortable. Like, okay, like I am cruising at a very fast speed. If anything goes wrong, you know, they're going to be picking up the bits of me off the pavement. Why am I doing this? Because also, a Super Glide ain't exactly a racing bike. It's not really meant for going high speeds. And that was back when Super Glide, the Harley Davidson Super Glide, wasn't made by Harley Davidson, it was made by AMF. So they're like the pariah of the Harley Davidson family, in the sense that they were the not Harleys. Harley in name only. And even though it had the electric start, you better believe I kickstarted that to, like, you know, you wanted to look impressive, like, oh, look at this guy kickstarting his motorcycle. And then you'd have the time where you accidentally flooded it and you didn't kickstart it right. And then you felt real dumb. As you couldn't start your motorcycle for a while. Because that stupid bike needed constant maintenance. Yeah, those old Harleys, like, you spent as long working on them as you did riding them. Because, like, that was when I got the Miata that I stopped riding the motorcycle. Because it was definitely one of those things that I just like the sensation of having the wind going by. It's like, you know what? I can have the wind going by without, you know, constant fear of someone else on the road killing me. And so I got the convertible and I basically never rode the Harley again. Alright. We got ourselves Sugar. I'm also finding it very amusing from the represented model here, where each one of these boxes represents 1 kilogram of sugar, yet the pallet here weighs 400 kilograms. So we're doing some quick napkin math. You got 9. We'll just pretend that's 10, so that'd be, you know, for 10, that'd be 40. That'd be 80. That'd be 120. That would mean out of that, the pallet would have to consist of 280 kilograms. That's a heavy pallet. Plutonium sugar. Alright, so that brings up the question of when is the sugar sell month? When do we sell our sugar? So sugar sell month is July. Actually, so that says the top estimated price is 522. That says right now it's 514. Oh, what is a kilogram? Like 1.2, 1.3 pounds or something like that? I know a kilogram's heavier than a pound. I just don't remember by what ratio. And I understand there's like a whole math to get it exactly right, but it's just like the very lazy. Oh, it's almost 2. That is some real sticky sugar. That's some real sticky sugar. And we're selling the first of our sugar today. Because while apparently like June or July is the top price, we're only like a couple bucks short of the top price right now. So it's like, all right, yeah, I'll sell one thing of sugar. Oh, I don't think. I try to remember if this is where we sell it, or it's the. I think it's the other side I sell this. Yep. Because that's where we do our loose crops. It's always weird with the modded maps. Sometimes we'll have those sell points that buy literally everything, even if it makes no sense. So, 1,000 liters of sugar sells for 514. That sold for 668 with only a 500 bonus from the environmental. No, the cane is not worth more. The cane is not remotely worth more. The cane is like 1/4 the price. We're not even in the ballpark. The reason I'm confused is I got like 25% more than I anticipated. Well, 20% more than I anticipated, which was confusing. It's a good confusing to just suddenly go, I've agreed to sell this for $100. And then suddenly you get, you know, suddenly they walk up and they give you 150 and you're like, oh, okay. Okay, but that's not a full pallet. That's not a full box. Is it that it was processing the entire time you were loading it? So you took more loads into the start? No. So I took one load. Yeah, this is being made right now. So we look at this one on the bottom of the screen here. It says there are 58 liters of sugar in there right now. The other one is basically practically a full load. So we just took that as is. So we did the fertilizer here. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is I'm gonna see if this makes a difference. Last time we've been waiting till tomorrow to do the weeding. Like, that's when the weeds start growing in. I'm gonna try to weed today. Because normally, when you plant something, you can weed it immediately to prevent the weeds from happening at all. But sugarcane is a little weird in that since you don't replant it, it's a little fuzzy about where some of those switch-offs happen. So if I hand this over to the AI has to do the whole process. But I might actually hand this over to the AI, and the reasoning for that is I need to move my tents, and I want to smooth out the ground. So I might actually hand this over to the AI to let the AI work on this. It'll probably cost me a couple $100. And then meanwhile, while you work on that, I believe we need to go here. Oh, I think we go to construction. So we could sell the farmer's tent. And we need to get ourselves a new home. Okay. Just trying to smooth this out to not be quite as cursed. Got one spot that does want to cooperate there. That's always one of the challenges with Farm Sim is like, when you're placing your own buildings, there's definitely a finesse to it. A lot of times it's worth flattening the area first and then putting your building on it. It'll save you a lot of issues. I'm trying to decide where I want to put this from here. Yeah, as you can see, perfect example. But just trying to smooth it out so as I go to, like, offload stuff, they'll cooperate a lot better with me. And I can't go over here this far because that's not my land. Alright. Bear with me for a minute. I'm going to quickly use the restroom and I'll be right back. But thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in a moment. Alright. Is that been processing the entire time you're loading? That's been processing the entire time it's filling it up, yeah. So, realistically, if we look at this, like, we actually can't see what's sitting on the pad. So we burned through about, not quite 3,000 of the liters. Our estimate is we will use about 204,000 liters per year. It is definitely one of those things I am curious, like, do I build the second sugar mill? Or do we keep selling the surplus? Is it a thing where we kind of get an idea of, like, ratio-wise how much bigger this field is than I need? And maybe get rid of part of the field? To have this the appropriate size for running the sugar mill by itself? And then the next crop would be whatever we fill the rest of the area in with? Like, that's kind of the thing, and I wasn't expecting that, because, like, when you, for example, when you do, like, your fields for grains, your grain mill, flour mill, the flour mill for, you know, for expectations and all that, you actually end up putting a lot of crop in that thing a year. A flour mill has a very, very high yield it can handle per year. So I would end up needing probably, like, the size of this field, I'd probably need this to 4 to 5 times over before I would fill up a flour mill. So the fact that this one field is enough to completely overwhelm the sugar mill by a factor of 2 caught me off guard, because I didn't do any of the math ahead of time. I also have no idea where we're at in this field. I think it did the middle part first, and now it's doing the outside. But we'll see. But yeah, then the idea is June or July, we get all the sugar that's sitting out there, and we load it up onto... You do have the space? Yes, no, that's the whole thing. It's I got the space. I don't have the money yet, but if that stuff sells nearly as good as it's looking like it's gonna sell, It wouldn't take me super long to afford it. And that would be a lot more money coming in. Because if that's going to give me almost a factor of 4 times the money, and we were making, what was it, like, almost 70,000 per harvest of sugarcane, that turns out 74,000 is just shy of $250,000 per year. Now, the catch-22 of that, it's almost like delayed gratification almost a year, because you put it all into the sugar mill and then you sell it, you know, like the summer of the next year. So instead of getting the money now, I get the money like 8 months later or whatever it is. But you get that money 8 months later, and you have it wasn't 4 times, it was double, I think. Because it was 4 times the revenue, but half the volume. So double. But that's still like 120,000 per cycle. Which would relatively quickly let me get into the next crop. Especially since I think all I'm missing for switching, because for those who didn't see, we drew what our next crop would be, and it was long grain rice. And that would be just needing a seeder and a harvester. We have everything else we need to accommodate that. So keep an eye on sales for in case any of those come up. Then I need to adjust my habits to not go there. Okay, so double checking, it was, if I recall correctly, it was June that was the big sugar price. July. So anytime between July and September. If we just do it in August, we'll just make it August because that's right there in the middle. Yeah, so August is sugar sell time. I'm also curious if we keep our eye on this. So you can store inside the building. Okay, literally this building can store all of the sugar it makes from one full all the way up load inside the building. So I never need to cycle it, because that's one of the things you run with the bakery, is the bakery's internal storage is very, very low. So as a result of that, what you end up needing to do is go to the bakery like every day to just kind of move the bread away from the bakery to make room for more bread. Alright, that looks like it's all good and in the numbers. Alright, so yeah, we just fast forward to August. And then it is time to load up a S-ton of sugar and gets to selling. Now, I'm trying to remember if I turned on the auto loader mod when I added the harvester. Because we modded the harvester we got the modded version of the harvester that has an internal storage. And I can't remember if I turned on a universal auto loader or not. I'll still have to buy something that uses it. But we'll see. And then when we get the long grain rice, I'll have to decide what I'm using the long grain rice for. Hey, snow. It's a shame I don't have more money, because that would be perfect for us. But I can't make 70,000 happen right now. Because that'd be one of the biggest planters we could get, and that would just take care of business. It's fine. We're going to run into a lot of that kind of thing. Where we'll see good sales that are outside our means. Okay. We can take a quick peek here at how our sugarcane is doing now that this is the month that it's officially replanting itself. Wait, did that say 6,000? Oh no, 62. I was about to be like, wait a second, that's not right. Let's double check on our sugarcane. Okay. Mushroom's still fine. Yeah, definitely, if we're keeping the sugarcane field as big as it is, I will need a second sugar mill. Because I want to... Ooh, is there a second thing I can use the sugarcane for? I honestly don't remember. I think there might be something in the preserves you might be able to use the sugarcane for. Oh, right, let's go check the field. Okay, looks like it's all happy. Roughly the same yield as last time. I wonder if it'll just stay that way forever. Because the issue is, if we're only using about 200,000 liters of sugarcane per year, where we put all that sugarcane in there, I'm only going to be putting about 200,000 back in there where we put 360 in there last time. So I'm going to have even more sugarcane to just sell to the sell point at the lower rate. So you're getting pretty close to the point that I'll need to refill the water on the mushroom greenhouse. And the mushroom greenhouse is bringing us in, you know, a good couple $100 to $1,000 per month. Which ends up being like 10,000 something a year. Aw, come on, man. You're tempting me with the good harvesters and all that, which I cannot remotely afford. We said it was August that we wanted to sell the sugar. Oh, and also, the sugar's definitely perfectly fine out there in the rain. Why would that be a problem? Let's go get our water. I do remember with the first Survivor Man challenge, I actually had my water pickup close enough to the greenhouse where I could park the vehicle between it. And then just, you can technically drain and fill at the same time. Tractor for sale? Yeah, it's a decent one, but I've got way better. Like, the tractor I have is a low end of a large tractor. So not end game, but pretty close. Like, there's definitely bigger tractors for the giant cultivators, but it's kind of about the only thing I can't handle with the tractor I've got. Is like the top size stuff. And there are mods, if you don't want to do it this way, you can like have it, you know, quote unquote wire in the greenhouse to just get you what you're looking for. I tend to avoid those mods just because it's one of those things that at that point your oh, the sugar price changes different years. I didn't think about that. All right, so supposedly we're at the top price we're going to get. So I'm glad I checked. So it is time for sugar. Okay. So, the catch we have here, we got a lot of sugar to sell, and I got to put it on something to sell it. And it does look like I have the auto loader turned off. So that's the most likely one there, is to grab that flatbed. Because then we can load that up. Because the alternative is, I would either need to buy a semi and do that, which all the semis cost more than our budget, so that's off the question. Or we would need to find one of these smaller trailers that you can set to be a flatbed, which is already more. So I think I've already said that basically this flatbed's going to be where we're taking. All right. And it can be a thing that, like, we could potentially switch over to universal autoloader if we want. It is a thing that pretty quickly we'll end up having this get very tedious with the number of pallets of sugar and all that we're trying to move. Actually, that's not too bad. If we look at what we got there, oh, nope, there you go. I thought when that corner didn't have those last two boxes, like, oh, okay, this isn't too bad. If it's just those. Nope. So much sugar? Yep. Okay. Alright, so that's the limit. I can't go higher because my forklift doesn't go high enough to put it on top. Now, one of the tricks you could use is with the second batch, I can take these, set them on top of the next set of boxes, and then lift the full set of boxes to go 1 or 2 higher. But then you start getting to some wibbly-wobbly stuff that probably don't want to open that can of worms. Keep pulling sugar out, and sugar keeps showing up. I have to adjust this. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, now as you can imagine, if you're seeing how long it takes me to load this up with the forklift, you get to the point when you get like 4 or 5 production lines set up that you just spend all your time on the forklift. Like, that's just what happens. Now, some of the ways you work around that is you can just tell it to sell as they come available. It's not a terrible idea. You will take a hit on your profit, a pretty big one too, but not enough that you'll end up losing money typically. The other ones you can get stuff like the auto loader, universal auto loader, which just lets you pull up next to it and you just hit a button and it kind of teleports the stuff onto your vehicle. I don't know if that's actually on there or not. So 24,000 liters of sugar. All right. Cool. And this isn't even a full year's worth. This is just from October. Okay, and it is payday. 16,400 for the first full back there, plus an extra 12,000 or 1,236 environmental score. And that was one pallet full. That was about a fifth or so of what we can, like what we have loaded up in there. Not even a fifth of what we grew, just a fifth of what was in the sugar mill so far as the sugar cane, not the actual sugar. All right. How much is still in that thing? How much sugar is still in there? Oh. I have literally another full flatbed of sugar and a half still inside the building. Not counting what's sitting outside the building. Alright. Hold, please. Let's maybe see about the universal autoloader. I don't want to spend the next hour just loading up pallets. I have done so much pallet loading in this game. So let's turn that mod on and see what it cost me to get that done. Yeah, no, exactly. It was like, you know what? I have done a lot of, pallet loader simulator, or forklift simulator. In real life, that's like 15 kilograms meter cubed. Yeah, no, exactly. It's like auto load on. Auto load activated. Sugarcane to meter square. Sugarcane to sugar meter squared. Yeah, no, it's a partial load. What we found was in liters, the sugar was half the volume of the sugarcane because it was. Actually, that might not be true. That's assuming the sugar. Oh, actually, no, because I think of the way units worked. Now, I do think because I got this trailer beforehand. Oh, you do just work. Usually with Universal Autoloader, you had to buy, like, if you already owned something, you had to buy the Universal Autoloader version of it or whatever. So with Universal Autoloader, we just go. And as you can see, because it packs it really well, it will pack it much denser. I know there's still another 16,000 liters or so inside there. You don't fool me. Get this out, get that sugar out there. Yeah, no, it's a mod that took me a long time to adopt because I just tended to run mod, mod free. But it was just definitely one of those things that when I got all my production lines set up, there was definitely a limit. Okay, so I won't stack it higher than that, which is totally fair. Yeah, so this did load by being very concise and all that. It did load a little bit less than 50% more than when I did it. I am out of caffeine. Truly a dire situation. We gotta do a store run tomorrow, because we haven't managed to make it over there in a bit with, you know, family visiting and everything else going on. Do you have a mod list for this game, by the way? I probably should make one. It won't be up to date. Basically, I am running like a ton. So like the reason I don't want to put like the full command is because it's got a lot of Giant Software official ones. So I've got all the stuff that Giant Software's got made, but it's precision farming is one of the major mods. Universal Autoloader we just turned on, and then I've got a mod that is for the sugarcane harvester that gives it internal storage. So I would say the big mods would be the precision farming and the universal autoloader. We want to shift that. What does the precision farming mod do? So it adds a little bit of depth to the like doing fertilizer and acidity and all that. It is an official mod that FarmSim just includes, so it's like it's made by Giant Software themselves, but it requires you to get like soil samples to figure it out. And so on paper it makes things more complicated, but in practice I actually find it does make things easier as well, and a little bit more profitable, because if you do things correctly you get more money out of your crops if you take the time to get it all right. It doesn't require you to do multiple passes with the fertilizer. You can just do it in one, because it only puts the fertilizer you need versus always requiring 2 passes no matter what. Or not, it's not really no matter what, but instead of requiring 2 passes with a separate thing in the middle. But it makes it more like actual farming so far as how fertilizer and acidity and that kind of stuff works. You get a bonus if you're doing things correctly, so like if I drill my crops as opposed to plow, I get a little bit of a bonus because plowing is a lot worse for the environment than just direct drilling. If I use just the amount of fertilizer I need, it's supposed to be better, that kind of thing. Yeah, so we sold all that there, and it said I got our 1,082. That was the bonus from precision farming. And what's a challenge? Survivor Man Challenge. You basically start with $0, no loans or leases allowed, and the bare minimum required to make money. So for this one, we started with a fishing pole. Now granted, fishing is broken powerful, so we actually got ourselves pretty well set up, and I'm going to try and never fish again because we did a lot the first day. But it's basically a 0 to hero kind of run. The big difference between this and just a typical 0 to hero run is we are on a wilderness map. So you notice there's like no town around us, no city. There's just like the little sell point, the little place to get animals, that kind of thing. So I have to build up my farm from all that. Let's see, do you still get a precision farming bonus when selling stones? Probably, because if I'm correct in how it works, I want to say anything you sell, you get a bonus based on what your environmental score is. So if you look at this, you look down here where I'm at 75 environmental score. That's just the average of all your fields, which I have just the one. So I get the bonus based on that. And I believe it's anything you do to get money selling wise will give you that bonus. I believe. I could be wrong in that. Okay, so with that, we have sold the sugar. So July is sugar sell day. And you're all fine. We still haven't used even half of the sugar that's in there. So if we were to try, and we didn't get anything on sale, the next crop we rolled the dice for was long grain rice. For the long grain rice, I would at a minimum need 104,000. So let's see. 135,000 for the harvester. And I would need, so 135. Why do I feel like I'm missing it? So 135,000. So about 170,000 is the, oh no, there's a smaller one. We'll still say about 175,000 is the cheapest I can go to start doing the long grain rice. Plus the setting up the field and, you know, sales or whatever we get. So it isn't honestly that much. The question, well, plus I'll probably have to buy another tile of land, which is actually quite a bit of money. The other thing to consider is, do we save up and get the second sugar mill, since I am making enough sugarcane to run 2 of them? Because that is a significant upsell on our money. Yeah, I think the 2 mills is technically, like, the correct decision if we're looking at it from, like, considerations of the money and all that we're getting. Do you have to build the mill? You just buy it and put it down. That's a mill right there. We purchased it and put it here. And then flattened out the land. So what I'd do is I'd flatten the land straight over here. And then put a second mill, like, right next to it. Probably have the sugar in the, like, where it drops off the sugar in between, put a road there, that kind of thing over time. And October is when we harvest. Because otherwise, if we're selling the sugarcane directly, we get way less. I was thinking this this Survivor Challenge, you need to build it by supplying materials to... No, there's, so there are some buildings, if we look under construction. You do have these constructibles, but it's mostly just houses and, like, sheds. There isn't the idea of building your industry buildings. That's just not a mechanic. The game doesn't support it. That'd be a cool concept, but I figure at that point money wouldn't be very meaningful because you just have all these buildings, you know, processing all your wood products and concrete and whatever and stone. That those would in their own right become your main business. Because wood, like the wood lumber, is a very lucrative business in the game. And then also you'd have to build a production line for the lumber stuff, which creates a bit of a problem that you need the lumber stuff to make the lumber stuff, yada yada. Yeah, that's just not the type of game it is. Alright, so with this, it is once again harvest time. The tent makes you think water park simulator. Yep. They repaired our harvester before we get started. Topped off the gas tank. And then we'll once again chuck it over to the AI. And see, you saw a mod map that is coming. You can build your own shop, and then you earn a little bit for selling your products there. Yeah, no, there's been, I want to say that was one of the new things they added with Farm Sim 25 recently, is that they had the idea of the projects on maps, and that I want to say they did expand the API for the mod map to be able to make your own projects. And it used to be you just made a thing on the map, but it didn't really do anything. It was just a building there to check out, which is, you know, cool or whatever. But I want to say they did change it with the, I'm not sure it was the Highland expansion or one of the other ones, but that the modded buildings would be functional. So, like, with the Highlands expansion, the map they give you, there is a windmill that you can build that effectively works as a flour mill. So you build it, and you can drop off your grains and get flour out of it. So yeah, I could see having maps where you would build the sell point, and that your sell point would give you a slight increased rate. Because in theory, you're not selling through a middleman. It is technically your own business, even though mechanically the game doesn't have the idea of, like, running your own, not farmer's market, your own co-op or whatever. But, you know, that's a cool idea, that you'd have your store. And I don't think it should be one of those things that they mechanically go through and they process it all. I could be down with the idea that you put your stuff for sale in the building and it would rack up the money, but you only slowly get it out to, like, very hand-wavy simulate that, yeah, you dropped off, 1,000 eggs. It's not like you're selling them tomorrow. Like, it would be a thing that would sell gradually. Now, of course, the problem is in real life, if you don't sell them within a certain amount of time, they go bad and yada yada. But there's a certain point where you go hand-wave that away, like, that's a level of simulation that's just going to be annoying to deal with. And with, like, commercial farming where you're going, hey, I'm producing, 120,000 liters of sugar a year. I'm probably not going to be able to sell 120,000 liters of sugar in my little, like, small town, rural, like, community store, farmer's store. I'm probably not pushing through that much sugar through that little building. Roger saw the building process, it looks well implemented also. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. They've done a really good job. Like, there's a lot of people who kind of poo-poo Farm Sim 25 and being like, it didn't do enough to change from Farm Sim 25 with Farm Sim 22, and I disagree personally. For me, I don't, because for the record, while Giants did give me a copy of the game and all that, it wasn't the Steam version. I did go out and buy the Steam version and the DLC, so I have paid for everything I've got in here. They give you keys for the not Steam version as people who partner with them, but I did purchase it and I do not regret it. Because I just much prefer doing my stuff on Steam. I would rather have the Steam version getting my Steam achievements than having, the version that's kind of separate. Because they do offer a standalone version, and they usually run that cheaper than the Steam version. And I've used it for a couple of ideas. Like, I was at one point going to work on making a YouTube series where I was going to do the Silver Run map where I, like, actually carved away the forest and build farms. The problem is the Silver Run map, even with all the forest, is not well suited for it. Most of the area up in the hills and mountains and all that, just very unfortunately, with how it all works, you just can't really get the farmland you want from it. Like, it's just too hilly, too craggy to really use for farming. Let's see, if you just buy every farm sim, even if you get all the DLC, then divided by time, it's cheaper than a lot of subscription games. Never understood the hate. I mean, there's definitely a lot of people who have very negative views on it, like, is that DLC worth it kind of thing, which is fair. It is an assessment you should do. And some people can be very critical on it. And you should be. Like, you should actually be like, hey, am I getting my money's worth? And people will disagree on whether or not it is. But yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things that, like, you are continuing to get more and more content, and you can choose to not buy it. Like, you can just buy Farm Sim 22 base game, and it is a solid game that has, like, an 80-ish% overlap with this, and that's fair. But, like, the AI got massively better, the built-in GPS. Yeah, you can mod Farm Sim 22 to get lots of what you have Farm Sim 25, not everything. But then you're dealing with mods that bring in their own things like bugs and performance issues and yada yada. There's a reason I don't tend to mod much. But, like, you know, it's a whole thing. But yeah, no, there's a lot of times, there's a lot of games that we play on the channel that people can get pretty crabby about DLC about them. And, like, don't get me wrong, some DLC is, like, outright atrocious when you sit there and you get a DLC and it's, like, $45 and you're like, what the hell? That's a full freaking game there. Part of the catch with a game like Farm Sim is the DLC does tend to be a little on the higher side price-wise, but that comes down to licensing. You know, if Farm Sim was a game where you got, you know, your lizard harvester and your, you know, Jacob Green tractors and all these like made up brands, like did the Grand Theft Auto thing where they have a whole bunch of stuff where you know what brand it's supposed to be, but it's not that brand. If you did all that stuff, they could massively reduce the prices on a lot of things, and they wouldn't be beholden to make sure they match whatever, you know, rules or whatever that, you know, John Deere and Fentur and all these other big brands would put on New Holland and all that. They wouldn't be beholden to any of that, and they would have a lot more freedom to it. Unfortunately, one reality when you're in the simulation genre is there is a lot of people who they don't just want to drive a tractor. They want to drive a John Deere insert name, you know, like insert like high-end model tractor. Like they want to simulate that tractor. And it's the same thing with American Truck Simulator and a bunch of those that they have. You know, they'll have like big brands because people who are into that, they want to drive that real brand. For me, I don't care. Like, I don't care if it's a New Holland, I don't care if it's a John Deere, I don't care if it's a whatever. Like, they could be entirely made up brands and I'd be perfectly content. I don't have any brand loyalty to, you know, agriculture equipment. I just want a fun, chill farming simulation game. Even if, again, you have like your Jacob Green tractor and you look at that and be like, nah man, that is absolutely insert name of model John Deere, copyright safe version. But yeah, no, it's a thing that like we've had people pop in chat who are like, it's, you know, I'm really sad they don't have insert name, like insert model number of John Deere or insert model number of New Holland. You know, it's really a shame that why don't they have that? Like, and that's, you know, definitely someone who is demonstrating that they want to drive that thing. And that's totally valid, by the way. It's totally valid to, like, want to simulate a specific model and all that kind of thing. That's fair. But it is a big draw in the simulation genre. And it's not even just these. Like, you get into, like, racing games. And people want to drive the Ferrari insert model number, or I'm not a car person. Insert model number of race car. And that kind of thing. They do want to do like that specific F1 car. And there's a huge draw there, which means for the developers, they gotta pay the licensing to that company and come up with whatever agreements. And that also gets tricky. Like I have no idea what the licensing's that you just want it to be fun. Yeah, no, I'm exactly the same thing. Like if everything was like Lizard brand and all that, because they do have in the game, they do have some made-up brands like Lizard. But, like, I would 100% be absolutely on board if everything was just made-up brands. I don't even care that they, like, oh, you know, clearly this made-up brand is intended to be this real-life brand. I don't even care about that stuff. Like, if it was just made up, entirely fictional, that wouldn't bother me. But it is one of those things that there are people who that is an important deal. And in this genre specifically, that is a thing. Let's say the company should be wanting to get themselves in this game. It's the wrong way around. I mean, to be fair, how many people do you think play Farming Simulator and then turn around and buy farming equipment? There's a non-zero number, to be fair. There are a lot of people who are farmers who then play Farm Sim, because Farm Sim lets them do the parts they like of farming. And then, then their accountant goes, okay, well, I need you to fill out all that paperwork. And they have that exasperated sigh of now having to do all their bookkeeping, which is the part they don't want to do. I was going to say 0%. It's not a big number. I imagine it's a very small number. It's not 0, but if we're rounding, it might be 0. So not technically 0, but also 0 asterisks. Honestly, I think it's the opposite correlation. People buy the equipment they own in real life and farm sim all the time. Yep, and that's why you gotta have those brands in the game. But again, that's a thing where Farming Simulator has a very large incentive to wanting to have that equipment in the game, because if they don't do it, then people get upset. Whereas, arguably from the aspect of like John Deere or New Holland or whatever, they probably don't care as much. Now, to be fair, it could be, like, I have no idea what the negotiations are behind the scene. It could be in some cases that, Farm Sim is like, hey, we know you got a lot of people who play the game, we'd love to have your stuff in there, and that the only licensing involved is strictly, here's what you can and can't use our stuff for. But yeah, no, I'm definitely in the camp where, like, does it have a John Deere in it? Don't care. Does it have a New Holland in it? Don't care. Like, you can call them what you want. I only care about them stats. To be frank, there's not many AG companies. It's an interesting puzzle. Its own club. Well, I mean, on top of that, you look at the price of a piece of equipment, like commercial farming equipment, like, it gets real pricey real fast. Like, even mobile versions of farms have actual tractors and harvesters. I was like, oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like I said, for the simulation genre, when you're simulating actual things, people want the actual equipment simulated. They don't want just, oh, you're just doing generic farming. So it is kind of one of those things that, unfortunately, that does nudge the price up, because if for example, I have no idea what the actual negotiations are. If Farming Simulator devs have to turn around and to get John Deere in the game have to fork some money over there, then that's going to have to be added to the price tag. You think a used sprayer used to be like 75,000? Oh yeah, no, there's some of that stuff that gets into the millions. Like a small combine is something that, like, in a small rural community, they might pool together to get a combine to split between them because the price is cost prohibitive. Like, that's where you hear about, like, the large areas, and they only have a couple people with a combine who service the whole area. And it's a premium game, but it's on the app and Google Play. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't ever messed with the mobile version. I'm not much of a mobile gamer. Not if Deere has their way. Yeah, no, I know John Deere does some pretty scuzzy stuff. Is there usually content when they have smaller equipment and maps farming here and several scales smaller? It feels better for you though when the game represents that. Oh yeah, like, instead of doing the giant, like, massive commercial farms that go on for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of acres, but instead they got, kind of a bunch of your, like, small mom and pop farms where, you might have a hectare there, you might have some acreage over here. You know, sure, they, like, in-farms him. But yeah, that's kind of one of the things, though, is, like, part of the draw for farm sim for people who do commercial farming is, you know what a typical day-to-day farmer's probably not going to get to run? The Nexat. Because there's zero chance they're going to be able to justify the spend. So you can get that that massive machine that makes zero logical sense to being able to like work on it, and you can just kind of play with the big machine. That's all that's here now. They all had to go commercial. The small guys couldn't survive. Work required. Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. It is... Because you got, like, economies of scale and all that. So some of those, like, giant, massive corporate farming operations, they can just, you know, undercut the pricing on the little guys and just push them out of the market, and then when they're gone, you know, up the price again. But huge farms tend to have bigger return on investment, but game pacing demands even higher. So making very small farms worth it without feeling very unrealistic is an issue. Yeah. No, that's the thing. Like, I would even say, like, a farm like this size, this would be what you'd see more in a, like, what I'm doing right now. Obviously, the equipment I have would be probably outside the pricing for a small farm. But, the size of this field would probably be a reasonable, like, this is your family farm. Like, you'll have family farms that, yeah, like, it's effectively a large property's front yard, but for an actual, like, farm that's a family run, you would end up having a good probably 20, 40, 50 acres, 100 acres or so. Like, way too small to be, like, a genuine, like, commercial operation. But, you know, enough that the farm would potentially be able to survive historically, not so much nowadays. But yeah, there's very much an economy of scale kind of thing. I am from Asano. Hi, I'd like to buy your farm for below market. Yeah. No, there's definitely a thing where they start seeing that you are, you're struggling and be like, don't worry, we'll bail you out. You need money now? What if we gave you half the value of your farm right now? Cash money. Actually, a cashier's check. But, you know, or not cashier's check. What is it? You get the idea. They would buy it for you, but, like, you're not getting your money. Yeah, farmers here usually do a thing called a machine ring. Usually fiber bar, buy and use equipment together. Yeah, and that's what I was mentioning, that you'd have like a, you'd have an area, and it'd be some number of farmers, and like, you know, they might need a combine, and they would buy a combine, and it'd kind of be split between them. And usually, like, it'd be kind of a thing that one person would be trained to use the combine, and they would go through and do, you know, the work in the area, and someone else would have the machine they do, and they would help, you know, help do that part of the process. But like the day-to-day, like, you know, just your regular maintenance you would do on your own farm, that kind of thing. Like, you know, repairing your walls, your fences, and all that garbage. Pay me in good hard gold. That's fine, we'll just get pushed forward by our trailer. Did you know John Deere made an up-armored war tractor during World War II? Yeah, no, I remember that. Or Bitcoin. That way you're rich, and then you're poor, and then you're rich, and then you're poor, and then you're really not kind of sure this week where it lands. But then you're rich, and then you're poor, and then you go, cool, I want to cash out, and they look at you and go, you want to do what now? And you go, what can I buy with my Bitcoin? And they look at you and go, nothing. No one accepts Bitcoin. This is just something you invest in. Bitcoin is gambling, is what Bitcoin is. Straight up gambling. It depends on the on the crop, but sugarcane in particular has like one refinery it can reach. So it only really makes sense to run by the same owners. Likewise for long harvest seasons. You mean small pool of equipment can cover a very large area. They remain most of the year. Small private things. They are accepting it now. You can borrow against it in XRP. Even mortgages. I mean, I don't know where you're going, but all the places I've seen offering like loans and mortgages of any real value are not taking Bitcoin. Like, I'm sure you could find places, but you might be sitting going like, what's the typical rate of a mortgage right now? And they'll be like, okay, well, we'll offer you like double the interest rate because we're gonna be taking all those gambling, like all the risk of crypto. You may be paid in arrow tip lookalikes that are apparently used as currency in some ancient cultures. You may not be happy with how they'll be delivered, though. Coinbase and Kraken are actually banks now? Right, but if you go to take a mortgage out with Coinbase, what is the interest rate going to be for a Coinbase mortgage relative to a reputable federal credit union and or bank? I have a feeling it's not going to be great. Because if they're going to be taking all of that risk, they're going to be offsetting it somewhere. And if it's going to be a mortgage backed by Bitcoin, there's going to be a lot of risk management going on there because Bitcoin is not a stable currency. Yeah, Bitcoin is essentially digital gold, store of value, not used for a thing. Right, but it's a store of value that doesn't actually possess value within itself. Which, don't get me wrong, you can get into the whole, like, fiat currency, you know, your money doesn't actually have value, its value is what we agree upon. And fair enough. Once the Clarity Act passes, it'll be normal. I mean, that's still a very thing. I would not be putting my money into crypto. Like, if you wanna do some throwaway gamble money, sure. You know, hedge your bets, you might make a bunch of money. But if you're looking for, like, a reasonable risk-averse thing, that's not going to be very risk-averse. That is very much high risk. 9% of banks sell mortgage within the first month, so risk is minimal and handed off to third party. Let's back whatever they want. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. Got to put up like 250,000 worth of Bitcoin to get a 100,000 loan. It's probably something like that. Like I said, it's a high risk thing, and it's not that they wouldn't do it, but that means they're going to be mitigating their risks somewhere. And that's kind of just the thing, is you're gonna have to manage that risk, and that's just a practicality. The more volatile something is, the higher risk it is, the more they're going to have to do stuff to hedge that risk, which is actually one of the things right now with, like, what's going on with the economics and the dollar. It's going to create problems where we're going to have to hedge all that risk as the dollar becomes less and less reliable of a currency because of politics we don't need to get into. Crypto is very volatile, right? And that's my whole point, is if crypto is very, very volatile, you might be able to use it for stuff, but it means they're going to do stuff to make sure they're making their money. And to make sure that they make their money, it means they're going to have to go and do a lot of risk management. And when you're a bank and you're dealing with taking on offering a debt, a loan, a lot of that risk management, when the currency it's based on is the risk, it means they're going to have to go and, like, put ridiculous interest rates to cushion that volatility and all that. Or otherwise, they're going to have you put a lot of collateral up or something. the Clear Act is one of those bills pushed the House that won't pass. I don't imagine it's going to survive. We should get into politics of it. Just not such a way of yelling at each other. Yeah. No, that's the thing. I'm genuinely like, this isn't a strictly no politics channel. Usually the couple of rules I have is, one, we never mention specific, individuals in politics, political parties, or like specific like current legislation, stuff like that. And the only reason I don't do that is it's very difficult to have that discussion where someone isn't like, hey, they said something bad about the team I associate with, therefore go to defensive. People stop thinking reasonably a lot of times, and they get more into the like team red versus team blue kind of mindset. So we usually avoid getting into the specific. But like, we'll talk about like broader stuff, like economic kind of stuff. We've played plenty of games that do like the company town kind of thing, which is definitely a political thing, but it's like past tense political thing mostly. So it's not something that, people tend to get super defensive about, because like, hey, this is a thing that happened. You can argue against or for it, but also we have historic record to go on. But yeah. But it's a red flag to me when investments are relying on selling the idea of an not yet realized major contraception. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. We've like on the thing of politics, we bring up the tech buzzword thing often on the channel. Like usually it's around AI kind of stuff, where it's like it is a tech buzzword. You are buying a solution to a potential solution to a potential problem that potentially may or may not manifest. And it's like, yeah, when you come to putting your money in that, you might want to be real hesitant of putting your potential money into the potential solution for a potential problem that doesn't yet exist but may exist. Yeah, no, we were talking, that's literally what I was referencing was AI. And I have 100% been on the dev side of not the generative AI, LLM stuff going on right now, but past tech buzzwords. And I've been that dev who's been saying it's like, okay, your boss comes in, it's like, all right, well, how do we put blockchain in this? It's like, dude, you're doing an e-commerce website. You don't need blockchain. You don't need blockchain. You're asking me to implement blockchain on your e-commerce website. And I'm going, that is like you asking me, how can I make asparagus make my car go faster? You are saying words that are unrelated to each other. It can't. It absolutely can't. These are wholly independent and separate things. But that's the thing. When blockchain was the big tech buzzword of the week, everything was like, how do we put blockchain in this? And some smart devs who are like, okay, well, we have to deal with the investors and they want it. You would find corners to shove blockchain way off out in the periphery over there that, it sounded like you could implement and be like, yeah, we have blockchain in the application. It's over there in the corner. Don't look for it. You won't find it. But that's okay, because the investor doesn't know what blockchain is anyways. But it is actually there, so we're not lying to the investor. And you put it way over there in the corner. That way, the moment blockchain is no longer relevant, you can hack it off and it impacts nothing. Because it didn't need to be there in the first place. They're saying, what? I don't even catch that. It's always silly sounding in hindsight, despite people hype at the time. NFTs were everywhere, and to an extent, every game was like, how do we add... Oh, no, absolutely. And I made the same comment when NFTs were the thing. It's like, this is a tech buzzword. It's going to be its 30 seconds in the sun. And there are going to be people, like, with each tech buzzword, there are going to be people who make a boatload of money on it. That get on, get their money, and get right back off that ship real quick. That's usually the people who make the biggest money in a lot of those tech buzzwords, is they do some startup, manage to sell themselves, and jump off before the floor drops. Or again, you know, they do the investment, they get that initial money, it, you know, shares go up, and then they get the hell back off of the thing before it has a chance to market correct, and the shares come back down. What are you doing right now, by the way, Harvester? Are you just going to go right down the middle of that field? Is that what you're doing? I'm going to have to catch you on the other side? That is exactly what you're doing.
Hey, husband.
Hi, wifey.
Just wanted to give you kisses.
Yaw. We're out of caffeine.
That's the saddest thing that ever happened.
I know.
Ew, you're drinking sparkling water? That's ridiculous. Hi, Barneystein. Hi, Luxury. Hi, Sheep in a Car. Hi, Infinity Simplex. Oh. Hi, hi, Cynthia Cookie. Hi, Canadian Hussy. That's a good name. Puppy. Love you.
I love you too.
But you're drinking sparkling water.
It's what I've been
It's
degraded to.
disgusting. Right, Jeff Murr? Jeff Murr gets it.
I mean, my choice are that or limeade. And the limeade's downstairs.
Yeah, you don't want to walk downstairs.
No, stairs. Stairs is a solid no, Pasco. Might as well be on the moon. Yeah, no, with like the tech buzzword thing, people have heard me have this conversation many times because I've been in the driver's seat so far as the like dev side of it, where you know, C-level person comes in, goes, "You need to do this because investors," and you're like, "Okay, well, how the hell do I do that?" Yeah, no, it's flavored sparkling water, and for the record, where she's like, "Gross." We bought it for her. She's the one who puts it on the list. Just not to out her or anything, but you know. You know. The phone calls from in the house. But yeah, no, like with the tech buzzwords, because we had crypto, we had blockchain, we have NFTs, and the one I put as kind of an asterisk is machine learning. Because machine learning is a very good, usable, and powerful technology. Like, genuinely a good technology. But it was a tech buzzword in its own right in its time. Because people were shoving it into everything that it made literally no sense because it had a tech buzzword. Unlike the other three I mentioned, though, machine learning actually has a very valid and practical and reasonable and effective use. Like, machine learning is a good technology. But it was rammed into literally everything that, whether or not it made sense, for a hot minute there. It was definitely in that camp of like, we're putting it in everything because word make investor salivate. But of the tech buzzwords, that was the one that's like, no, there's actually something under the hood there. Like, blockchain is a technology. It does have use cases. It is a very, 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 very small, teeny, tiny, itty-bitty little use case. It was not a billion-dollar industry. It has, like, such a very narrow use case. So where people got hyped about blockchain, it's because they don't understand blockchain. Steam engines were a tech buzzword. People tried to shove it in everything together. Hapless inventors buyer. Oh, they still were useful with a lot of things. I hadn't heard that one. I'd believe it. Like, I imagine, like, when electricity exploded, it was probably the same thing. It was like, okay, you know, rolling pins. How do I put electricity in it? And you go, you don't. It's a rolling pin. Barbells. How do I put electricity in it? You don't. It's a barbell. Let's see, why isn't the money from dumping the product being added to your balance? No, so you see, I own that building right there. So this is my sugar mill. This is mine. So if I were to get paid for that, I'd be paying myself. But what I'm doing is I'm dumping all the sugarcane into that sugar mill, and then over the course of the next couple of in-game days, I mean, it's actually, we have more than a year's worth of sugarcane going in there, but gradually they would process that sugarcane into sugar, and then I take the sugarcane from my sugar mill, and then I sell the sugar. Because by selling the sugar as opposed to the raw material I make the sugar out of, I'm getting it something like 1.5 times or 2 times the money. So I'm basically putting the thing in to then get twice the money out. Yep, no, you're all good. I was explaining it for anyone else who doesn't know how production lines in this game work. That wasn't me trying to be like, no, let me tell you how this works. Silly person who's dared to show up late. Do you know what time the stream starts? Yeah, but no, that's the whole thing. People were much even thing. Let's see, so many good and reasonable and effective projects were cut and replaced by worse things because AI was a word. Refactoring your code systems could only be objectively resolved with the same thing. Compiler stopped development in favor of feeding the entire code base into an LLM and hoping. Oh yeah, no, and while AI has definitely been an outlier, and then like the LLMs and AI being an outlier for being particularly egregious with it, like that always is a thing that you'll have a project that is a perfectly sound project, not a particularly sexy or exciting project, but like, hey, this is broadly a project that will make, you know, a sound amount of money. Like it's nothing, no one's getting excited or hot and bothered about it. You're not having investors like, you know, sweating at the idea of potentially not investing in it. Like, it's just, yeah, this is perfectly comfortable, reasonable, like, e-commerce website or whatever the thing is you're doing. And you're like, yeah, that's fine. But unfortunately, you know, the person who's calling the shots like, hey, we have to get, you know, whatever the next the tech buzzword in here so we can get money. And that's honestly a thing that happens with a lot of startups, is they might have a sound idea, they ram the tech buzzword in there, an investor dumps some money in it, and the idea was never sound to begin with that tech buzzword, so the floor falls, and the startup goes under. Now, the catch is, a lot of times, a lot of people manage to walk away with it with a bunch of money before the whole thing implodes. You get hot and bothered when we talk about swapping your CMS for the 4th time? Your content management system? Uh-huh. I have been along that. I've had that discussion with the CEO of the company I worked for before. It's like, hey, we are continuing to change our process to, you know, in theory, make more money once it settles in, but we're changing our process from the process we changed our process for, never letting it get to the point where we get those dividends of the effort. Like, when is the point we actually see that improvement in production? Because we're losing any improvement to switching our process. How are you going to pick up all that sugar from the ground? So I've got a flatbed over there, and I got a forklift thing right there off the front of there. To be entirely honest, we did do a full trailer with that, and then they went ahead and put it on a universal auto loader because, seriously. Eventually this game becomes Forklift Simulator if you don't do that. The chaff on the ground? That's garbage. So when you are doing sugarcane, the only thing you care about sugarcane production-wise is you want the actual rod. You want the middle part. Like, the leaves on it's garbage. That's just nitrogen that has been sequestered into leaves that you don't want, and carbon. So ultimately, it's just spraying that crap out the back because that is waste. Now, in theory, we would be going through here, cleaning this up, and that might become some fertilizer for future sugarcane. I have no idea. I don't grow sugarcane in real life. But the point is, we don't commercially care about it. It's not worth picking up off the ground. Because we'd pick it up off the ground and maybe put in the compost. Yeah, no, Sheep was mentioning that the, apparently in real life commercial, sometimes they'll actually burn the sugarcane field because they'll just burn off the leaves, and then what's left is the sugarcane part, the product you want, and then you'd harvest it. I feel like for Farm Sim, they don't want to encourage the burning down a field, even if it is how people tend to do it commercially. It would get people making some probably not great decisions. Yeah, real life, oop, map's on fire. But that's why you don't grow sugarcane everywhere. One, there's only certain place in the world. It's like, that would be if they ever add coffee as a thing you can grow in the game, or chocolate. Those are both crops that are very, very, very kind of region locked to where they can grow, because they're very sensitive to certain environments and all that. They're very hard to grow outside their native areas. Here is your environmental protection bonus. Also, your smoke is blocking out the sun. Yeah, that's in your realize. You're growing sugarcane, but you're doing it something in the Valley, California. So we're not talking like the Valley as in Silicon Valley, California. We're talking the Valley, California, like the between the mountain ranges where all the agriculture happens. So it's nice and the air doesn't move very well. Oh, right. The reason it's not letting me dump that is my sugar plant is full. So all the rest of the sugarcane is getting sold, where it'll still make us money, but nowhere near as much as our sugar makes us. Which is why we're talking about potentially building a second sugar mill, because by my math, the field of sugarcane we have here will support 2 sugar mills running year-round, and then having a little bit extra. But yeah, no, when you're between those mountains, it's a whole thing that when they turn up all the soil doing the harvest, the air quality in the valley just goes to dump from all the dirt and dust kicked up by it, and it just doesn't go anywhere because it doesn't have anywhere to go for a while. And it hardly rains, so it's very little to clean the air up beyond just hoping it clears up in time. Okay. It feels like you have far less than half harvested, though. I actually don't know, like, percentage. I'm not looking at it. Something, need another mill, and the challenge to the house Crocker. Betty does not know what comes next. That's okay, because Betty Crocker's not a real person. True fact. Betty Crocker is fictional. Betty Crocker's, in fact, actually a whole bunch of women who worked at the, was it General Mills that runs Betty Crocker? And that was introduced as a person, a fictional person, so that, again, you had housewives who, some of them may have learned to cook from their parents, some may not, and so Betty Crocker was someone they could, call into, or sorry, I think it was write letters into. So they could write letters to Betty Crocker at General Mills, and then they would just find random women around the department to mail back as Betty Crocker. And it was a whole thing that got revealed, and amusingly enough, generally speaking, like the sentiment was, after it got revealed that Betty Crocker wasn't a real person, people actually mailed into that thing being like, I know you're not real, but you're real to me, or like, we still care. Because it was, the women in the department trying to honestly answer these questions based on, like, what they could collectively figure it out for, like, I'm trying to do whatever, how can I do this in the future? Oh, well, here's how you do that recipe. So it was, like, real people responding to them, but they were just all kind of doing it under the collective alias Betty Crocker, who was then presented in the marketing as a person. So even after it came out that Betty Crocker wasn't a person, there was still, there was a still coming together kind of thing. Because that's at a time where job opportunities for women were extremely limited. But yeah, no, it was definitely humanizing a corporate thing. That is another thing that was definitely part of it. But yeah, part of what brought up, it getting brought out that, Betty Crocker wasn't a person is, there were these, there's these people who were writing letters, and they're like, a lot of it was around cooking stuff, because that was kind of the shtick, was that you could, you could write a letter to Betty Crocker about whatever cooking thing you were dealing with, and she would answer you. But you'd have people, sending her letters for, like, far more personal things, inviting them to, inviting Betty to your wedding and all that kind of stuff, because you had sent these letters and she had answered to you. And there was a lot of that stuff, and eventually it was like, yeah, there's not a person to show up at this wedding. But I think it was a newspaper that finally, like, got with some of the people who worked at General Mills and kind of outed as not a thing. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I want to say eventually they did have a person that they had take the mantle of Betty Crocker. I don't remember that part. But yeah, no, early on, it was like literally just the people around the department. Like, and you, like, imagine what that would be like. You're working at this corporate headquarters for General Mills. You're like the secretary or whatever role you had at that time, because again, we're trying to be mindful of the era this was going on. And just these letters would come in that your boss was like, yeah, we told women to ask about their kitchen stuff. So yeah, Jane, if you could go ahead and answer these letters. And you're sitting there at your desk, and there's all these letters to Betty Crocker, and that's now your responsibility to answer that too. That's gotta be a weird thing. Still, it's weird. There's a lot of stuff from that time frame that's like really bizarre stuff that was done. For, like, experimenting with new marketing ideas and all that. Like, and it wasn't just one person. That was kind of the whole thing, because they just found pretty much anyone working there. Her imperious condescension, Betty Crocker. It also makes me wonder, like, what response verification they did. Like, if you had someone who's having a chip on their shoulder kind of day and you got asked to respond to one of these letters, would someone, like, verify what you wrote before you sent it? Still, there was lots of those things. Like, that's an famous / infamous one. But there were lots of stuff, like you had kids writing into different stuff to, like, talk to whatever the actor was, but of course it wasn't, the actor doesn't have the time to do that. Not tons and tons of kids and all that. So it was going through, like, people on their behalf, and that's still a thing today. Like, if you go and you have kids who write letters to Mickey Mouse, and you can get letters responded to by Mickey Mouse. But, it's obviously not a cartoon character responding. Don't tell me Santa didn't read your letter. Just yours individually. It was really awkward. I was just going through the letters and said, Fuji? Like, just really, really out of character for Santa. I don't know what you did to that guy. Get your letter from good old Betty about your serious life problem. It reads, skill issue. Ah, man. Like I said, there was probably no verification back in those days. Like, it wasn't like the CEO would be like, let me double check in those letters you're sending out. We gotta make sure you don't tarnish the name of Betty Crocker. So, you could have that person who was like, they were, having, like, this serious, like, hey, man, like, I'm having a really difficult time in my, like, living situation. I don't know what to do. And, like, the one person having a bad day who's just like, have you considered killing your husband? Have you considered murder or arson? Um, Can't believe I wasn't following you. Etel throws it over to you all the time when he's done. And you watch you mostly lurking. Oh yeah. Well that's I'm not it's actually one thing I'm not particularly good at, which thank you for the friendly reminder of. If you're enjoying the content and you're not following the channel, hit the follow button, that way you can find your way back here in the future. Because genuinely, you forget to do that. I am 100% guilty of that, where there'll be a channel I have seen 3 or 4 or 5 times or whatever. And then just stop and be like, wait a second, I'm not following this person. It's like, I've been watching this person for like 50, 60, 70 hours now over many streams. And 100% just didn't do it. But yeah. I love the idea of like, oh man, what is Betty Crocker? Was that 1950s or was that 1930s? It was somewhere in that area. I love the idea of someone being like, Dear Betty, I keep trying to cook these chocolate chip cookies and no matter what I do, they always come out wrong. They're either too soft and squishy or like and just not cooked or they're always burnt. Can you give me some advice on how to do this better? And then just someone responding, being like, get good, nerd. Obviously in, you know, ye old 1930s, 1950s wording. I have no idea what the equivalent in that time frame. Just getting that letter from good old wholesome fictional Betty Crocker. Being told, have you tried not sucking at cooking? It's probably a really good thing that Betty Crocker did not come into existence in the 90s. Because in the era of like, you know, oh no, this horrible thing happened. Psych. You would respond. RTFM. Have you tried praying for it to come out better? Maybe if you went to the restaurant where people had talent. Just the very toxic Betty Crocker. Wild times. I'm trying to remember when that was. It was the 30s or the 50s. I honestly, it may even be later than that. I genuinely don't remember when that came to be. It was a while back, because it was not early General Mills. It was like a rebranding era of General Mills. It was a thing in the 90s. There'd be people asking how to fix their printers. It would just be the SNL Nick Burns skit, but in written form. Was that so hard? Nick Burns starring Jackie Chan. I forgot that happened. Ah, man. There was an SNL skit way back, Saturday Night Live skit back in the day called Nick Burns, who was your company's computer guy. And he was a very, he was very sarcastic, he was very rude, and the idea is it would be that you know, it's the company IT person who would show up, and he'd be like, hey man, my printer's not working, and would make fun of you, say all sorts of mean things, and he'd go, was that so hard? And all that. You know, of course, you would empathize with the people working in the office. I mean, you could actually empathize with Nick Burns, like, as well from, like, was that so hard? Because sometimes the questions you get asked when you're knowledgeable in IT seem like the most ridiculous nonsense. They're like, come on, man. But they did an episode where Nick Burns got a, I think it was an intern, but it was Jackie Chan. Like, actual Jackie Chan, not someone pretending to be. So there was a Saturday Night Live skit of Jackie Chan being an IT person. Which was fun. It's the 2020s. You still have issues with your printer? I mean, I feel like the issue with your printer is you have one. Nah, to be fair, every once in a long while, something will come up and they'll be like, yeah, you need to print out a copy to bring in. And you're staring, you're like, you need to what now? You emailed this thing. Why can't I email it back? Like, why am I the one who has to do the legwork now? And so I'll have to, like, drag out the printer and be like, I hope this works. But it's probably once, like, every 2-3 years we have to print, like, one... I keep forgetting this thing's full. And the printer will almost certainly not work. To the credit, so I've got one LaserJet printer, and it always works when I break it out. Because those things last forever if you take care of them, which I'm really not. But, those inkjets? Nah, man, you break that thing out after a while, you're just asking for a thing. The local library or UPS store is cheaper than buying an ink cartridge every time to try and print. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like, in this day and age, unless... Now, to be fair, there are certain different things where you might end up needing to print a lot more, especially if you're starting to get not into just, like, regular printing, but, like, you're doing it for commercial kind of things. You know, like thermal printing and all that kind of stuff. There's arguments there. But yeah, for, like, your typical home user, broadly speaking, it's like, yeah, it's more cost-effective to just go to the library and print stuff out. Ink is cheaper than blood, enough said. I don't actually think that's true. I genuinely think that's actually the other way around. I think blood is cheaper. Or sorry, I think blood is the cheaper of that. I would be willing to bet a pint of blood is cheaper than a pint of ink. As messed up as that sounds. Because ink is effing expensive when you're talking printers. It's really messed up to think about. But you get one of those little cartridges and they're like 18, 20 bucks for like a tiny little bit of ink. Like not even a cup of ink. The only thing more expensive than ink is antimatter when you're talking inkjet. Blood is cheaper, says you're searching for gallons of prices. Thank you for taking the hit of putting yourself on a list on asking for the price of blood. By the gallon.
Thank you, Squared, for subscribing for 39 months. I'm a survivor, farmer, I'm not gone give up, I am not gone stop, I am gone work harder.
Hey FG, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, the 35 months you've been subbed to the channel, almost 3 years. Time is a whole thing. But, thank you so much for that. Can we get a shout out for FG? Oh, we already got it. Thank you. Definitely go check out FG Squared. Absolutely fantastic. Has been playing some Syntopia recently. So for all those who are like, I'm surprised you're not playing Syntopia yesterday, because we did play it the other day. Definitely has been being played over there. Good times. But fellow member of the House Good Frequency stream team, the stream team I'm on, absolutely fantastic content creator. One of the channels I check out the most after my own stream. And I'm trying to put this into my sugar mill, which still has no room. So definitely someone to check out. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of stuff. Goes to Amazon, looks up a 55-gallon of drum of blood. Don't worry about the fact that we're discussing the price difference of inkjet printer ink and blood. It is a perfectly normal and reasonable conversation that certainly does not get you on a list. As we are harvesting sugarcane. Look, sometimes you need to know. Scorpion venom, particularly Deathstalker Scorpion, is widely said as the most expensive liquid in the world, costing 39 million per gallon due to the labor-intensive extraction and rarity. It is highly prized for medical research, creating life-saving drugs. Interesting. Maybe you should be harvesting blood instead of sugarcane. Nah, so the blood drives here definitely got that market on lock. They've got every willing donor lined up. And there's definitely a lot of wrist twisting to try and make people more willing. Back when movies were relevant, that was one of the things I would do, is I'd wait to a blood drive and do my donations to get movie tickets. Oh yeah, no, horseshoe crab blood is another thing they collect. Wonder what the ramifications of really expensive blood would be. A black market on blood? So hospitals wouldn't get it because they already struggle to get enough blood? Yeah, Ulkar's probably not wrong. Death. Like, very genuinely, if you are capable of donating, that is a thing you can do to do a lot of help. You know how you hear about the people having their kidneys stolen? That, but just blood. Let's see, horseshoe crab blood is used in carcinogenic cancer research and detection? Yeah, no, I remember that's like a whole thing. Like that it has a lot of research potential, a lot of medicinal properties so far as like research medicinal, not, you don't drink horseshoe crab blood. Probably poisonous. Not poisonous as in like it's intended to be poisonous, but poisonous as in you're not meant to eat that. You have not developed such to consume it. I have no idea. It's not a thing I desire to go out of my way for. Because I'm just happy the horseshoe crab populations have been recovering along the Florida coast, because that's been a long time declining. And we have had, in the last 10 years, it's been coming back. I've only gotten to see horseshoe crabs naturally on the coast like once or twice. Are we talking about the seals? We're talking about horseshoe crabs. It's an actual... Would it be considered a crustacean, or is it its own thing? Because it almost feels like it predates crustaceans. I actually don't know where they land so far as like family and all that kind of stuff. Because a horseshoe crab is not technically in the same family as crab. Oh yeah, no, I know a lot of blood is used for surgery and all that kind of stuff. Sea spiders are their own thing, including horseshoe crab? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I'm pretty sure they're not crustaceans. I'm pretty sure they predate crustaceans. How much would it cost for another sugar mill? $240,000. I do think we are going to buy a second sugar mill. We have unintentionally become sugarcane barons. Animal taxonomy is a hodgepodge. It is one of those things, you look at a lot of animal taxonomy, and it's like, okay, this one's a clear-cut this one's a clear-cut that, this one's a clear-cut that, and then you hit that one, you're like, look, man, it is a whole discussion that needs to happen. Like, a whole discussion needs to happen around the taxonomy of this particular animal. It's in the animal kingdom, it's the equivalent of changing your Facebook status to, it's complicated. Chickens were quite the discussion 10 years ago. We figured out they were mini T-Rexes. Oh yeah, that, like, I mean, because if I remember correctly, birds are the descendant of dinosaurs. Just, like, broadly speaking, birds are the descendant of dinosaurs. So when you look at a bird, you're looking at what, you know, Velociraptor, T-Rex, and all of them became. Yeah, horseshoe crabs are more related to scorpions and spiders and crabs. Yeah, they're kind of in their own world there. If you looked at emus, they're terrifying. Oh yeah, like emus and ostrich, it's like, you look at those feet and you're like, man, that'll... Like, if this thing decides it wants to gore you with that foot, it is going to be a bad time. Like, they are very strong birds. Very big burbs. Chicken is the T-Rex as pug is the wolf. You know? You're not wrong. The reason Australia lost the war to emus was that they were actually dinosaurs. Yeah, I mean, everything I've seen depicted in media is when you get into a fight with the dinosaurs win. I've seen Jurassic Park. Ostriches are dangerous, emu very rarely. Low-key, like, being around zoos and all that, you know what animal is actually really awful to be around? Zebra. Zebra are, like, just... The 90% of zebra are just straight up mean. For no reason. Like, zebra will just go to another animal and be like, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna kick you in the face. Why? Because I'm a zebra. That's just what I do. There's a reason if you ever go to, like, a petting zoo and there's a zebra there, it's like you'll have all the other animals and the zebra will be caged separate where you can't actually reach it. Moose are bad too? I have gotten very conflicting information about moose. I've gotten some people that are like, moose are generally chill, but also be very careful because they're big. And I've also got moose are extremely territorial, be careful, they're big. The answer is, be careful, they're big, maybe stay away from them. Moose depend on the time of year. Oh, I could see it being one of those things that, like, maybe mating season, they're, like, super territorial. Or something like that. Moose will murder you. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, if the moose has a... If the moose is like, you know what? I don't like you today. And you are not sitting with a lot of metal between you. You don't get to participate. The moose is the only one participating in the exchange. You are the subject of interest who is being subjected to moose. And yeah, moose are big enough that, like, yeah, cars, like, yeah, that's fine. You know, the moose might also not be walking away, but the car is definitely not driving away from that situation. Bull elk don't play around either. Yeah, I'm lucky where we're at. We only got tiny little deer. Like, our biggest deer is like on the very low end of the deer spectrum. They'll still mess you up if you piss them off. They can still give you the horn. But, like, you know, you're not worried about a deer like that size doing much to your car beyond just maybe breaking a window or something. And the deer here, They see you, they are outie. Exit stage left, full speed, potentially into tree. Which is a genuine problem you have with a lot of hoop animals when you startle them, is they are very much, you know, run then look. And sometimes they run in places that, you know, aren't exactly compatible with physical objects passing through them. You live on the edge, which means you've seen moose do their thing. Thankfully, their thing away from the road. But, you'll see them make cattle. Alright. It's grocery shop time. Gotta buy some hummus. Played too much Cinetopia this week. Yup. Gotta get that humu. We gotta do a grocery store run tomorrow. We badly need a grocery store run tomorrow. Just been a busy couple weeks. But I hope you have fun at the grocery store and it is a productive trip without any extras. Other than, like, if you find cookies. Those are good extras. Yeah, around where we're at in Florida, the animals you worry about here are, one, the obvious one of alligators. You do not mess with an alligator. They're like, it's one of those things. If you see an alligator just sitting on the bank, as long as you don't like go up to it or whatever and get in its space, it's probably not a thing to really worry about. Definitely don't go into water you cannot see the bottom of that isn't specifically roped off as like this is an area for swimming or whatever. So you avoid that. Technically there's sharks here. You don't run into much problem with sharks. Like as much as people like to get into like the shark week, oh the shark attacks and all that, it's not that it doesn't happen, but like the statistic numbers are very, very low. Usually you gotta be doing stuff you probably shouldn't be doing or ignoring warnings and that. Not that no one gets attacked that like they didn't do anything wrong. But broadly speaking, shark attacks are pretty rare on Florida's coast. Not never, it does happen, but it's like genuinely 1 or 2 attacks, maybe a year. It's really a low count. Alligators tend to be pretty low counts of attacks as well, higher than sharks broadly, but it's another one of those things, it's a very, very low number in reality, because most people are smart enough to not walk up to an alligator and poke it in the face. And even then, it might just go in the water to get away from you. Don't try your luck. They have survived as long as they have because they're really good at what they do. But I'd definitely say it's some of the venomous snakes are far higher on that list. You know, we talked about like water moccasin / cottonmouth being a highly aggressive snake, highly territorial. So they're up there. Even stuff like rattlesnakes, you probably have more problems with them than, you know, sharks or alligators. But they still tend to not be that much. Because, you know, they want nothing to do with you, and most of the time they're going to nope out stage left long before you get to the point you even realize they're there. And if you do happen to get there, they kick off their rattle, they're not going to just attack you. And if you go up to a rattlesnake and it's sitting there like it's got its rattle going and you decide to harass it, that's what we call Darwinism. You are accepting that fate. Huh. The only time you have it where you usually run into problems with rattlesnakes is you surprise the snake and the snake surprises you. Like, you open a door on top of it so the both of you get caught by surprise. That's some bad news happens, because neither of you get a chance to figure out what's going on. It's, you know, just act and react kind of thing. You know, and the snake's act is to bite you. We're going to trying both of the 2 parts blended, deciding which texture you don't like. Because they're often blends of half each. Oh, I missed something. Oh. The hummus we were talking about? Hummus is fine. Like, hummus doesn't, like, I like hummus, but it's never one of the things I go for. Like, you can do stuff like we get hummus and you add you add stuff to it to make it interesting and all that. Usually in situations you have hummus, I find myself being like, I'd rather this was salsa. Like, hummus is probably the thing could use more from the health standpoint. But like, it's definitely one of those things that for dipping stuff, I'm almost gonna go with the salsa. I very, very, very much am a spicy food fiend. If you're in Canada, you have a chance to try True Halifax. Donair, try it. Gotcha. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like hummus and pita and hummus and like tortilla. I wouldn't say even like it's not one of those things where like, oh, it's not my favorite. Where it's like, no, it's genuinely good. Like if that's my option of what to eat and it's there, I'm not unhappy. I'm gonna eat it. But broadly speaking, I don't seek it out because I'm usually like, you know, I'm gonna go get like the picante salsa or whatever I can get my hands on. Like hot picante sauce is excellent. No, but taste-wise, it's almost always like, spicy's the first thing I go to. If spicy's not available, then savory is usually next. Which I would put hummus in the savory range. I wouldn't call it sweet. You like hummus as a binder for stronger flavors like garlic and chili and falafel? Yeah, no, that's the thing, like, hummus with some, you know, peppers in it, all that, I'm down. That's kind of what I would probably go for. I mean, hummus, garlic is an ingredient in hummus. It should always have garlic. If there's not garlic there, what is the abomination you're eating? I actually think technically garlic is to be hummus, I think garlic is a required ingredient. Otherwise, it's just chickpeas. You're semi-allergic to spicy food. You can break out in the sweats. Well, breaking out in the sweats is normal for spicy food. But obviously, like, if you have an allergy, you have an allergy. You're not being like, no, you don't. But, like, yeah, no, if it's spicy enough, then yeah, the sweats is normal reaction. That's just spicy food. But, like, you're getting, like, rash or itch or something like that, then that's like, yeah, no, that's not good. Imagine a sugary garlic sauce. That's Halifax Donair. A little condensed milk. I would try it. I tend to be very not into the sweets. So if you're describing it as a sugary garlic sauce, it's actually probably something that I'm not going to be that into. I would try it, though. Like, I would give it an honest go. I'm always down to try new things. Considering some of the cursed things I've eaten over the years. Hummus, a mix of chickpeas and sesame seeds. Doesn't need our ingredient, but traditionally served on top with oil to stop oxidation. Yeah, no, I've absolutely eaten some stuff, like, I've eaten some stuff I look at and be like, this is something I absolutely do not expect to like. Like, I've eaten things I'm like, I am actively expecting to hate this. But I'll still try it. Most of the time, if I have that strong of a feeling, I'm usually right. There's been exceptions, though. There's definitely been once or twice where I've gone to somebody like, I don't expect to like this. They're like, you know what? I've never had something that I expected to hate it and was like, this is amazing, I need more of it. But I've definitely had times where I expected something to be really, really in the don't want, but actually be like, you know what? I can get behind this. It's also a thing when trying things, like, especially if it's, like, something from a different culture. It's definitely a thing I approach where it's, like, how is it done in that culture? I will, like, you know, what is the actual represent? I will do it that way. I won't be like, oh, well, I'm going to try it. Well, I prefer it this way for, like, my first time. That's one of the things that gets me. It's like, I'm going to try this. Well, I want it without this and without that and that instead. Like, well, now you're just eating something different that's thematically there. Dried tamarind is so good? I don't think I've had that. Have I had pulparindo? I don't know what that is. I was trying to mentally put together what I thought it was by the name, but I'm coming a blank. Oh, Toom and I earlier today went to we got a fairly fairly like authentic traditional Mexican place that's relatively close to us, and they did like a whole big re-theme of their place. So they did a fairly big re-theme, and we were laughing. We're like, "What flag is this? This isn't the Mexican flag. It's the right colors, but it's missing the eagle." And eventually, it was like, it's bothering. It's like, I have to look this up. It's like, wait. Toom looked it up, to be clear. Toom looked it up. I was like, wait, this is the Italian flag. Is it, like, did they just get the Italian flag and use that instead because it was either available or cheaper than getting the Mexican flag because, printing an eagle on it, added to the price, or was just not available? It was just kind of a thing. It's like, the colors are right, but which flag is this? It's like, I know I've seen this flag before. Had a chuckle with that one. The food was still as good as always, but... let's see. Pulparindo is dried tamarind, sugar, and chili powder. So it's a spicy Mexican candy. I've had the spicy Mexican candy. I don't know if I've had that one. I'm very mixed on it. It's one of those things I'm still not sure how I feel about it. Because I like spicy stuff, but as a spicy candy, it's kind of a head scratcher for me. Like, I don't hate it. I don't love it. My feelings are complicated. Like, I'm still figuring out where I feel, like, how I feel about it. It's definitely one of those ones where you've seen, like, when a kid tries something for the first time, and they're like, they go like they're gonna start to spit it out, and then they stop for a moment, and you can see the gears turning for a minute. And then, they smile, and then they frown, and you're definitely like, okay, I don't know where this is gonna land. Like, the kid might like it, might hate it. We're really not sure. Like, there's definitely a lot of thinking going on here. There's definitely a feeling. Like, we're not indifferent on this taste. There's definitely a strong opinion. We're just not sure what that opinion is yet. You never expected to like haggis, but gave you a small... See, I've had haggis before, right? I'm pretty sure I've had haggis. I remember vaguely liking it. I think I've had haggis. I'm pretty sure I've had haggis. Because that was one of those ones, it's like, for being in the U.S., we would consider that a fairly exotic thing. But, I'm pretty sure I've had that. The game handles textures in a weird way? Yeah. It's definitely different, but it can be dang spicy for someone not expecting it, yeah. Yeah, you can get some weird, like, texture loading in. So, like, if you look out in the distance, you can see, like, right along the edge here, it's just outside of where my finger can cover, point. But, like, there is, like, almost a view distance on the textures, and it can be very noticeable if it's not far enough out. But yeah, it can be a noticeable thing. Usually when you're playing, though, you're kind of looking at the ground nearby you on what you're doing, so you don't tend to notice it as much as you would think. Because, like, you're usually... Like, if I had, like, a Tobii eye tracker, where that little spot I've got missed up ahead, I mean, it's already passed. But, like, it's definitely a thing you don't end up looking too far ahead most of the time. So it tends to not be noticeable. Yeah, like, if we back up again, I'll see if we're up here. So about where that patch is over there ahead of me, that's a little bit far, like actually about where the orange line ends is about the farthest I'm probably looking ahead at any given time. on the game, other than when you're driving on the highway or whatever. But it's definitely one of those things that you don't really notice the texture out there unless you're looking ahead for the texture being weird. You're looking at the cone of textures behind the tractor weird. I'll have to go when I'm not spraying stuff because that's distracting the eyes way too much to notice the texture. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, like the super close-up thing. Yeah, yeah. Is it a map mod problem? No, I don't believe so. It's like loading in like the highest definition textures like right behind me. And then you got like the medium tier, which is what 90% of what you see is at any given time. So it's just kind of a weird thing. Yeah, but you'll notice, like, that's been happening the whole time, and it's just one of those things, like, when you're playing the game and focusing on it, you just don't notice. Like, watching it, I can understand. Like, just the same as, like, watching, you're probably noticing, again, that big ring in the distance that's moving out away from you. But, like, when you're playing, again, most of the time, your eye's kind of centered on the middle of the screen, that you're not really looking at the periphery with any real focus half the time. No more Path of Exile? Nope. It amuses me that after all this time, that's still the opening each time. Because I haven't played Path of Exile in a long time. I hate to break it to you, but Edgar Allan Poe died in 1849. Too soon, man. Too soon. Come on. It's only been about 183 years. It's too soon, man. Yeah, I missed the spot. I was trying to estimate. It won't be too much longer before I gotta do a pass where we relime the field. Oh, right. I did the math wrong. You right. Yeah, it'd be 173 years. No, wait, that's not... never mind. Trying to glance math late in the evening is not the move. Either way, it's a hot minute. As that goes the challenge, it goes good. We're making sugar with sugar. And actually making relatively good money. Okay. And how goes you? So your pH is okay. Alright, what am I thinking? Oh, it's the rollers. We gotta do the rollers or weeds will show up. I mean, it's a hoe, but same difference. There's probably going to be a couple of people who get this reference, but just reading Sweet Victory, all I can think of his Hella Boss, just the song where it's like, sweet victory, Moxie, go F yourself. Or it's like, sweet victory, I knew it from the start. Moxie, go F yourself. Okay. That's a lot of sugar ready to sell? Right, but we gotta wait till the price is up. You know, it's just like anything. You sell high. You sell high. Right now we're low. We're low. Don't sell now. Sell high. We gotta maximize our dollars. We gotta get our stonks for our sugar. You don't want to undercut your sugar value. That's just bad investments. Such a complex folding mechanism for a baby tool where it just kind of like unfolds. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense because you can compact the whole thing and shove it in the, shove it in the corner of your, I was gonna say barn or garage, but wherever you keep your hoe. Just how boss is the thing in the fandom. There's definitely parts of that fandom who get to the cursed parts of the internet. There's definitely parts, and I love that the show doesn't even like glance away from it. Where it's like just in the show, it's like, who would think things like that? Turn to camera. Not gonna make the easy crass joke. Not gonna make the easy crass joke. I picked that up and forgot to put it back down to this end. No, you're all good. We have a quote thing on the channel. I always forget to, like, get to use it and all that. And then I always forget how it works. Anyways, yep. Yeah, it's funny. Most of the early quotes are entirely about cutting down trees or that trees are the enemy or stuff like that. One of our mods was actually really good about staying on top of the quotes feature. Really just enjoyed all like the quotes around like taking down nature and all that stuff. I hate this, I'm actually enjoying this. I didn't remember that quote. Really, that's only last year. I thought it was farther back than that. That sounds like a very SnowRunner thing to be like, I hate this. No, actually, like, this is a lot of fun. There's definitely those games where it's like, the challenge is the fun. Alright, Conrad, you sleep well. Thank you again for hanging out and all that good stuff. Do appreciate it. Yeah, I don't think we have that many quotes. I think the number of quotes, I think we're in the 20s? Nope, we don't have 20. I saw 17, I think. Oh no, was it 14? Yeah, so we don't have many quotes. Usually just clip stuff? Yeah, no, absolutely. No, absolutely. Like, the clips end up doing more. Like, that's kind of the thing, is I have the clips thing, or I have the quotes thing on, it just doesn't get enough use. It's one of those, like, there's a lot of stuff that could be that way if people start to use, the quotes. Then what ends up happening is more people end up using the quotes, and just like that. So you would recommend buying this game over the last iteration of Farming Sim? When you're saying the last iteration, you're talking Farm Sim 22, because this literally is like you took Farm Sim 22 and said yes and. So by its nature, this takes Farm Sim 22 and adds more to it. And it adds a decent amount. Like, the big differences between this one and Farm 22, if you look at what I'm doing right now, where I'm following this line, that's not in Farm Sim 22. There are mods that accomplish basically the same thing. Because I'm not full autopilot here. Like, in Farm Sim 22, the worker AI is pretty bad. They can handle square fields and small width tools, but the moment you start getting to some of the tools that are like larger, like your sprayers, Farm Sim 22 AI cannot handle it. Farm Sim 25, I've only gotten the AI to get confused and stuck a couple of times over the entire time I played it. So that's one big difference. The second one is when we look at Farm Sim 22, you have full-on AI worker, or you do it yourself manually. Farm Sim 25, you have the GPS, which lets me kind of lock it on a straight line, or a line following the field. So if we were to go up to the edge of the field right now, and I hold my work button, you'll see how it has this pattern here. I can make it so I can go to this line, and my tractor will just follow that line to the end, and then turn around and do it again, and have it go with that, and I can have it go around the edge there, and I still have to do the turning myself, but like it'll follow the lines and do the slight turns and all that for me. That's not available in Farm Sim 22. Also in Farm Sim 25, we got additional crops of peas, spinach, green beans, rice. They did add a couple of new animals as well. Now, to be fair, a lot of people don't actually care for the peas, spinach, and green beans. The rice is one that most people tend to be alright with. A lot of people seem to enjoy the rice. So it definitely adds a lot to the game. Now, obviously, when it comes to the thing is like, but is it worth, you know, $20 extra or whatever the difference is? That's getting into the money side of things. And broadly speaking, when people ask, is, you know, insert thing worth the money? I'll usually phrase it as, I don't regret buying it, but I also don't say yes and no because money means different things to different people. And the reason I say that is, like, if you're sitting there on your multi-million-dollar yacht, eating your caviar and drinking your champagne, buying a game doesn't matter to you. Like, that money is irrelevant. But if you're someone who you're going, okay, do I pay my food or do I pay my rent this month? Money means a lot to you. So, like, for you, even if the game was one of the best in the world, you can't afford it. Okay, so I think we got everything sorted. Let's double check the field. We have started up sugar refining and selling at high points instead of just selling as harvested. Correct. So our pH is a little low. We can't see what the impact of that's going to be yet. I think the pH being there will be okay. What's the next refinery worth? I mean, what do you mean what it costs? The next refinery costs 240. I don't need to get more land or anything. We just plunk it down, and we load the sugarcane into it. Well, it's 200 and probably like 42, because only just a little extra to flatten the land to put it on. But it's 240,000 is the cost of the building itself. Now, we need to remember, I believe it's July. That is when the sugar is at its highest value. And that's when we sell. That's when we get our money. Our big money. Because we sold all the extra sugar cane, and that's certainly money. But with the sugar, it's got kind of a multiplier on it. So let's see. Double checking, because this does seem to change each year. I believe it's July that it's the highest. I used to have a mod in Farm Sim 22. Yeah, so technically it says September is the highest, but July is going to be right there as well. Okay. All right. So the next crop we are doing is rice. This is a direct seeder. Sorry, it's long grain rice, to be clear. So it's not the rice you do in the thing where you flood it in advance. We rolled the rice you handle kind of like wheat. You still flood the field, but you flood it secondary. This, if we were to get it, gives me my planter for doing the rice. And this thing is normally, I believe, 100,000. Let's double check that. Let's see, because it's supposed to be 48. Oh, that'd be about 58,000? So not 100,000, but 58,000. So that's half off. And this is a direct driller, which means I wouldn't need to cultivate or anything in the future. I'd still have to plow the field the first time. And I believe you do fertilizer as well. Are you the one that does fertilizer as well? Don't think so. I think you're just a seeder. You're only 3 meters wide. I'm gonna hold. It's tempting, but that is the very smallest one. And if we're being honest with ourselves, it's going to be the harvester that's the problem. So let's hold out for either the harvester to be on sale or for the bigger one. At least there's a 6 meter wide one. The 6 meter wide one, that's kind of going to be like the biggest before like multiple phases and all that starts to become kind of important to consider. Hey, look. It's the vehicle I'm using right now. Okay, so we check on March, because I'm not sure how much being okay pH versus good pH is going to affect it. Like, is that going to be like a 2% or a 5% reduction in yield? Is it going to be a 20% reduction in yield? Yeah, so it's implying that in March it should update the price. But yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things that's like on the fence of buying that one. But it only saved me, like, the reason I said no is like, okay, it's only going to save me like 20,000, which is not nothing. Versus if I hold out for the bigger one, you know, that could end up being a lot bigger of a thing. We just got a whole kit going on here. Sadly, way outside my budget. Okay, so it does update its price. It still says July. Technically, September's slightly higher than July, but then it just drops. I'll just cash on July. But what I was saying is I had a mod in Farm Sim 22 that what you could do is you'd configure it. Yeah, so it's not updating the expected yields and all that stuff. We'll see what it says. My concern is once we pass the date that it plants, putting the lime might not help. I don't know with that. I haven't done that before. But we'll see. Because we have been saying around 117%-ish expected yield for the field. Because you get a bonus for a couple things. I mean, rollers are cool and all. I don't think we'll do those, though. The McDon. The McDon is always one of those ones. I've been tempted to do a run where I use the McDon for stuff. It adds a whole extra step into doing things. But you get a higher yield. Okay, so that implies only about 1% less. Okay, so I don't need to worry about that. That's fine. So okay and good and all that are all relatively similar. Alright, so we're in April. So it's July we get our big money out. You're still fine. So we keep moving forward, keep checking for sales. But July is Sugar Day. That's when we make our big monies. And this is a very normal thing in Farm Sim. By default, seasons are on, and just like in real life, there ain't a whole lot to do during the winter. You kind of, like, you can work on projects like plowing and all that you need to catch up or whatever if you want, but we don't really have a lot of land to worry about. So broadly speaking, there are some months that if you don't have more stuff to work on... Oh, are you the direct drill? Okay. Okay. You can't... you're the planter, not the seeder. Boo. Boo. If we had rolled one of the planted crops, this would be a really big find for us. But, I need a seeder. It's fine. I don't actually have much to complain about. I keep hoping for that sale. The big thing I want is the harvester, though. The harvesters are freaking expensive. Because then we can get the harvester set up for when we go to do the long grain rice. Oh, you're the forage harvester. Okay, this is June. Double checking our prices. Yeah, so it's July we want. Meanwhile, we need to get some water. And this will be the first year we'll have a full payout of the, we'll get our full payout from the sugar. Because last year was only like half a year's worth. Because we put the sugarcane in there, but it needed time to process. So we're going to get an idea of what we're making per year on sugar. You thought we were getting a second plant? Well, that's the thing. I'm saving up for the second plant. If we happen to get a on-sale really good harvester or like the really good seeder, I'm not going to wait on it. I will snag it. But if nothing else comes up, we are getting the second plant. Pretty much the order of operations in my mental priority is if the harvester is on sale, I get the harvester. The on-sale harvester is like the biggest win for us because that would save us a boatload of money. After that, if we can get the really big direct drill seeder, that would be my next biggest win. I would grab that if we can get the big one. That's a direct drill. Not just any seeder, the direct drill. After that would probably be the plant. Because it is a thing that to do the long grain rice, which is the next thing we roll to do after the sugarcane, I do need to have both the harvester and the seeder before I can make a single dime from it. The good news is once I get those two machines open up like half the crops. All the non-specialty crops get opened up by the... Well, sorry, that's not true. There's planter stuff too. Okay. So... we are at maximum price. We are at Big Stonks Day. So we're just going to stand out in our hail and get our sugar. Oh yeah. No, this is they definitely did not spare on the chrome on this thing. Come on, give me my sugar. There you got a lot more sugar in there. Definitely didn't ruin the sugar by leaving it out all year long in the rain. Which, for the record, most crops and products are not affected by rain. So far as like being left out. The exception being stuff you leave on the ground as the crop. Like you just leave a pile of grass or a pile of hay or a pile of straw. That is damaged by rain. You lose a percentage of it as rot. And so mechanically what happens is, say you have 1,000 liters and it sits out in the rain, you might have like 960 liters. Like, I don't know the percentage or whatever, because it's usually not a thing I have to worry about. But like, even though it makes no sense, they just don't have they don't put like expiration dates or like things going bad. If they were to introduce that, they'd have to introduce like, I forget what it is, but there are fridges that they put a gas in there that causes stuff to not go bad. Can you process sugar to something else after? Yes. So sugar is an ingredient for a couple of things, like you can make cake. Cake requires sugar. I believe cake requires sugar in the game. I don't actually know what else there is. I know cake is one of them. There could be others. But I do know there's a production line that involves sugar with making cake. Cake historically is the most complicated thing in the game to make, because you need, I think it was like eggs, sugar, strawberry, I think flour. I think that's everything. Oh, and milk. So like it is the what if everything thing, but it's cake. And I have made cake on the stream before. It's a whole thing. It's good money when you set it up. It's just a lot of setup. Because very loosely speaking, in Farm Sim, when you set up a production line, whatever you put in, on the average, you're going to get 1.5 times the value out. So when you do like multiple tier systems where like, you know, I go in and I make flour, or say I take wheat and I put in and I make flour, so I get 1.5 the value of the wheat in the flour. And then I go and I take that flour and I make that into bread. And so then I get 1.5 the value of the flour I put in for the bread. So, you know, you're doing double dipping. It's it is like a multiplicative growth. You know, you can really, really upsell. Rum makes sense if you remember correctly. Yeah, no, in real life, rum is sugarcane molasses that has been fermented. Now, you aren't going to, out of the box, have any alcohol production in Farm Sim. And that has to go with, like, the game's rating. If they add alcohol production, it has to go up a game rating kind of thing. It will restrict some of the markets that they can sell it, and the ratings in those respective markets and all that. So they'll just not include that in the base game. That said, you can get mods that add it where you can make wine and stuff like that. I mean, I haven't looked in Farm Sim 25, but I know those were in Farm Sim 22. It would be shocking if they don't. Really? You think I would learn? Come on, we almost had it. We've already tipped this up once, just doing this. I can reset this, by the way. And there's no, like, significant penalty. Nah, it's fine. Alright, so what we can do here is when you get stuck, because I'm going to have to get the forklift end anyway, probably, is I can go here and I can choose reset, reset. Now, the big thing to make sure, do not reset tools that have things in it you care about. When you reset it, it will dump whatever's in it kind of thing. You can lose a lot of money that way. Good point of the age rating, you didn't think about that? Yeah. Well, that's also, like, there's a lot of mods historically that let you grow, like, marijuana and stuff like that. And again, for mods, totally fine. But, yeah, base game, you know, the moment they let you do that, you suddenly get pulled from the shelves in several markets because, you know, you can't sell it, and then you won't be able to sell it. Like, right now, this can be sold to, basically, I can't remember what the actual rating is, like, the equivalent of, like, E for everyone. Because there's nothing in this game that's around, like, it's also a reason why you don't slaughter animals. Like, yeah, in real life, you know, you'd slaughter pigs and all that kind of stuff. In this game, you just sell them. There are mods that let you do that, though. But the moment they would get into that kind of thing, then you gotta start worrying about age ratings and all those kind of things. Oh, you're heavier than the sugarcane, which is a problem. Come on, come on, come on. Do this little dance with me. There we go. We just had to keep twisting and lifting until we managed to make it work. Now, downside, we can't really get to that connection point I need to be at. So the problem was I got a lot of speed going, and I took a corner a little tight, and that is a lot of weight on that trailer. It's not exactly the widest trailer. So it went over, and it's heavier than we are, so we just followed it right on down. Okay. It's also a thing in the game where you don't take damage from banging into things, which is probably a good thing as well. The physics relatively hold up okay. They're not perfect, but most of the time it's fine. Every once in a while you have, like, weird stuff happen. Like, I've gotten to the point where I, like, hit the forklift fronts on the ground hard enough that they got embedded in the ground. And it wasn't like in real life where you stuck them in the ground and you're, like, stuck in place. I was able to drag the tractor along on its front wheels with, like, the physical mesh of the forklift's tangs underneath the ground's physical mesh. Didn't you say there was an exception for field rocks? Field rocks for what? Oh no, okay, so you don't take damage by hitting the field rocks. It's when you're running your tools over field rocks, it does more damage to them. Basically, the only way things get damaged in this game is by running. So, like, my engine running right now, I'm doing a little bit of damage over time to my engine that'll eventually need to be repaired. So it's like wear and tear. If I leave the field rocks and I'm, like, cultivating the field with the field rocks in it, I will do more damage to my cultivator while I'm working than I would if I didn't have field rocks. But it still is the wear and tear. It's just slightly worse wear and tear. I would say today's stream has been a very productive one so far. We're probably looking at one more harvest, and that would get me, well, one more sale of sugar. one more sale of sugar so far as day of sales. And that probably gets me my second sugar plant. Same as fuel use. You do think wear and tear rate needs to be more based on the load instead of time. In your test, the tractor idling next to a field all harvest took the same amount of damage as those working. Yes, I believe it is strictly a runtime kind of thing. But yeah, no, I wouldn't disagree with having the idea being like, you know, when you are actively using the tractor or something, it does more damage than just sitting there doing nothing. Let's see, updating your ATC thing, you got accepted to take an exam. You're taking it on the 30th. Nice. I wish you the best and I hope it goes really well for you. That'd be a pretty cool thing to do. That is a real shiny flatbed. What does ATC stand for? Air Traffic Controller. They're talking about literally like guiding planes. Yeah, with things about like for the lack of them in the US right now, absolutely. That's actually one of the other things with like farm sim that they get into, that like real life farming versus farm sim, you know, why would people play this? And you know, like the realism, like genuinely this is more fun because they skip the not realistic parts, is with a lot of your tools, when you're taking your tractor up to like pick up the tool on the front, it's not you just drive up and you push a button and the thing lifts. Not always, sometimes, but there's a lot of cases where you get your tractor into position and all that, and then you got to get out of your tractor, go down there, like, you know, get all the things in place, make sure the wires are hooked up when there's wires to plug in, you know, go and like latch it in place, do all that sort of stuff, and then you go inside and like lift up the tool and all that. So a tool exchange for a lot of times isn't just you drive up, you hit a button and it just magically lifts. You gotta go in, you're gonna spend 10, 15, 20 minutes fussing with this thing, getting it all hooked up and ready to then go on to the next job. And a lot of it can be pretty rough, especially if things don't want to line up right, or a connector's not doing what's supposed to. You might end up taking what should be like 5 minutes swap out of a tool, and it becomes this whole afternoon because, you know, you're just trying to get this thing that like something got bent at some point. You still got to make it work somehow. Yeah, run hours are used for engine maintenance, but it's not literally a clock in real life. It's RPM based on assuming nominal operation of RPM. So forklift might assume 150 RPM and idle set 50 RPM, but also be at 2,250 RPM if used. So the number of hours a truck can run is like usually 3 times another same work, turning on and off. Yeah. Well, that's like the classic when you're buying a car. Sometimes it's worth being like, you know, this car has been run this number of miles, but primarily highway. That highway miles is way, way less wear and tear on your car versus stop and go in town, that kind of thing. Some plows and mower attachments use the drive of the tractor too. Yeah, no, but the whole point is like trading out equipment. Like a lot of the equipment when you go trade out, you don't just pull up, push the button. You usually pull up, you know, get everything in place, get out, do all your fussing around down there, you know, back it up. I like how you keep things organized and good looking. I try my best. It'll end up not staying that way as I start running out of clean places to do it, and I don't want to buy more. Well, there's the giant weeder. Also, car owner lived and used in a coastal town, or lived in the roads with salted instead of plowed or graveled. Low miles, high hours on a diesel with reducting system can be a big red flag. Yeah. All right. That's for silage and all that. We are good on our water. We are still good on sugar. And where it says inactive, we're only making sugarcane sugar. I don't have sugar beets to do any of that stuff. The sugarcane sugar is where we're making our money right now. Let's get the heck out of this rain. Or hail, actually. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, that's the thing, like, getting... You know, it's like when you get, like, you know... Grandma's car, a lot of times it can be really rough if it's driven a lot. Because, you know... The typical person at that age is going to be primarily doing around town driving. Versus, like, if you've got someone who's, like, going a really long distance on the daily, and thing. The car mechanics of this game are good and decent. They could optimize a lot of little stuff, though. Yeah, no, absolutely. But it is one of those things that there's a lot of stuff they could change for a whole, you know, mess of reasons. But a lot of times there is a lot of decisions are made with intent, is I think the way I'll phrase it. That there are a lot of decisions where it's like, yes, this would be more realistic, but they do it this other way because, like, that's more accessible or more enjoyable or less monotonous. You also run into the other stuff where it's like, yes, this would be a better way of doing it, but because they have licensing with, you know, John Deere or whatever, that John Deere's like, no, this needs to have our whatever, and all that kind of stuff. There's the McDon. Do you want to do that? The McDon's an interesting vehicle. It gives you a bonus on your production, but it adds a whole extra step into dealing with stuff. The police cars are notorious for having reasonable miles when sold, but being totally thrashed. Sold because not economical to maintain. With a year's worth of idling, several highway crashes, unreported repairs, yeah. But then you could get, like, the police tuned-up engine. And all that stuff. I had a buddy who was, like, all into that. He only got, like, one of those. I don't even know what happened with it, though. Like, I don't even know if he had, like, a good time or whatever. But, like, there was people, that was a big thing, is you could get the ones that are tuned for police and you'd be allowed to buy them when normally you're not allowed to do that stuff. But they weren't going to rip it out, so it's kind of like, as a, it's fine, we'll let it slide because you're buying it. So it's slurry, injectors, plow, we don't care about this. Alright. The interceptor engines, yeah. That's also, you have, like, the police auctions where there's cars and all that, and I always like, man, you might get a good deal, but you have no idea what you're buying. Like, when you buy someone's car on a police auction, it's like, one, you might have someone out there who absolutely despises you because they see you driving around in their baby or whatever. Two, you don't know what that person's on your car. Not because they had a criminal record or whatever, but you're buying a car that nobody has any history on. Like, you don't know what kind of modifications that person's done, if they ever took any care whatsoever of their car. They might have maybe didn't take perfect care of it. But, like, a lot of times you grab it, and that's just the end of it. Speaking of police cars, Blues Brothers movie is quite fun one with that. All the equipment and gear they got a hold of at the end of the scenes. Yeah. You did quality control for years. You never once made a police car that had, let's see, that had more power, but that doesn't stop people from buying that era of cars now, swearing they do. Oh, yeah, yeah. Man, I knew a buddy who would go to police auction regularly. He'd buy all sorts of crap. It was one of those things, he was shopping for a deal, not shopping for needing anything. Which is honestly probably the correct way to approach an auction that's going to have just random junk at it. Is probably just being like, hey man, I'm just watching for any kind of deal. But he ended up buying so much stuff that he had no business getting. Like, I remember one point he bought, it wasn't a lockpit set, it was a key pinning set. So like when you go to make keys. And so I had this entire like elaborate set of like these just one thing after the other, these like wooden things are just full of all the tiny little pins and all that. And it's just like, what the hell are you gonna do with that, man? Are you gonna go in the business of making a bunch of people's keys? It didn't come with a grinder or anything to go with it. Like, you have a box that's just full of junk. No, Jeff, we did get a mod yesterday, or today, that we replaced our harvester with a modded version, so it has a little bit of internal storage. Because what ends up happening in the game otherwise is the AI will simply not function if I'm not next to it, which makes the AI unusable, and that's strictly for sugarcane, carrots, parsnip. It's like there's like 3 root crops and this one. It is one thing that I don't want to be a mod. I wish it was just base game. And the reason I think they don't have an internal storage is just licensing-wise. The actual vehicle in real life does not have an internal storage, so it just chucks it out. If no one's there, it goes on the ground and it goes to waste. I would like for them to hand wave and put just a couple thousand liters in there, which is not much. Like a couple thousand liters is enough where it can get around the corner and then it's full. But it'd be just enough that, you know, the AI wouldn't struggle with corners and all that. That's again just those 3 crops. Sorry, 4 crops. Out of like, what is it, 50 something? I think there was a time like 40 or 50 old time cars. Well, current movie and the amount practical effects where they let happen. Yeah, no, that's there was a place that my family used to go. We had family living up in Ohio for a while. I mean, for a long time, like, you know, it was grandparents kind of thing. But we would go up there, and along the way, and I forget, I know we looked it up what town it was, or what state it was, but there's a place called Fancy Gap. This is like a nothing nobody town. They had a gas station, and they had like the dodgiest barbecue place you've ever been. Like definitely one of those places you're either getting good food or food poisoning or both. And that was the entire town's everything. And the population, I think when we went there, was like 200 people for the whole town. We're talking genuinely a very tiny town. But in front of that barbecue place, they did have one of the squad cars from Andy Griffith. Like one of the actual ones from like on set. Which is just one of those things you sit there and go, okay, real question, this nothing nowhere town, this barbecue restaurant, which you're like, man, if a health inspector comes through here, you're done. Like, this, we kept going back to this stupid place, and the barbecue wasn't even that good. It was okay. But it was definitely one of those places, like, man, and like the guy would sit there and you'd put in your orders, like, yeah, you know, we're gonna need 2 pulled pork sandwiches, and then you'd get up from the mic and go behind the counter and start making it. And was dead serious the whole time he did it. Joke on you, the health inspector owns the town. But yeah. And he had like a little general, like he had like a couple little things you could buy there, so you could buy like, you know, jarred hot chow chow that was made right there. I think my younger brother did end up one point getting the hot chow chow. And he said it was like, you know, good, not great, but like, you know, good-ish. But it was this like nothing little town, which this isn't me like saying nothing as in like, oh, they don't matter. It was, if you are not in that town for a reason, there ain't jack for you to do there. You could get gas, you could get questionable barbecue, otherwise you make your peace and you leave, because this is not a place that there's anything to do. Like if you're schlepping around in them woods, they're annoyed with you because that's their woods. Hot chow chow. Well, it's hot chow chow. CHOW. I want to say hot chow chow. I think it's cabbage, if I remember correctly. It's like pickled cabbage with peppers and such. I could be wrong in that. It's been a long time since I've seen hot chow chow anywhere. It's like, it's not kimchi, but like kimchi, they have that whole process going on with it. But it's kind of in that vein of like, I want to say it's like spicy cabbage that's pickled kind of. So it's in that like very loose area. It's trying to land in the general same, like, you would use this for kind of area, while being an entirely different animal. Like, I've had hot chow chow before, and it's not bad. Never mind, I'm still visiting the bathroom after that. That's fair. There's definitely some of those spicy foods you get where you're like, oh, stomach is not okay with this. Oh man. I have been very happy that lately I've been actually able to get proper spicy food more places around here. Because, like, you'll have, like, the wing places that they'll have, like, the stupid spicy sauce, and then, like, you know, the pretty spicy, spicier than most people can handle, but, like, it tastes really good sauce, you know, like, in that sweet spot where it tastes good, but it's also got enough pep to get some, you know, get some sweat in your forehead and all that. But we have been getting a lot more people, like, a lot more places that are willing to go proper spicy. I've been finding more and more places doing, like, a really... Like, you can get some pretty mild habanero stuff. But I've been finding more and more places that, like, the stuff is delicious, but oh my god, it's so hot. There's a new taco place that we got relatively close that, yeah, it is. It is one of those ones that I eat and I'm, like, practically hacking up a lung, it's so hot, but it is delicious. As they don't rule out the corner store. Oh, no. For the record, I am 100% on the team, like, the hole-in-the-wall store. You can find the hole-in-the-wall store, and like I said, it'll either be the best food you're gonna get or food poisoning. Or both. You can get both. Both is an option. And it's really a toss-up what you're gonna get. If you're gonna get some of, like, the best food ever, or also have a real rough time. Let's see, you used to drive in a tiny little town, main street, 7 buildings, almost always anything you need. Work boots, happen to have 2 sizes under the counter, spark plugs. Oh yeah, no, I've seen that, like the old-timey, like I'm calling it an old-timey hardware store, but like they kind of have what you need. Sir, I'll take an order of both. Your limit is when it burns on the way out. Yeah, no, I've had some stuff that's like, you feel your stomach really churning, you're like, oh, this was a mistake. Your friend likes to watch TV and show the interviews where they eat 10 wings. Oh, what is that, Hot Ones? Yeah, I've had the Hot One sauce. The ones they use on their show where they have, like, the different 10 ones. Yeah, and I can't remember. They have, like, the one that's, like, the hottest. I usually can get... Ah, man, I can't remember. I think it was was it my brother that got me that? Yeah, and it was, like, there's definitely 1 or 2 in those flavors in there. You're like, this is just silly. But generally, I like the most of it. Their earlier stuff is a little on the sweet side. They're, like, not hot at all. But that's the idea, is they work their way up to the hot stuff. But the entire hardware store would fit in a truck. Yet they... hardware store fit truck. Yet now you live in the city where Bunnings in the side suburb. Oh, that's, like, one of the things that, That's one of the things that, I've been getting annoyed with the local, when I say hardware, we're talking like Home Depot, Lowe's kind of thing. That it's like, you know why I would go to like your local Home Depot or Lowe's? It's because I like, you know, I need a basic thing for like the toilet, like the little plunger stuck, alright? I need to get a replacement little plunger thing because the one I've got's broken. So I just want to be able to go into the Home Depot, get a little replacement plunger so that I can fix my toilet. Like whatever the thing is. Not specifically talking that, but like whatever the thing is. And it's definitely been one of those things that lately, going to those stores like Home Depot and Lowe's, I've been finding more and more, they'll have like your basic hammer or table saw or whatever, but like for all those things, the things that you need kind of in the moment, they've been getting worse and worse about having them. And it's really annoying. It's like, well, where the heck am I supposed to get this replacement part for my toilet, which is broken right now and needs to be fixed right now? Like, it's not needs to be fixed because it's convenient. I'm trying to avoid, you know, my house becoming just a pool because my toilet's broken. And you're like, nope, don't carry it. And it's like, but you sold it to me here. And it's not even like the regular thing. It's like, you sold me the part here. Let's see, somebody brought the bomb hot sauce into work. You did not participate, judging from the reactions of those who made the right choice. Yeah, there's, I'm definitely not the kind of person who's like, oh, I need to show off how tough I am. I'm gonna eat that hot sauce. Like, I'm definitely not in that camp where it's like, you know, you'll go to a place that has the 10 sauce flavors. And usually my rule with that is if they only have like 3 or 4 sauce flavors, you go to the hottest -1. Because usually with those places when they have a bunch of different, unless it's like, you know, mild, medium, hot, and then just like hotter or whatever, like they seem like relatively tame, then that's fine. But if you got where it's like, okay, you've got like mild, medium, hottest, screamer, you know, call 911, you're like, all right, screamer, let's do this. Screamer's probably right around the sweet spot. But when you get to the place that have like the 10 flavors, it's usually you go from like whatever the hottest is, and you go down like 1 or 2. It's somewhere in there's around the sweet spot for me, where it's like, okay, it's still properly spicy, gonna get the beads of sweat in the forehead, maybe I'm gonna need a little extra drink, but like, there's definitely a point that it stops being about flavor. Like, the one I can think of is there used to be a place over on the, in Cape Canaveral, and it was something like 15 different flavors, but it was around like the third from the highest flavor, it stopped being a liquid and turned into a paste. And it was like this really awful looking paste. It was like kind of this like tannish beige paste. And it was like stupid hot. Absolutely stupid hot. Tasted awful. But it was just all about getting like the flavors, or getting the spice as hot as you could. I know me and my brothers did that one, and like our faces were turning purple and all that. The reaction was so much. I was like, this is just dumb. Like, if it tasted really good, it's like, alright, you know, sure, there's a discussion to be had, but it was really not an appealing taste. Ignoring the spice. Like, it was 100% you're out with the buds and you're trying to be like, hey, I'm tougher than you. You know, you're like a teenager, early 20s, insecure, needing to demonstrate your masculinity. And wonder if people can die from hot sauce? I mean, capsaicin acid can mess you up. It can cause breathing problems if you're doing stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised if it could. Now, is it just like, it's too spicy, you just died? I don't think it's something like that. I think it's more around, like, you have a reaction that creates takes an existing problem and takes it from this is fine to this is not fine. I mean, over an extended period of time, I could see it being a problem. Or if you've gone and you've taken the hot sauce and you've, like, really leaned into it to the point of, like, practically making a chemical weapon. Because, I mean, ultimately you take something like, you take, like, pepper spray. Pepper spray's active ingredient is the same thing that's in hot peppers. You've just turned it into something that's no longer food. How would a hospital even treat that for you? I mean, they'd probably start by pumping your stomach. Maybe intubate. Yeah, I was going to say maybe intubate you. I'm mispronouncing it. Shove a plastic tube down your throat so you can breathe. Because it'd be one of those things, like, once you get them past the reaction stage of it, then it would probably... Yeah, say once you got past the reaction stage, you'd be that. So pump your stomach then? Probably. Like, it depends on what the issue is. Like, because again, I think it'd be like a pre-existing condition being exacerbated. So I could definitely see breathing being a big problem, which that'd be intubate. So again, shove a tube down your throat so you can breathe through the tube. Or you're having a severe digestive problem. And if that's the case, like you have like bad, I mean, it wouldn't be life-threatening with ulcers, but, you know, pump your stomach. Because after that, I mean, that's where it's gone. I can actually see them. Oh, what's it called? There is yeah, I was gonna say the anti-allergy. I'm forgetting what it is. There's stuff to suppress allergic reactions, like you have in an EpiPen. So I could see not. I don't think they would just sit there and like walk up and like stick you in the neck with an EpiPen. First, you don't stick people in the neck with an EpiPen. But you know, I don't think they just run up and stick you with an EpiPen. I mean, honestly, that might help. I wouldn't recommend it. Don't just go eat hot wings and just bust out the EpiPen unless you're having a legit allergic reaction where that's the appropriate action. But if it is a inflammatory suppressant as well as that, technically. But again, consult a doctor. Don't just randomly stick people with EpiPens. It sounds like a good way to get yourself in serious medical need and or morgue and or legal trouble. All depending on who's sticking who with what. But yeah, I mean, the correct answer, if someone around you is having a significant adverse reaction to eating spicy food, to the point that you're like, this person might actually be in danger. Probably dial 911 is your first reaction. Or I guess if they're in immediate danger, like, you know, stop shoving the wing in their mouth. And then once you're done shoving the wing in their mouth, then maybe dial 911. Make sure they're not actively choking on it. That kind of thing. You know, CPR if they're choking on it and that's what's currently going on. But yeah, probably dial 911 and explain it and let the person on the other end be like, okay, do you have this on hand? Sure. Use it if you know what you're doing. But like, maybe consult someone who might have a clue. Google says these days they use a nasal spray. No idea, never saw it. I could see something like that. Because again, you're talking a reaction, and it would be nose and mouth because that's all connected. I could see having something that suppresses the reaction to that. Because I mean, I'd imagine the exact same stuff that they recommend, you know, when you've gotten hit with pepper spray. A lot of that would be true, except, you know, not in your eyes, because hopefully you're not shoving a hot wing in your eyeball. That seems like it's its own problem. Let's see, almost all the time that 911 operator likely knows what you should be doing. If you don't, or and somebody might die. Often what we assume is badly wrong is just proved outdated. Captium? Yeah. When you look at like pepper spray, the primary thing that's in there for the reaction is capsium acid. But we're talking, this is weaponized levels of capsium acid. This is not you ate a pepper kind of thing, or, you know, you had some hot wings. This is someone took the time to distill capsium acid into, like, absurd levels. Would you stop backing up into me, AI? I understand I'm paying by the hour, and you should be willing to drag on your hours more. But yeah, it's one of those things. There was a whole thing on the news a while back where they're like, pepper spray's not a big problem. It is a food-derived product. And I liked when the people were like, okay, so you'll let me spray it with you. No. No, I will not. Why? It's just a food-derived product. Yeah, tear gas is a whole different animal. You're paying that person the harvester? Yes. When you hire an AI worker in the game, and you can turn it where they don't cost money, but by default you pay them. It's not that much. And welcome back. This would not be your field of expertise, FG, but we've been having a discussion about if someone was having a reaction to hot food. Could it be life-threatening, and what would be the appropriate action? Which I think we've settled on, you dial 911 and actively make sure they don't still have said food in their mouth. Like, make sure they're not still eating the hot wing. Because we were talking about obnoxiously spicy food, and could it actually be dangerous? Not in the long term, like you just ate spicy food for way too much and you gave yourself ulcers. But it's like, you know what? Probably dial 911. Usually in any kind of genuine emergency that's medical in nature, probably go to 911 if you don't already know better. I'm dying, but I'm not leaving this wings. Hey man, you seen the price of wings? We're not throwing that back. Like, that crap's getting eaten. Wings ain't cheap, man. Death or otherwise, we're finishing this basket. Oh, weirdly. Was out with lunch with Tomb, and, you know, we were getting tacos or whatever. And, you know, we're, like, looking at it, and I stopped at the menu, because, you know, I was like, okay, just kind of scrolling through the menu, going, okay, like, alright, they've got their beer or whatever. Oh, they got their soda. I was like, wait a second. Scroll up to the beer, $3. Scroll down to the soda, $5. Scroll up to the beer, $3. I'm like, okay, I mean, it's just the fiscally responsible thing for me to get a beer for lunch, apparently. I don't know if they were having some kind of deal or whatever, because it wasn't like it was like, you know, some natty light, like, super budget beer. It was like Dos Equis Amber or whatever. But, you know, it's like not a premium beer, but like a decent one. But it's just kind of like, why is the soda so much more expensive than the beer? You know, usually those prices are quite literally inversed. When the beer is cheaper than the soda, you're in trouble, or I mean, actually, beer being cheaper than the soda, yeah. I was going to say, when liquor's cheaper than the soda, you're either in trouble, or you're in the Caribbean. Where you don't have to worry about them watering down your drinks. You have to worry about them leaving the soda out. Where you go and you're like, yeah, I want to have this mixed drink, and you have a sip and you go, oh, it's just straight liquor, man. It's like, I'm glad you're giving me my money's worth, but also, I gotta be able to drink this. Gonna need a chaser. And you've got experience? Oh, with the going on a cruise or whatever, and then getting something where you have a drink, thinking you're getting a mixed drink, and you're basically getting straight up liquor that someone splashed, like, you know, took a thimble of soda and put it on the top. Yeah, I've had that. I've had that where you're like, oh my god. Indonesia is the same, where you bought, like, a can of Coke, and they gave you a bottle of rum. You get a rum and Coke, and you're just like, okay, it's ever so slightly darker than the rum started. Technically, there is Coke in there, but you gotta look for it. And again, you're getting your money's worth. But maybe that's not what you had in mind for the afternoon. Wrong kind of Coke. Yeah, no, that's exactly what Sheep is talking about. The Coke is imported, the rum is local. Yeah, no, rum is really cheap when you go to the place it's made. There's a reason there's people who go to those places and they'll buy like a couple of handles of liquor to bring home while they're out. Because you can buy like I don't know about nowadays, it's been a long, long time since I've been to Nassau and all that. But I definitely remember, you know, in my early 20s going to Nassau before it got hit by the hurricane real bad. The one that actually damaged it. I don't remember which one it was. But I remember getting a thing of like 3 handles of rum that was like Bacardi. And I think the whole thing cost me like $12 for like 3 full handles, so we're talking the really big bottles. But getting a soda was like $7. Like just a regular can of soda was like $7. I was like, no wonder they just go very sparing on the soda here. I haven't done that in forever. Not like it's ever a regular thing to go on cruises to the Bahamas or whatever. I think I went 2 times. But still, I do remember the second time I went to Nassau and it was not doing good. It got hit pretty hard and it never really did recover. I mean, I don't know about now. It might be better now, but that had been years after it had been hit by the hurricane. It was in really rough shape. This AI guy is not cutting the field in the optimal manner? Absolutely. We're paying them by the hour. Do you think he's going to be working as absolute... 1 second. Do you think she's going to be getting paid her absolute optimal? This is sound economics for them. She's like getting paid by the hour? Didn't have contractual limitations on anything? You better believe I am going to run that clock as much as I can ethically get away with it. Like, not going to go out and just park off and take a nap or anything. We're not running that kind of an operation here. But you know what? If a corner takes a little bit longer, we're going to take it a little bit longer. It's okay. If we gotta poop, we're going to do it on company time. That's just what we're going to do. Boss is going to nickel and dime me. Might as well nickel and dime back. You can never do a cruise boat. Too used to understanding or being... Let's see. You can never do a cruise boat. You're way too used to understanding or being in charge of what's going on. Oh, it'd be stress. Oh, so like just... kind of just being along for the ride is the thing that stresses you out. Interesting. Because that's one of the reasons why, like... For me, for actually relaxing, cruises are kind of the one I really like. Because it's the one vacation where it's like, you know what I gotta deal with? Nothing. You know what I gotta plan? Nothing. I don't gotta worry about figuring out my planes. I don't gotta worry about like the Uber. I don't gotta worry about my hotel or all these things. All I gotta do is I gotta get to the boat, which that could require a plane and an Uber and all that, but you get the point. You get to the boat, and then everything else you can just take it or leave it as you want. Versus like half of the other vacations, like, okay, is my plane gonna be on time? Am I gonna do this? Is my hotel ready? All right, well, I gotta be over here at this point. We gotta be on that tour at that point. We gotta go over there. I gotta figure out what all we're doing and all that. Cruise, you just go on and be like, oh, there's an excursion? Cool. Am I gonna pay for it and sign up? Sure. Now I'm doing that. But so you're scared of cruises because of the number of ways that you can get sick? I mean, like, don't get me wrong. You are dealing with a lot of people in, you know, in a space together. So yeah, absolutely, there's always the risk of whatever the latest, you know, the latest COVID, the latest flu, the latest cold getting around. I've been fortunate that me and Toom have never had a problem with that. But, you know, you do hear about the nightmare scenarios about the cruise ship that's just a germ factory and all that. I mean, part of it is doing what you can to, like, not... You know, like, wash your hands, do all that kind of stuff certainly helps. But yeah, no, that is always a risk. And that's a risk with any travel. You go to a convention, you know, there's the con crud. It's the exact same thing. You go to a convention, them germs gonna get around. You can do stuff to mitigate the risk and all that, but you can never eliminate it. Yeah, no, if you go to TwitchCon, I would actually say I've had a lot more problems. Like, I've gotten sick on a lot of conferences. You know, the classic con crud. Like, and that's long before COVID and everything as well. Like, and that's not dismissive of COVID. It's just like, that's just always been conventions. Whatever the current bug is going around, it's gonna be there. It's just gonna be there. That's just the unfortunate reality is. Cruises, they do have that risk as well. And you are talking a pretty significant number of people. Now, they do stuff on cruise where if they see you visibly sick on the boat, they usually will make you kind of, like, stay away from other people, either, like, you know, restrict you to your cabin or make you stay in, like, the medical area. If you're, like, very visibly sick, they're conscientious of that kind of stuff. It still can be a problem, and there's definitely people who get through the cracks and all that. And obviously you have people who are asymptomatic or people who are not showing yet. Those are all things. That's kind of your biggest concern, because, like, food contamination, congratulations. That's a problem no matter where you go. Water contamination. I mean, if you're on a cruise and you're drinking the water, that's already an unusual behavior. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but most people on a cruise are probably not drinking water. The running windmill shadow on the truck is cool. The running windmill shadow on the truck. Oh, yeah, no, I missed it because I've already moved. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, your big concern, again, is, like, colds, flu, COVID, that kind of thing. Respiratory disease is the big one. Oh, sometimes you can get, like, a stomach virus kind of thing. You hear about that as well. And that's certainly a risk. But, you know, keeping up your vaccinations helps a whole lot. Doesn't totally solve it, but, you know, anytime you know you're going to be traveling and around other people, definitely have your vaccinations up. Honestly, even if you're not going to be traveling and go around people, keep your vaccinations up. That's how they work. You get enough people vaccinated, the disease doesn't have enough place to people to get a hold of, that it doesn't get nearly the groundswell it would otherwise get. Therefore, less opportunity for mutations and less iterations, and therefore less variations. Variants, what's the word I'm looking for? So it's in everyone's best interest for people to keep that up. But that's not trying to be preachy. It's just one of those things. It's kind of the reality. It's worth doing, for the most part. And it's not a big deal. They just go, and you go about your day. Like, the worst case, you get like a little bit of a sore arm. I mean, that's actually not the worst case. Sometimes you can feel pretty low energy the next day. There's definitely the vaccinations that do that. But generally, you might have a little owie arm the next day. But yeah, that all helps a tremendous amount. I've been fortunate that the only convention I can think of I ended up sick afterwards was ExileCon in New Zealand. We're pretty sure that me and Tomb got COVID while we were there, because that was like, you know, New Zealand had opened up and everything. We went to ExileCon, and it was like a day or so after ExileCon that we started hearing the rumblings that there was people who, you know, were getting diagnosed with COVID after the convention, or, you know, had it or whatever. They're testing positive. That's not diagnosed, testing positive. And it was like a next day later that me and Tomb started getting like not feeling great, really tired, and it was one of those things, like, we didn't end up getting the test to see that we were positive. It was definitely like, okay, we're sick. You know, the COVID was at the convention we just spent the last 3 days at, around tons of people. It doesn't take a whole lot of science to figure out, yeah, more than likely these two things are related. That's the odds. So we end up spending pretty much the rest of the trip kind of just in the hotel, you know, just laying low, trying to not get other people sick, and just being generally tired and miserable. It bothers you how many people never got it who spent a few weeks tired after events. Yeah. Or they'll be like, oh no, I didn't get sick, I just had a sniffle. I'm like, so you got sick, you just didn't get really badly sick. Which it's fine, like, that happens. Not everyone gets as sick as each other in any instance of things. Sometimes it kicks your crap out of you, and sometimes it doesn't. They'll be like, oh yeah, I just had a sniffle. I was like, oh yeah, so you had it. Yeah, that was no big deal. I went to work. You're like, you jerk. You forgot the minimum percentage of people who need to be vaccinated for an unvaccinated to be safe. It depends on the specific thing, because different illnesses have, like, different, I forget what the rating system is for, like, how infectious it is. So there's some stuff that have a very low infectious rate, but are infectious, so you wouldn't need as many people vaccinated to kind of get ahead of that amount, where the, like, you know, it'd kind of burn itself out eventually. And then you have highly infectious diseases like your colds, your flus, your COVIDs, your coronaviruses, and all that, that you have to have a much higher percentage of the population needs to be vaccinated to kind of overcome that infectious rate, where, like, it would again effectively burn itself out, not being able to find enough valid targets. Yeah, no, the people coming to work sick, that one was one that used to drive me up the wall. Especially, like, I had a job where we had unlimited PTO. Like, unlimited PTO. You're sick, no questions asked. We can work remotely, in fact. So you didn't even have to use your PTO. Like, you didn't have to take time off. You could still do your work. You could do it remotely. And it would still show up at the office sick. And I'm thankful that the managers at that company, if you showed up visibly sick, they would be like, what the hell are you doing here? Go home. And I appreciated that. Because people show up as like, oh, it's not that bad. I can work. It's like, yeah, but we can't afford to have half the office out of here because you showed up sick, and now the whole office is getting sick one by one because you brought something in there. Unlimited PTO is probably less time taken when allocated days in almost any industry. Yep. It is a normal thing that if a company has unlimited PTO or whatever they want to call it, where you have unlimited paid time off, on the average, people will take less time off than if you have guaranteed time off. Like, you get your 14 days or 20-something days or whatever you have. On the average, people have no limit on how much PTO they take off. They will take off less than if you have an allocated amount. And there's a whole mess of reasons of that. A lot of them are psychological kind of things. Like, if you're taking a bunch of time off, that you feel guilty for the other people who aren't taking the time off. You're more likely to not set aside your days because it's not use them or lose them. Because that's a lot of when you have like your 14 days or whatever number of days. A lot of companies will be like, you can only save so many days, or we start taking them away and like paying you out like half value or whatever. So you're like, no, man, I'm getting my money's worth out of those days. So you'll go out of your way to, even if it's a staycation, to take vacation time to get those days back or whatever. Because again, getting paid like half the amount. If you need the money, that's fine. But like a lot of times, you're like, no, I want my paid time off to be actually used. So it kind of creates a pressure versus a lot of people, they won't take time off unless like something specific triggers that. So, yeah. Let's see, even with buffets, if you offer one free plate reload, most people use it, but if it's unlimited, most people don't. I mean, at least here in the US with with buffets, people tend to always go back for at least 1 or 2 rounds. But yeah, no, generally if it's just like an unlimited thing, people are more likely to either take what they need or come up less than they actually should. Because again, like, if you're sitting there and like there's unlimited food, you're at like a wedding or something, and there's unlimited food, and you look around and everyone's only taking 1 plate, and you're like, but I'm really hungry, I'd really like a second plate. A lot of people will hold off getting that second plate because they don't think anyone else is. And sometimes that's 100% in their head, and that because they haven't been watching, other people did get that second plate and they don't realize it. I'm getting that second plate. I'm right there with you, man. Absolutely, with like the unlimited PTO, 100%. 100% is like, no, I'm taking a vacation this year. I don't know where I'm going, but it's happening. Peer pressure is a powerful thing. Yeah, no, absolutely, Jeff. But this is actually one of those things that peer pressure is self-allocated. Like, no one else cares. It's kind of like when they're like, oh yeah, open bar, and like, that first person going to the bar is the one who like kind of cracks it open where everyone goes, or like, you know, dance floor, people dancing, like the first person to go out there kind of like opens it up or whatever. That you got to get that balls going. You don't want to be the first one. I'm definitely the one that in the office, like, it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna go ahead and do this. Like, all right, I'm gone. Like, oh yeah, we're gonna do like Whiskey Wednesdays, and everyone's like, is this okay? Like, all right, they said yes, I'm gonna go do it. I'll call their bluff. If they get mad about it, then we know it's not real. And also, it's good to see you, Lex. Let's see, like, the company is better off with you not burning out. They don't desire a work martyr, yet employees act like they'll lose promotions if not getting one. Yeah, that's, like I said, with that company before it got acquired and everything went to crap, it is one of those things I appreciated, that you'd have your boss and was like, when was the last time you took a vacation? and they'd be like, I don't want to see you next week. Like, when is the last time, or it's like, I expect a plan for a vacation or for you to not be here next week. You get to choose. But like, I wanna see you gone for a week. People who work too much can be dangerous in a number of ways. Oh yeah, no, burnout can make you less reliable. It can make you more prone to mistakes. It can make you more prone to errors. You can become resentful even though you have done it to yourself. Like, it's one thing if the company's being crappy and they don't let you really take PTO. And for the record, one of the catches with unlimited PTO is obviously you're like, okay, I'm on PTO for the next year. That's not gonna fly. That's one of the catches is there is a limit to your PTO. It's not a defined limit. But like no one's like, 20 days is too much. But it is one of those things that generally the idea is the PTO is very, very lax. You're not going, oh man, I really wish I got more than my 14 days or whatever the standard is. They're like, yeah, you can go over that. And we definitely had people in that department who were like, yeah, I'm taking 2 months off. All right. Usually they would have to work around that and negotiate that with them. That's like, yeah, you can take that time, but maybe not all at once. Take it on the down season, so at least you're not killing the poor company on the way there. But that's the thing, because we're kind of all in that together when we're at the startup. You know, if someone is very massively taking advantage, you would be an outlier. So you kind of self-ostracize. But that's kind of the thing, is there's the pressure there. It's just, it's self-inflicted, and that's honestly way, way harder than if the boss kind of puts a number on it. You get about 170 hours of PTO per year, and you have to take it all. Yeah, no, Toom has the same thing. Like, not the 170, I don't know what her actual hours are for PTO. But she gets a certain limit of PTO, and then it's after that, it's use it or lose it. And so she's like, yeah, I'm not getting my money back from that if I don't have to. Like, they don't pay me nearly enough, because you get like half the value if you do that. I'm like, no, I'll take the I didn't work and I got paid for it. Most people want to do the right thing when they know their peers are watching. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I would say it's not even when peers are watching. I'd say on the average, most people want to do the right thing. Like, they will strive for it. Usually for people to not do the right thing, there ends up being some justification where they come to feel that someone else isn't deserving and yada yada yada. Like, they get into that camp. That, like, I don't owe people doing the right thing because they're also not doing the right thing. You get into that kind of mentality. But broadly speaking, people want to do the right thing. Even people who do stuff that I find to be truly not okay, usually within their own, their own frame of reference, they're doing the right thing. It's just sometimes they come about it from a flawed place of logic or from a different perspective where what we think is right does not align. Which is fair. It's fair to have people believe different things are right. Because that all gets very complicated. But yeah, no, I was mostly good about PTO, like taking it when all that. The only job I wasn't good about taking PTO was a really toxic job that's kind of it was toward one of the latter jobs in dev. But it was like the company itself was pretty awful. Education in those areas goes a long way to bringing those people back in line. Well, honestly, like, shame can be a very bad thing. Shame can also be a very good thing. Shame is a lever that can be pulled in good and bad ways. A lot of times, self-inflicted shame can be very harmful for you, like, not productive. But at the same time, there's been things like when you have the town drunk and people kind of call them out and do the public shaming and all that. That can be a thing that motivates them to change, as long as it comes from a place of actually trying to help. Like, if you're shaming someone just because you're trying to punch down, that's when it's very unconstructive, very harmful. But like, you've had different cultures over the years that what they'll do is they'll like, you know, they'll get together and have like a festival and they'll make fun of like the town drunk and all that, but at the same time they'll bring everyone's like, hey man, you know, we can work through this like that. Like, it's both constructive and kind of pointing out the flaw there and all that. It's a tricky thing. And I'm not trying to pick on the town drunk specifically, it's just the one that comes to mind is I remember reading, like, it was a book and a big part of it was about the good and bad of shame on the psychology side of it. It was just like a kind of intrigue read. I couldn't tell you the title, it's been too long. But one of the references they gave was there was it was a group of indigenous people that they had what was effectively the tribe clown. And then the idea was the tribe clown during this festival would basically go to different people and kind of pick out, you know, when I say their flaws, we're talking like, you know, if this person was selfish, if this person was, you know, if this person was lazy, if this person whatever. Like, whatever the thing that you'd want to have as a community, the behavior corrected, they'd have a whole thing around it. But it wasn't a place of, like, malice or vindictiveness. It was kind of, you know, coming together and being like, hey, we're all flawed, let's work on this. And it was kind of a cool thing. I have no idea how that'd work outside of that context, but it was an interesting thing to, like, hear that was a, like, festival cultural event that they had come up with to sort of self-police that kind of thing about using shame as a mechanism of being like, hey, you know, haha, let's make fun of the things that we all kind of suck at. And that, you know, you would come out of that festival being like, yeah, that thing, I need to work on that. I don't want to be picked on for that again. And who knows how actually, like, effective it was. But it was just on the topic. Because, like, most of the book was actually about the bad side of shame, you know. Where you've got people getting on, like, you know, Instagram, and everyone's using all, like, their filters and all that to look all pretty. And then there's the person who looks at this and they see themselves as not as pretty, which brings them shame, and then they like very negative emotions and feelings toward themselves, even if it's 100% an internal dialogue that has nothing to do with the reality outside of it, that they're holding themselves to an unrealistic standard and all that kind of stuff. Normally mocking people who are already try less doesn't encourage them to try more. Well, that was kind of the thing in Sheep. In that particular case, this was like a community getting around it. So like even the people who are being subjected to it, like while in that moment they might be subjected to that instance, they're going to be participating and subjecting to the next person to it as well. So that was like a very cultural thing that, you know, if we apply it to our own cultural standard, is unlikely to hold the same weight, same water. But no, you have, like, there's a lot of people who make not... You wonder how effective shaming is? Well, that's kind of one of those things. If it's done by a person you care about, if it's done by a person who you have admiration of or stuff like that, it can be a very effective thing. It can be a harmful thing too, to be clear. But if it comes from a person who you don't care about, who you don't have much stock in it, you usually don't care. Because, like, that person's opinion of you holds no weight, or very little weight. Whereas, like, you know, it'd be the difference. Like, imagine you have that boss that you really don't like. That boss is a jerk. He's rude, he's mean, he's inconsiderate, and he tries to shame you. It's probably not going to be something you put much stock in. But meanwhile, if you have, like, one of your best friends, and, you know, they're sitting there and they're like, you know, man, you do that thing, and it's really not good, man. You really got to do better about that. That's something that could genuinely be very difficult for you. And again, it can be a positive or a negative. It's a touchy thing too, which is a reason why it's to be careful about stuff. You just worry about exoticism. It's often well intended, but deeply when you've been part of the other culture. Like, it's either it was a bad thing, I'm glad, I don't need to deal with it, or what, I lived there my entire life, and not seen that thing. Yeah, no, that's like I have that one example sheep, but I'm not. That's like not the only thing in the book. It's not like the whole basis of the book is around that. Like broadly speaking, it was like I said, the book was mostly about effectively self-inflicted negative side of shame. And again, like I was giving the Instagram example, where you kind of create a false value or put more weight on something that is really healthy or reasonable, and that you can put shame on yourself in a big way. Or it can even be like you wanted to accomplish something and it didn't pan out. You know, whether it was a personal failure or whatever. And you can misattribute shame on yourself in that case, or put shame at a unhealthy weight or whatever. And that was like a lot of what the book was about. But they did also point out that shame isn't strictly a negative. It does have a function in society as well. Why not the sugar factory? If we look at the sugar factory right now, it full. It all the way full. I got too much sugarcane. Or you let let a team share team terror, or sorry, or you let the team down in whatever context you apply to. Right? No, exactly. Like it can be a thing. Like you're playing soccer. Second factory time. I need 29,000 more. No storage for off season. So that's actually one of the unique things about the unique things about sugarcane is you can't put in a silo. So like weed, no, and all that, you can silo it. Sugarcane, you can't silo it in the game. It won't work. Doesn't let you. You have to heap it on the ground. Now, you could, like, build a barn or whatever so it doesn't get rained on and heap it on the ground in the barn to store until it needed. But the thing is, with the sugarcane I'm getting, I'm producing more sugarcane than my sugar plant can do in a in an entire year. So, if I store it for later use in the sugar factory, the sugar mill, all that's going to happen is it's going to sit there until the next year, and then I'm going to add to the pile that's already sitting there. Is sugarcane silent in real life? Yeah, no, I don't believe so. I believe it's processed into stuff that lasts. Yeah, no, exactly. Sheep is on the exact same page. I was like, I'm under the impression that you turn into sugar, molasses, which, you know, rum would be the next step after molasses. You process it. There's a lot of stuff that's true. Like, oh man, I was trying to remember. Like, I want to say they don't really silo hops, that they typically try and utilize it first, or they'll dehydrate it or whatever. Go into semi-refined products. Yeah, they'll do something, because basically you have certain things that last longer, and certain things that don't. In real life, sugar is made surprisingly fast. Wouldn't surprise me. Alright. Yeah, no, there's a lot of goods that it's kind of a big deal that when you harvest it, you've got to get to work on it right away, because they don't keep very long. Nowadays with like modern farming, some of those things you can take them into storage, and I can't remember if it's nitrogen gas or what it is, that they can kind of pause the spoiling process, but that's still a thing you've got to go through and do all the effort into. And that's usually only if the product you're doing is worth storing for that long. You could say lettuce is one of those. Yeah, I want to say lettuce, they do the, I can't remember if it's nitrogen gas or what it was. But that as well as ones that they can take it into those freezers that have like that gas to it that just kind of stops the things going bad. Like I know they do that with bananas. That they could take bananas and they could toss it in one of those freezers, and you could literally get bananas from months and months and months and months ago, and it would still be just as fresh. That said, it does do weird stuff like make the peel ripen at different things. Apples, they reduce O2 and temperatures. Yeah, there's definitely some stuff you can put in kind of a long-term storage, but some stuff you can't. Like there's I've said a couple times that of the random things out there that I haven't tried that I'd like to try, one thing I'd like to try is I would like to be able to try cashew fruit. So for those who don't know, cashew is not a nut. It is a fruit that looks like a nut. It grows off the bottom of a pear-looking thing. What I want to do is I want to try that pear-looking thing, because it's supposed to actually be pretty good tasting. But it's one of those things that, like, within a day of it coming off the tree, it's already fermenting. And that it's apparently a very fragile fruit, so it does not ship well. So it's kind of one of those things that when you, like, if you want to try it, you kind of have to practically go to the farm when it's harvest season to get one and try it there. Because they cannot ship it. Like, it's just incredibly prohibitive to ship. But it's weird, the idea of having this giant pear tree thing. You're taking all these, like, little nuts off the bottom of them. And that, like, you leave the bulk of the fruit that you just kind of dispose of it. And they actually do grow those in Florida. The thing is, they grow them, like, not commercially for the most part. The cashews they grow in Florida, like, way South Florida. So it'd be one of those things like taking a road trip to try a fruit. Which, if I was going to go to the Keys or something, I'd be down to do. Like, be like, hey, we can plan a trip down to the Keys around this time of year, and maybe we get lucky. Cashew fruit is toxic. It's an irritant to the skin and handling them. Interesting. I was under the impression that they were supposed to actually be delicious. And that the big problem was that they go real bad. Or it could be one of those things that, like, the skin is a problem. Because I know there's a number of things we eat that, like, this part of it's not safe, that part of it is safe, but this part's an irritant, that part's not an irritant. You know, the classic, you can eat the roots of this, you can't eat the leaves of that, you can eat the stem of this, you can't eat the petals of that. Okay. You can eat anything once if it fits in your mouth. The only thing you can't eat ever is the things that don't fit in your mouth. If you can fit in your mouth, you can eat it at least one time. Sometimes maybe even twice. Wasn't there a French man that ate a plane once? There's been wild things about people, like, over a very extended period of time eating things that are really not. Let's see. The cashew apple is cooked a long time to make curries, so there is safe ways, but raw seems like you need a lot of local advice. Yeah, no, it'd definitely be a thing I'd look up. Like, that wouldn't be something you just walk out to someone's yard and be like, that's a cashew tree, and just grab a fruit and shove it in my mouth. Like, I would look it up, you know, do all the research on that, and see, like, okay, where's the place you can get it, and make sure that is also a thing. Oh, yeah, no, there's also the thing about, like, toxic, and in a lot of things, it's like, well, it is toxic. That was, oh man, what was it? Was it vitamin A? That there was a whole big, like, news thing that went around for, like, you know, 30 seconds where about how vitamin A was actually a toxin. That it was labeled as a toxin. It's like, well, yeah, if you overeat vitamin A, it can kill you. Like, it can have adverse effects. You also need it to live. So it is both an important thing for your body, but also can be toxic. But it was this whole 2-second news article, clearly a slow week in the news, that they made this whole kerfuffle about how this important vitamin that you need to live is actually a toxin. I was like, well, yes, but no. Yeah, no, absolutely. We've talked about, like, overhydration, where you drink water to the point you have serious health problems and or death. Coffee fruit will upset your stomach pretty fast, like 1 or 2 of them. We really only use the bean. Yep. That's one of the things that fascinates me, is with so many of these things where you're like, okay, this thing, if you eat it, it's a really bad time for you. But also, we have found that this one part of it, we can eat it, and we eat the crap out of it now. And going, okay, what was the process that someone was eating something that we discovered is definitely a bad time? Like, you wouldn't question, like, oh, I ate this and now I'm sick. Clearly I shouldn't eat that anymore. And how did they figure out the elaborate process to get it to, I can eat this now? Because sometimes there's stuff that gets there. Like fermenting makes sense. You put a bunch of apples in a barrel and, you know, they kind of started going dodgy, but, like, food was scarce. So you popped that barrel anyways and you went for it and went, hey, this is liquor now. That's pretty cool. Many, many taste testers died before us. I mean, there's definitely going to be a lot of that where, hey, you know, hey, Tommy, we're all really, really hungry. Maybe we can eat that. Why don't you try it, Tommy? And then Tommy dies and you go, note to self, don't eat that plant. There are a lot of actual understanding to produce theories you test, rather than you just chancing stuff out. And there's also some things that, like, you can eat very, very small trace amounts and kind of see, like, what happened. You know, and if, like, the person eats a small amount and they start feeling not good, you're like, okay, we don't eat that. You know, and those trace amounts might not be actually dangerous. Because a lot of stuff that's poisonous for us, it's not you eat it and you fall over dead. It's not like quite like cartoon where you eat the one berry and the person just dies suddenly. Usually it's like, oh, it really jacks up your stomach. Yeah, let's not eat those again. Then there's stuff like, you know, the wrong mushroom, which is, yeah, don't do that. Let's see, apparently the same genes that make you left-handed make you more likely to eat things the others around you don't. Okay. I would be curious to look into that. Because usually when you have those vague ones, those are the ones you always got to double check. Those vague ones like that, it's like, alright, what was the study that brought that up? That's where you get to, like, kind of the dodgy hearsay kind of things. And it can be true, to be clear. There are lots of times those are true. But it's always one of those things that if someone has, like, a made-up thing, and I'm not saying you making it up, but, like, if the study kind of cuts corners and makes it up, it's a lot of those ones, it's like the very, very general side of things. That it's definitely, like, it's kind of the same thing. It's like, that's definitely one of those ones, like, yeah, that would be one I would want to look at. Because those, like, those really convenient short ones are usually ones like, alright, either this is a massive generalization, because that happens too, where they'll be like, we found under these very specific set of circumstances a person is more likely to eat this thing that other people broadly don't eat. Like black licorice kind of thing. That's like, okay, maybe they found this one thing. Because I'd believe that, but, like, the broader general one, it's like, okay, that's... Because we've been finding more and more, since people finally came to realization, it's like, oh, hey, cilantro, it legitimately tastes different to some people. We found more and more such things like that, like cilantro, where, like, beets. There is a genetic marker that for some people, beets taste like literally like taking a mouthful of sod and just shoving it, or a handful of sod and just shoving it in your mouth. When they say it tastes a little earthy, they mean in the literal sense. I know, I'm one of those people. When I eat a beet, it's like, why would I eat this? Why am I eating dirt and grass? And to a lot of other people, like, that's not at all what this tastes like. But we're finding lots of these. We're finding, now that we're actually stopping being like, wait a second, what things taste like is different to different people. What things smell like is different to different people. There's also arguments about the way people perceive color. What orange looks like to me, orange might look different to you. we're both going to agree it's orange, it's the same wavelength, but what my orange looks like might be your magenta. It's really hard to test that. But there's been a lot more studies around that now where they're asking for more specific descriptors and all that when people are describing tastes and all that. They're trying to introduce flavors that someone wouldn't have something to compare it with a little bit to try and be like, would they describe it differently if they didn't have previous exposure? And all that kind of things. Yeah, that's the thing. Testing a lot of those things is very, very hard. Considering that we teach each other colors, it's kind of impossible. Yeah, no, that's kind of the thing. Like, that's a theory one with the vision, is that our perception would be different because there are certain behaviors we have witnessed, I don't have them off the top of my head, that if our perception of colors were different would make sense. But it's very, very difficult to come up with some like actual measurable way of approaching that. You can't even consider it subjective because it's your reality. Well, that was kind of the thing, was it used to be perceived that, like, the idea of, like, do you or do you not like cilantro was subjective on if you happen to prefer that flavor. And then eventually someone was starting to go, wait a second, the way people are describing this flavor is not the same. It's not just, hey, I don't like or I do like. Very genuinely, what they're describing the flavor as is not the same, like, in the same ballpark. Like, I'm getting something that's got like a little bit of a spice to it, like a very mild spice to it, and all that, and this person's describing soap. These are not things you mistake with each other. These are very distinctly different things. And then people looked into it and eventually realized there's a genetic marker, and went, hey, like, we can not only tell that this is a different taste that these people are having between them, but we can actually figure out where the genetic marker is that's determining that taste. So, like, we even have that to, like, be able to tell which way it goes. The actual quote is, I reject your reality. Oh, I can't remember. It's, Adam Savage who had that. It's like, I reject your reality and substitute my own or something like that. I can't remember the exact quote. But yeah, no, it's an interesting thing. I reject your reality and supplant it with my own, if you remember correctly. Yeah. But you're on like the same point. But yeah, no, it's absolutely one of those things that's like you have to stop and go in that. And that's actually, that whole experience has also been a thing we've been dealing with in the psychology end of things. Or not even psychology, like just medical. That you have people that, like, especially young people who, you know, they're born with some condition, like their hands are numb or whatever, and they don't know that's not normal. Like, that is their reality, that's the only thing they've known. So you have people with, like, I think it's Huntington's disease, where it's a, you have your, was the myelin sheaths on your nerves have a problem? I'm gonna have the details wrong. But it causes numbness to happen. And, like, on Tomb's side of the family, we had a family member who has that. And it was a whole thing, apparently, when they were younger, that, you know, they were seen as kind of clumsy. They would drop things. And it had been in a, like, there was, like, their mom was making a dinner. It was like, hey, I need you to carry that to the table. And they went to carry it and they dropped it. And it was something they didn't have a replacement for right away or whatever. Like, you know, it kind of messed up their dinner. And so it was just a thing that they were like, you know, she was frustrated and being like, you've got to be more careful and all that. And recently the kid had learned from, like, going to the doctor or whatever, you know, they numbed something as like, well, my hands went numb. And, you know, the mom, like, immediately paused, like, what do you mean your hands went numb? I was like, yeah, my hands went numb, you know, like normal, like, my hands went numb. And then there was a doctor's visit because you know, now that the kid had the word for numb, that it was like, your hands shouldn't just randomly go numb. You know, and then they diagnosed him and everything and all that. But, you know, the kid couldn't explain this thing. They didn't have context to realize that that wasn't a thing that wasn't normal. There are people who don't have an imagination or an inner voice, and don't know people mean those things literally. Yeah, let's see, specifically changeling children are assumed to have been autistic. I have what? I have no idea what you're talking about there. Like, how much pain are you in? Oh, just the normal amount. The normal amount is 0. Oh. Well, I mean, that's the thing. That amount of pain would be your 0. Let's see, and if you know what people did to convince the changelings to give their children back, it's horrific. I don't even know what you're going on about, Soul Adams. Do you smell burnt popcorn? I shouldn't joke about that. Do you need help? All right. Started with, if you're born that way and you don't know, it's not normal. Yeah. It's the changeling were an old legend about children stolen and replaced with a monster that looked like the child. Yeah, no, there's some wild things back there. So also, yeah, when pain tolerance is that if asking is pain release, something seriously wrong and otherwise wouldn't mean crippled. Yeah. You can attest that the older you get, the more pain you just put up with. You can be frightfully bad. Tolerance can build up quickly. Well, it's also one of those things, and that's actually a thing that can kind of be a catch-22, is, you know, there's a certain reality to that. Like, there's a certain reality that, like, you know, there's things that ache and all that. But it's also on the other side of it, is you'll have people, it's like, oh yeah, as you get older, you become more pain tolerant, and you'll have doctors in that who are less likely to prescribe painkillers as a fear of that, or they worry about you having a dependence, and it can then mean you're expected to manage a higher level of pain than you really should. That's when you get into stuff like people getting into drug use. We're not talking like stuff you're actually supposed to be taking, but, you know, illicit drug use. The two most common causes, historically, and this is probably outdated information, the first one is boredom. That people who are bored are the most likely ones to start using a drug. And then the second one is unmanaged pain. Is the second most common thing to get someone started using a drug. That someone has a pain, it is not being managed, and, you know, we have a very, very strong natural predisposition to wanting to make pain stop. We have a very strong predisposition to wanting to make pain stop. Pain historically has been the signal of your body saying, this is bad, stop doing it. Get away from it, all that. So when we are in pain, the body is very much adamant, like, wanting you to stop. There's very, very strong mental stimuli to making you want to make pain go away. And so when you have a lot of pain, and it's not getting sorted or managed or whatever, you look for solutions. And when someone promises you this pill is going to help you, and you've been hurting for a while, you might give that pill a pretty strong look. And when the pill does what's, you know, advertised on the tin, you're going to get more of it. And so it's just kind of one of those things that doctors do need to take seriously. And to be fair, a lot of doctors are really good. I'm not trying to crap on doctors. There's a lot of doctors out there who still have the mentality of toughen up buttercup. And I was like, no. And there's also, again, the fear of, if I give this person a pill, they're going to be addicted to it, and then it's going to be a problem. And that is a concern. Like, to be fair, like, that is a valid concern, being like, hey, we have to be careful, we know these are addictive. And finding that balance, and it's a tricky thing. Because there is some pain that is forever. That, like, once you have it, that's your life, that's your reality. And you have to learn to manage it, whether that's through medication, through therapy, or whatever. That pain is just a thing you live with now. You know, maybe someday we'll have proper solutions. Yeah, like you jack up your back. You're going to be in back pain. Maybe with physical therapy, it'll get better, and a lot of it will. A lot of it, there is ways to manage that. Because some management is solving the pain. Some management is getting it so you can cope with the pain. Some management is medicinal of, literally, we're just going to use drugs to make the pain go away. For at least a little while, or at least dull it. There you go. I was like, please, get a little bit of sugarcane out. Alright, another harvest done. Team, rheumatoid arthritis. Yeah, no, a lot of arthritis is bad. Like carpal, like if you get carpal tunnel syndrome, that is a really bad pain. I haven't had it myself, but I've seen people with it. I've seen people have, like, you know, they've gotten their fingers with hammers and all sorts of stuff that hurts and don't so much as flinch, and they just sit there and you can see them, like, just tear up from struggling with it. It's like, carpal tunnel can be rough. Arthritis can be rough. And those are those things that... Tennis elbow? I don't know much about tennis elbow. Like, I know it's a repetitive stress injury, which, you know, puts it in the same camp as carpal tunnel syndrome, because that's, so your carpal tunnel's here and the tennis elbow's here. It's the same thing where it's your tendons and all that. But I don't know much about it beyond... Isn't that the carpal tunnel? No. So, carpal tunnel... So, when you're looking at your carpal tunnel, that's here on your wrist. There's a little tunnel that goes through your wrist. That's your carpal tunnel. And carpal tunnel syndrome is the actual, like... There's a sheath that your ligaments go through. And what happens is, when you do repetitive motion, those ligaments just kind of seesaw the edge of that sheath until they cut into it. And then you get horrific pain, because it starts swelling and it fills up that narrow passage that those go through, and it's a bad time. Tennis elbow is the ligaments back here get damage to them. I just don't know the details on what that damage is. Like, it's a repetitive stress injury where you keep doing the motion until you get hurt. I just don't know, like, mechanically what it is, or what they do about it, or anything like that. I mean, the first answer is you stop doing whatever you're doing to hurt it, or at least reduce it. But past that, I don't know. Alright, so we did get our harvest. So we came up $2,000 short of our, yeah, they're definitely similar. They're both repetitive stress injuries. Which is just anything where you repeat a motion or a gesture or a thing, and that repetition is what does the damage to you. So, like, you can get, repetitive stress injury in your knees, where you keep bending the knee in the same way, and you start wearing this stuff. We're going fishing, aren't we? No, because I wouldn't have stuff to put in it, so I don't need to do it right now. Let's see, rubbing the sides of the channel causes it to swell, so it's essentially dig out the channel to make it wider. Yeah, there's a couple things they do with carpal tunnel syndrome. Like, one is they can go to that gap in the bones, and they can make the gap wider. That's one possibility. The other thing they'll do is they'll go to where you've cut that sheath, so again, you got the sheath that the ligaments are going through, so you've got a big cut in it. And the problem is when you got the cut in it, when that ligament's going up and down, moving your fingers, it'll fall into that gap, and then it saws into that gap farther. So sometimes what they'll do is they'll move down to where that cut is, and they'll cut the sheath around there to get rid of the gap. The downside of when you do that cut is it does put slack on your ligaments, so you'll lose a lot of strength in your hand. But you don't have horrific pain anymore. So, or at least far less. Yeah, tennis elbow is a muscle condition. Carpal tunnel is a tendon sleeve injury, as Burning mentions. Yeah, no, absolutely. Normally, steroids will help reduce swelling, and thus end the feedback cycle, and carefully before... Yeah, right. So when you're dealing with like basic early stages of carpal tunnel syndrome, which is what was it? I had it. So I had the precursor for carpal tunnel syndrome. I forget what it's called. But like it's where you started to do damage. And yeah, usually they'll give you a steroid to keep the swelling down. They'll be like, hey, you need like whatever the thing is that's agitating this, making it a problem, we need you to cut that back. But so here the rules are: you get 2 injections, and if that doesn't help, they will try surgery. Yeah, and I didn't get to the point of an injection. They gave me a steroid I took, because mine was like very early, and they're like, hey, we're watching this, like you need to get this under control. And that's been 8 years ago or something. Well, more like 5 years ago. It's not been no, it's been longer than that. It's been maybe 8 years. So it's definitely one of those things I caught it very early and I completely changed the ergonomics of everything, and I took like a lot of measures. Because I was getting numbness in my pinky from it and all that. What was the cause of your carpal tunnel? Keyboard. Software developer. Typing all day, every day. Going like this all day, especially if you're reaching out with them pinkies, it'll do a number to you. There's probably other things contributing to it, but that was the one that was kind of the standout of like, what repetitive motion do you have? Do you sew? Not really. Do you knit? Not really. Do you play the piano or guitar or whatever? A little guitar. Do you type? A lot. Extended hours a day. Probably 12 hours a day. And then, yeah. The issue with software developer is people kind of relax back on the PC too. Yeah, no, you have bad posture. So you're doing this kind of thing, so you're reaching forward. A lot of times your keyboard won't be positioned well. And so again, it's really the reaching out with those pinkies. Because the more wrist motion you're doing, the worse it is. But so you have, I cannot get that word, rheumatoid arthritis, which basically came out of nowhere, and you couldn't even stand for a bit. It took like 9 months to clear out of my hands, but never really fully went away in your feet. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I don't know enough about it, other than arthritis is joint pain. With that said though, chat, I've already gone an hour longer than I meant to, because I was like, I want to finish the field. So the next time we do play, I'm like just a couple bucks away from getting the 2nd place. You can ask me a question, that's fine. While I'm kind of like wrapping up, and I'll answer the question at the end. But yeah, no, it's fine. But yeah, so we got our sugar mill built, so that's an A+. So sugar mill built, the sugarcane, we've been getting all that stuff and all that, so we're doing really, really good there. We're about at the point of getting a 2nd sugar mill, because I am producing enough sugarcane that we can completely fill 2 sugar mills for the entire year and be good. With all that said, now as a reminder, if you are enjoying your content and all, or if you're enjoying the content here and everything, don't forget to drop the follow, that way you can find your way back here in the future. I should be back tomorrow. Again, there is, I mentioned earlier in the stream, kind of in the game, like in the situation where I'm expecting not good news very, very soon about a family member, so in the next couple of streams, there's always a possibility I get a call and I gotta go. I don't want to dwell on all that stuff. Let's see, you're making fan art, post out of Pokemon trainers, and they're all EV evolution. Do you want or mind being one of the trainers? If you want, could you pick an EV evolution besides Vaporeon, Flareon, or Jolteon? I would not mind. I'm on board with that. I am out of date on my EV evolutions. Because I remember the ones you mentioned. Oh man, EV evolutions. It has been so long. Because there's Flareon, Jolteon, and Vaporeon. I thought that was the first 3. Wasn't there like... There was, I think, a dark one? Because I only remember... So I only played Pokemon, like, Generation 1. I kind of fell off after that. Right, I remember Espeon and Umbreon. We can do Umbreon. Because Umbreon's the dark one. Yeah, we can do Umbreon. I remember that one vaguely in my mind. That'd work. Yeah, no, I'm down with that. That's cool. Thank you. I am on board with the fan art. I do not mind. And Hey, Treacle. But with that said, I'm going to go ahead and get things wrapped up. But also, check out Treacle and our fantastic content creator. Highly recommend. Very good times over there. So we're going to go ahead and wrap that up. If you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe over there. But the stream will be ending abruptly because I don't have a host ready. But thanks so much for that. For everyone over here on Twitch, I'm going to quickly remember to actually save the game and close it so that